Chapter 541. In front of the Heavenly Tower's main entrance, two robust men stood on either side. Both of them were combat soul warriors. When they saw Jiang Chen and the other two walking toward the main entrance, one of the robust men immediately stretched out his hand and stopped them. "If you want to exchange your items, come back tomorrow," the burly man said without any trace of politeness. He still acted so arrogantly despite knowing that the other party was a combat king warrior. This proved how powerful the Heavenly Tower was. Even the two guards were acting so arrogantly, so of course, the other two guards wouldn't take Jiang Chen and the other two seriously. In this heavenly city, no one had ever dared cause trouble here. Even a combat emperor warrior wouldn't dare be too arrogant. If they can come in, why can't Daddy? The tyrant immediately became angry. He clearly saw someone enter before them, and now they had to come back tomorrow. Was this discrimination? They are the Heavenly Tower's distinguished guests, and they are open to us at any time. You guys aren't. Hurry up and leave this place. Come back tomorrow, the burly man said without any trace of politeness. Tyrant was furious. It looked like he was going to give the burly man 2 slaps, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. This guy didn't know how to control his strength, and if he killed someone with just a single slap, it wouldn't be good for him. Jiang Chen walked toward the burly man with big steps. He squinted his eyes, and a cold gleam could be seen in them. The burly man couldn't help but shiver, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, not daring to look into Jiang Chen's eyes. "Tell your manager that a big customer is here, and ask him to come out and greet him immediately." Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his back and said in an extraordinary manner, "Buddy, I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant here. Take a good look at where you are before you speak. You want our manager to come out and greet you personally? What a joke." Another guard said to Jiang Chen with a loud voice. They had been guards of the Heavenly Tower for a long time, but they had never seen such an arrogant young man. Asking their manager to come out and greet him personally? Did he not know who he was? Slap. Right after the burly man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face, causing him to spin 3 times before stopping. Half of his face was now swollen up. You dare to hit me?" The burly man pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said furiously. Rebellion. This was a rebellion. How could someone have the guts to beat someone in front of the Heavenly Tower? This was unbelievable. This young man was finished. He wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Tower alive today. Pah! The reply he got was another slap on his face. The 2 slaps had completely turned his face into a pig's head. This was Jiang Chen's mercy. If not, his head would have been smashed into pieces by the slap. Jiang Chen's expression changed. What a snob. Fuck. Tyrant strode forward while cursing. Then, he delivered a kick to the man's stomach, sending him flying away. The burly man felt extremely gloomy. Not only was he slapped twice, but now, he was even sent flying away by a kick. These 2 guys were simply too heaven-defying. They actually dared to beat people in front of the Heavenly Tower's entrance. Standing next to them, Tan Lang just shook his head and smiled. This monk was too awesome. He didn't look like an eminent monk at all. He was just a hooligan wearing a kasaya. The other burly man was already frightened by Jiang Chen's gaze, and now, when he saw his comrade being beaten into a pig's head, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. As members of the Heavenly Tower, they had always been proud of themselves. But now, someone actually beat up a member of the Heavenly Tower. This was simply not putting the Heavenly Tower in their eyes. "Go, give this to your manager. Tell him to come out and welcome us immediately. We'll only wait for 3 minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll leave." Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw out a small jade bottle. The jade bottle was golden in color, and was emitting a faint golden light. It fell right in front of the burly man. The burly man caught it and felt his hand sink. He could sense a trace of pure yang energy coming out from the bottle. It seemed like there was indeed a treasure inside. "You wait a minute." After saying that, the burly man turned around and went back into the Heavenly Tower. When he turned around, he didn't forget to mutter, "Damn it, how dare you attack people in the Heavenly Tower? I'll tell the manager about this. He'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." On the top floor of the Heavenly Tower, within a huge meeting hall, an old man wearing a gray robe was sitting on a rattan chair. In his hand was a cup of tea that was still emitting white smoke. He looked relaxed, as if he was enjoying himself. He was one of the managers of the Heavenly Tower, but he could only be considered as the lowest-ranked one. With a cultivation base of 5th grade combat king, ordinary people couldn't afford to offend him. Right at this moment, the burly man walked in from the outside in a panic. "Why are you in such a panic? Don't you have any manners? Did you just break into this place?" The old man scolded the burly man. "Manager Lu, there are 3 madmen outside. They attacked our men as soon as they arrived, and they even said that they want you to welcome them personally." The burly man said, then told the old man what had happened outside the main entrance in detail. "Humph! What a reckless fool! How dare you behave so atrociously in the Heavenly Tower? Don't you know what kind of place this is?" Manager Lu coldly harumphed. Anger emerged on his face. Although the guards weren't a big deal, they were still people of the Heavenly Tower. Attacking the guards was the same as slapping the Heavenly Tower's face. "That guy also asked me to show you this thing. He said that if you don't come down and welcome him in 3 minutes, he'll leave immediately." The burly man handed the jade bottle to Manager Lu. Manager Lu nodded and took the jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, he immediately sensed a pure yang energy leaking out from it. He sent out his divine sense, and when he saw what was inside the jade bottle, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately stood up from his seat and shouted at the burly man, "Where is this guy? He's still outside the main entrance." The burly man was startled. He didn't expect Manager Lu to have such a big reaction. Could it be that the jade bottle really contained some priceless treasure? Priceless was for sure, because what was inside the jade bottle was a real drop of 9 solar holy water. The 9 solar holy water was extremely rare. It was a true sacred item. A single drop was enough to transform a human's physique. Therefore, it was reasonable to describe it as priceless. Swoosh! Right after the burly man finished his words, Manager Lu disappeared from the main entrance. The burly man shuddered, realizing that he might have gotten himself into trouble. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. They knew Manager Lu's character very well. Being able to make him have such a big reaction in the middle of the night, it proved that the intruder was not an ordinary person. Outside the main entrance of the Heavenly Tower, Jiang Chen had a calm and confident expression on his face. As long as the Heavenly Tower wasn't an idiot, they would definitely come out and welcome him after seeing the 9 solar holy water. Therefore, if the Heavenly Tower didn't want to do this business, there would be a lot of people who would. Jiang Chen knew how precious the 9 solar holy water was. However, for Jiang Chen, the 9 solar holy water was nothing. Back when he was with the Nangong family, a broken Heavenly Saint sword was already enough to create the 9 solar holy water for them. Now, Jiang Chen had 3 broken parts of the sword, and he could use the 9 solar energies skill. As long as he wanted to, he could create the 9 solar holy water at any time. "Little Chenzi, what is that thing you're holding? Is it reliable?" Tyrant asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, nothing is more reliable than this," Jiang Chen said confidently. Tyrant and Tan Lang were still skeptical about what Jiang Chen said. Since they had already beaten up the guards, if Jiang Chen couldn't produce something that could interest the Heavenly Tower, they would be in big trouble today. Not long after that, a figure appeared outside the main entrance like a ghost. It was none other than Steward Lu. "Steward Lu, it's them. They are the ones who beat up the guards." When the guard whose face was swollen like a pig saw Steward Lu, he immediately pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said, as if he had just seen his savior, "Get lost." Without a second word, Housekeeper Lu sent a slap towards the guard's face. The guard cried out in pain as he sprawled on the ground. 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out, and he was extremely depressed in his heart. What was going on? He had thought that his savior had arrived. But now, even his savior had joined forces with the enemy to beat him up. How was he supposed to live? He couldn't live anymore. Steward Lu turned to look at Jiang Chen. After discovering that Jiang Chen was a 4th grade combat king, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lu Hong, a junior steward here. Young master, please come in." A 4th grade combat king. Even if he was a young genius 4th grade combat king, the Heavenly Tower wouldn't take him seriously. However, it was impossible for the Heavenly Tower to not take the 9 solar holy water seriously. The Heavenly Tower was a business, and a big business like this was something they dreamed of. Jiang Chen still had his hands placed behind his back, and with an imposing manner, he walked toward the Heavenly Tower. Tyrant and Tan Lang exchanged a glance, Then both couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This guy was truly amazing. Even the Heavenly Tower steward was shocked by him, and even came out to greet him personally. "This way, please." Lu Hong then made a gesture of invitation to Tyrant and Tan Lang. His eyes rested on Tyrant for a brief moment, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He could tell that this young monk was a 6th-grade combat king at such a young age. In the entire Western region, perhaps only a Buddhist sect like the Great Lei Yin Temple could produce a genius like this. Therefore, he dared not show any neglect. Tyrant and Tan Lang followed behind Jiang Chen and entered the Heavenly Tower. Coincidentally, they bumped into the guard who came to deliver the message. "Guard the door well, and keep your eyes open in the future." Lu Hong scolded the burly man. The burly man secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking to himself that he had misjudged Jiang Chen today. However, he had no idea what exactly was inside that jade bottle. "Little Chenzi, don't keep us guessing. What exactly is inside that jade bottle?" Tyrant couldn't help but ask. "A drop of 9 solar holy water." Jiang Chen shrugged and said. Chapter 542. The main hall of the Heavenly Tower was decorated with gold and jade, and looked magnificent. 2 sweet-looking young girls with revealing outfits were standing at the entrance of the main hall. When they saw Steward Lu bringing Jiang Chen and the other 2 girls into the main hall, they immediately bowed towards Steward Lu. Clearly, this was the treatment given to distinguished guests. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in girls like them. He simply glanced at them and walked into the hall. Although he wasn't interested, it didn't mean the others weren't interested as well. "Ayo, little girl, you're not bad looking. If you can make me feel comfortable, you'll get a lot of benefits." The monk stared at one of the young girl's breasts with a pair of lustful eyes, not forgetting to rub his hand across the young girl's tender face. "Damn it!" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This was too embarrassing. If the monk didn't follow him in, he would definitely say that he didn't know this monk. Even so, he had to pretend that he didn't know this monk, or at least, that they weren't familiar with each other. "Damn it, this is the Western region, an important place for Buddhism. You're wearing a kasaya, Buddhist prayer beads around your neck, and you even have 9 incense scars on your head. Can't you show some respect for Buddhism? Even if you don't want to show any respect, you shouldn't embarrass yourself like this." Even Tan Lang was speechless. He knew this monk was a despicable man, but he didn't expect him to be a pervert. The young girl who had her face touched by the monk was startled as well. Apparently, even she didn't expect the person who was interested in her to be a monk instead of the other 2. However, this monk did look quite handsome. The muscles on Steward Lu's face twitched. In an instant, he concluded that this guy was definitely not a genius from the Great Lei Yin Temple. Perhaps, he was just a fake monk. Flirting with her and touching her, how could he be a Buddhist? He was more like a hooligan. In fact, the 2 young girls Steward Lu called over were to accompany Jiang Chen and Tan Lang. He didn't prepare any for the monk. Otherwise, he would have called all 3 of them over. "Great Master is a Buddhist. I didn't expect you to be interested in this," said Steward Lu. "Amitabha, benefactor, you're wrong. As a monk, Buddha is always in our hearts. My state of mind has long reached the pinnacle of Buddhism. I won't be tied down by worldly affairs," the monk said with a serious expression. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed lightly and turned his head away. "Haha, he's straightforward. Master is a true man. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and serve tea to our honored guest." Steward Lu turned his head and said to the 2 girls. Then he made an inviting gesture to Jiang Chen. "Young master, please have a seat. How should I address you?" Steward Lu was very astute. As a businessman, the most important thing was his judgment. When he was outside the door, he could already tell that although the white-robed youth's cultivation was inferior to the monk's, he was the leader of the trio. Jiang Chen did not stand on ceremony and immediately sat down on a rattan chair. Tan Lang sat beside him, and between the 2 of them was an exquisite table made entirely of crystal. The tyrant sat across from Jiang Chen and Tan Lang, his lustful eyes still staring at the young lady's breasts. The 2 girls flipped their palms and, as if they were performing a magic trick, took out an exquisite tea set and placed it on the table between Jiang Chen and Tan Lang. "Young master, this is the best tea from the Heavenly Tower. Only distinguished guests can enjoy such treatment," Steward Lu said with a smile. Jiang Chen took a sip of the tea. The tea had a refreshing fragrance, making one feel relaxed and refreshed. However, before Jiang Chen could swallow the tea, Jiang Chen spat it out because of the monk's words. "Do you have wine?" the monk said in a serious tone. Puff, Tan Lang spat out his saliva as well. Even Steward Lu nearly fainted. He began to carefully examine the monk. Was this guy really a monk? Jiang Chen had an impulse to stand up and leave. However, for the sake of heaven elixir, he endured it. This monk was even worse than De Huang Dog. Wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in the heart. Drinking tea is too vulgar. How can it be compared to drinking wine? The monk said with the same serious expression, as if it was normal for a monk like him to come to the heavenly tower and ask for wine. Bring the wine to the great master. Steward Lu was a generous man. He didn't care if the other party was a monk or not, and he didn't care if the monk drank wine or not. What he needed to do now was to satisfy his distinguished guest's needs. Once again, as if she was performing a magic trick, the girl took out a crystal jade bottle, which contained the best wine of the heavenly tower. She brought it to the monk. The monk impatiently opened the bottle, and a strong aroma of wine immediately assaulted his face. The monk tilted his head back and gulped down the wine, looking like a chivalrous man. After finishing the wine, he didn't forget to praise the wines. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead with his hand. That was enough. Steward Lu, I'm here to exchange some heaven elixir. Let's have a good talk. Jiang Chen hurriedly cut to the chase. He really didn't want to see the monk drinking wine anymore. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Lu Hong's eyes instantly lit up. He had been waiting for Jiang Chen to speak. Since Jiang Chen had taken out a drop of 9 solar holy water, perhaps he had more drops of 9 solar holy water with him. Even in the heavenly tower, treasures like this were extremely rare. Furthermore, what Jiang Chen wanted was heaven elixir, not some other supreme treasure. The heavenly tower had plenty of heaven elixir, and in his opinion, only an idiot would exchange heaven elixir with 9 solar holy water. Of course, there was no way Lu Hong would call Jiang Chen an idiot, unless he himself was an idiot. Heaven elixir is not a problem. I can make the decision. All right, may I know young master's name? Lu Hong asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen told his name. May I know how much 9 solar holy water young master Jiang has? I can make the decision about heaven elixir. Lu Hong said. Right now, he was only interested in 9 solar holy water. How many days of elixir can I exchange for a drop of 9 solar holy water? Jiang Chen asked. Lu Hong pondered for a moment, then said, I can tell young master Jiang is a straightforward man, and we, the heavenly tower, have always been straightforward. For a drop of 9 solar holy water, I'll give you 100,000 days of elixir. What do you think of this price? Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, That's a fair price. I need 10 million days of elixir. 9 solar holy water was nothing to him. Besides, 1 drop of 9 solar holy water for 100,000 days of elixir was a fair price. What? 10 million? Lu Hong cried out in surprise. You have so much 9 solar holy water. Lu Hong never thought that Jiang Chen would ask for 10 million days of elixir, which was equal to 100 drops of 9 solar holy water. Where did this young man get so much 9 solar holy water from? Since when did 9 solar holy water become so worthless? 9 solar holy water is not a problem. I'm in a hurry, so I don't want to waste too much time. I have enough 9 solar holy water for 10 million days of elixir. Jiang Chen casually took out a small bottle filled with 9 solar holy water. 100 drops, no more, no less. Damn it, how could this guy have so much 9 solar holy water? What a freak. Tyrant nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. He thought that Jiang Chen was joking when he said he wanted 10 million days of elixir. He never thought that Jiang Chen would actually take out so much 9 solar holy water. Looking at the amount of 9 solar holy water, Lu Hong was extremely excited. If the Tianyi Gate could have more 9 solar holy water, they would be able to cultivate more geniuses. However, as a small manager, he didn't have the authority to make the decision. Young Master Jiang, 10 million is too much. After all, it's heaven elixir, not earth elixir. I need to ask for permission from the higher-ups. Lu Hong said to Jiang Chen. Don't make me wait too long. My patience is limited. If your heavenly tower doesn't want to do this business, I believe many others will. Jiang Chen said. Of course, I won't make young master wait too long. After saying that, Lu Hong's body swayed and disappeared from the scene. In the main hall, Jiang Chen was enjoying his tea. Tyrant was drinking and teasing the girl. Jiang Chen and Tan Lang were pretending that they didn't know each other very well. Not long after that, Lu Hong came back with 2 old men. These 2 old men were very strong, far stronger than Lu Hong. One of them was slightly plump, wearing a silk robe. He was a 9th grade combat king. The other one was a white-bearded old man with a ferocious scar on his face. He didn't look like a kind person at first glance. He was an 8th grade combat king. Although he had just broken through to the 8th grade combat king realm, he was still very strong. Experts like him would have a high status no matter where they went. Great Elder, Second Elder, this is young Master Jiang Chen. Lu Hong introduced. Young Master Jiang, these 2 are the Great Manager and Second Manager of the Heavenly Tower. I heard that young Master Jiang wants to exchange the 9 solar holy water for 10 million heavens elixir. May I have a look at the 9 solar holy water first? The Great Manager said with a smile. He was very friendly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was a rich man, so he had to be friendly to him. Of course. Jiang Chen casually threw the jade bottle into the Great Manager's hand. Since the Heavenly Tower was able to survive in the Western region, their reputation wasn't a problem. He wasn't afraid that they would go back on their word. The Chief Manager took the jade bottle and opened it. A strong yang qi immediately overflowed from the bottle, and all the origin energy in the hall became restless. It really is the 9 solar holy water. The Vice Steward cried out in shock. Staring at the 9 solar holy water in front of him, a greedy look emerged from the bottom of his eyes. When Jiang Chen saw this greedy look, he immediately felt disgusted. Jiang brother, how did you get this 9 solar holy water? Chapter 543. What? Does your heavenly tower need to track the source of your business? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Of course not, I'm just asking. Here are 10 million days of elixir. Jiang brother, please have a look. After saying that, the Great Manager waved his hand and took out a storage ring, then handed it over to Jiang Chen. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened the storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. What he saw was a mountain of pills, each of them containing 100% effectiveness heaven elixir. There were exactly 10 million pills, no more, no less. The Heavenly Tower was indeed rich, able to take out 10 million days of elixir without any hesitation. If it were any ordinary power, there was no way they could do this. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up and walked toward the exit of the palace. Jiang brother, hold on. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to leave, the Great Manager hastily called out to him. Is there anything else I can help you with, Great Manager? Jiang Chen turned around and asked. I wonder if Jiang brother has any extra 9 solar holy water? You can sell it to our Heavenly Tower. The price is negotiable. The Great Manager said. I don't have any more. This is all I have. I'm in urgent need of heaven elixir. If I have any extra 9 solar holy water, I'll definitely use it to trade. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What he said wasn't a lie. The 9 solar holy water in the jade bottle was all he had left. Although the Heavenly Saint Sword and the 9 solar profound art could condense 9 solar holy water, it was still a process. It didn't mean that 9 solar holy water was limitless and could be obtained at any time. Ever since he obtained the 3rd part of the broken sword, he had been constantly condensing 9 solar holy water. However, when he concocted the 9 solar Lesron pill, he had used up a lot of 9 solar holy water. This was the only amount he had left, and he used it all to exchange for the heaven elixir. Of course, if Jiang Chen really wanted to exchange the 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir, it would be very easy. All he needed to do was to stay in the Heavenly Tower for 2 days and focus on condensing the 9 solar holy water. However, it was obviously impossible for him to do that. He couldn't let anyone else know his secret. Furthermore, the greedy look in the eyes of these 2 managers made him feel very uncomfortable. This had also branded the Heavenly Tower as an unreliable organization in his hearts. Since Jiang brother needs a large amount of heaven elixir, I wonder if Jiang brother is interested in the Devil Realm? The Great Manager changed the topic and said with a crafty look in his eyes. Devil Realm? Jiang Chen was startled. These 3 words had really brought him back to his memories. The Devil Realm was the gathering place of the Devil race. The Devil Realm and the Western region were neighbors, forming a separate dimension. In the past, when the Devil race attempted to invade the mainland, they were suppressed by the Buddhist sects. Jiang Chen even went to the Devil Realm alone and killed the Devil Lords of the Devil race, inflicting unimaginable damage to the Devil race, forcing them to retreat into the Devil Realm, never daring to invade the mainland again. He never thought he would hear this name again today. The Devil Realm is an important place for the Devil race. Devils are extremely fierce and cruel, and it's extremely dangerous inside. May I know why Great Manager mentioned the Devil Realm? Tyrant stood up from his seat and asked. To tell you the truth, tomorrow, the disciples of the Tianyi Gate are going to sneak into the Devil Realm for training, and the Heavenly Tower will send quite a number of people there. The Heavenly Tower has business dealings with the Devil sects in other regions. If Zhang brother is interested, you can follow the people of the Heavenly Tower and sneak into the Devil Realm to kill those devils. You can sell the devil souls you find to the Heavenly Tower and exchange them for the Heaven Elixir. I'm sure we won't treat Zhang brother badly, the Great Manager said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was a man who loved challenges, and there was no place in this world that he didn't have the courage to go. Little Chenzi, this old man is right. The Heavenly Tower's business has expanded beyond the Western region. Although the Tianyi Gate can't be compared to the Great Leiyin Temple, it is still one of the top powers in the Western region. In the Western region, there are always geniuses and cultivators who enter the Devil Realm to train themselves, kill devils, and sell the devil souls they find to some merchants in exchange for pills and treasures they need. These merchants will then sell the devil souls to the devil sects in other regions at a high price. In the Divine Continent, devil cultivators are also a major power. In almost every region, there are devil sects, just like the four major powers of the Liang province and the Heavenly Devil Palace in China. Only the Western region doesn't have any devil sects, and no devil cultivators dare to enter the Western region to train themselves. This is an important place for Buddhist sects, a place that devil cultivators fear the most. Therefore, those devil sects and devil cultivators always have business dealings with the merchants in the Western region, buying devil souls. Tyrant explained to Jiang Chen using his divine sense. In fact, even if Tyrant didn't explain, Jiang Chen already knew that devil souls were useless to ordinary cultivators. At most they could be used to refine combat weapons. However, for devil cultivators they were very useful. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Heavenly Tower to have business dealings with the devil sections. Furthermore, the Devil Realm was a great place for cultivators to train themselves. In the Western region, genius disciples from some major powers or groups of cultivators would often go to the Devil Realm to kill devils. The Great Leiyin Temple was happy to see this happen. Even their disciples would often go to the Devil Realm. After all, the devil race was the mortal enemy of mankind. Brother Jiang Chen, you can think about it. Seeing that Jiang Chen was interested, the Great Manager repeated. If that's the case, there's no harm in going to the Devil Realm. Jiang Chen nodded his head and agreed. For him, if he returned to the Liang province now, with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to fight against the four major powers. Therefore, he might as well go to the Devil Realm first. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had his own plans. Going to the Devil Realm to train himself might be able to help him break through to the 5th grade Combat King Realm. With a stronger foundation, he could return to the Liang province with a bigger shock. Not only that, he was also very interested in the devil souls of those devils. Of course, he wouldn't exchange those devil souls with the Heavenly Tower for the Heavenly Elixir. It would be better if he cooperated with the devil sect, and when he returned to the Liang province, he might be able to make use of the Heavenly Devil Palace. All right. Lu Hong, arrange a high-class VIP room for Jiang Chen. Tomorrow, he will follow the disciples of the Tianyi Gate and enter the Devil Realm together. The Great Manager was pleasantly surprised, and quickly said to Lu Hong. In fact, Lu Hong had a puzzled look on his face, because he had no idea why the Great Manager would be so happy all of a sudden. Normally, since Jiang Chen had run out of 9 solar holy water, there was no need for the Great Manager to be so polite. Even if the Heavenly Tower wanted a huge amount of devil souls, they wouldn't be short of Jiang Chen. After all, how many devils could a 4th grade combat king kill? However, Lu Hong could only obey the Great Manager's words. He gestured to Jiang Chen and said, "Young Master Jiang, this way please." Jiang Chen nodded his head, then strode out of the palace. Hey, Great Manager, why don't you find this monk a nice girl to talk about life with? Tyrant said to Lu Hong. However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen and Tan Lang had already disappeared from his sight. It seemed like they were in a hurry to cut ties with him. "Don't worry, Great Master. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Lu Hong said with a smile on his face, as if he understood Tyrant's intention. After Jiang Chen and the other two left, the great manager's expression immediately changed. He was still smiling, but it was a sinister smile. "Great Elder, I'm sure that guy still has some extra 9 solar holy water with him. How could a young man like him have so much 9 solar holy water?" The second elder with a scar on his face said. "If it were you, would you be willing to exchange so much 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir?" The great manager asked. "Of course not. 9 solar holy water is extremely precious. Who would take it out so easily, let alone so much of it?" The second manager shook his head. "But this guy actually took out so much 9 solar holy water to exchange for 10 million heavenly elixir. This can only mean one thing. This amount of 9 solar holy water is nothing to him. He must have more 9 solar holy water, and even if he doesn't, he knows where to get it. That's why I thought of a way to keep him here," the great manager said. 9 solar holy water is a real treasure. If we can obtain a large amount of it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to our Tianyi Gate. Actually, there's no need for you to keep him here. You should have just captured him and forced him to hand over all his 9 solar holy water. The second elder's words sounded extremely sinister. "Nonsense. Our heavenly tower is known as the living sign, and we've never done something like this before. If this news were to spread out, who would dare to do business with us in the future?" The great manager scolded. "Why don't you let me kill them myself? No one will know about it, and no one will know about it." The second elder stretched out his hand and drew a line across his neck, making a gesture of killing. "No, the heavenly tower can never do something like this. If you ruin our reputation, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." The great manager immediately rejected the suggestion. "If that's the case, why did you keep him here, and even invited him to join the expedition to the Devil Realm? I'm sure you have a plan in mind." The second manager looked at the great manager. He knew the great manager too well. This man was a very shrewd man, otherwise, he wouldn't have his current status. "Of course we won't do it ourselves, but we can let the disciples of Tianyi Gate do it. Once they enter the Devil Realm, everything that happens there will have nothing to do with the heavenly tower. Among the disciples of Tianyi Gate who are going to the Devil Realm, there are some formidable combat king geniuses. We can just leave this Jiang Chen and the 9 solar holy water to them." A faint smile emerged on the great manager's face. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a 4th-grade combat king, and was nothing to worry about. As long as Jiang Chen agreed to enter the Devil Realm with the disciples of Tianyi Gate, he would be at the mercy of those geniuses of Tianyi Gate. "Brilliant! Great manager. This is a brilliant move. Just let the disciples of your sect deal with this man, and it will have nothing to do with the heavenly tower. At that point of time, not only will we be able to get the 9 solar holy water from him, we can also force him to tell us where it came from." Chapter 544. As for going to the Devil Realm, Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't have any objections. They were now following Jiang Chen, which meant that Jiang Chen had become their backbone. Tyrant was a fearless man, and he was quite interested in the Devil Realm. Furthermore, even if they returned to the Liang province now, they wouldn't be able to cause any real damage to the Shura temple. They might even be in mortal danger. After all, their cultivation base was still weak. At least, there was a huge gap between them and the 4 major powers of the Liang province. None of them could be a match for a combat emperor. Therefore, going to the Devil Realm now would not only bring them devil souls, it was also a chance for them to train themselves. Jiang Chen was confident that he could break through to the 5th-grade combat king realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill an 8th-grade combat king with ease, and he would have the strength to fight a 9th-grade combat king. As for the conspiracy of the Heavenly Tower, Jiang Chen and the other two didn't know about it. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. The Heavenly Tower wanted to frame him, so they would reap what they sowed. The one who would suffer in the end wouldn't be Jiang Chen. The place where Jiang Chen and the other two stayed was an exquisite courtyard. It was very quiet. Judging from the surface, the Heavenly Tower's hospitality was pretty good. Early the next morning, Lu Hong appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Creak! Just as Lu Hong was about to knock on the door opened automatically. Jiang Chen and the other two walked out from the courtyard. Did you three have a good rest yesterday? Lu Hong asked with a smile on his face. I feel refreshed. Not bad. Jiang Chen said. Young Master Jiang, everyone is here. Let's go now. Lu Hong said. Are we going straight to the Devil Realm? Tyrant asked. Let's meet up with the disciples of Tianyi Gate first, then we'll go to the Devil Realm together. Lu Hong said. Under Lu Hong's lead, Jiang Chen and the other two arrived at a flat square at the top of the Heavenly Tower. Right now, there were many people standing on the square, at least 20 of them. These people were all wearing different outfits, and they weren't too old. The youngest was in his 20s, and the oldest was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The only thing they had in common was the arrogance on their faces. They were all combat kings, and they had the right to be arrogant. Jiang Chen gave them a quick glance. Among these people, the strongest one was a 5th-grade combat king, a very powerful cultivator. These people weren't disciples of the Heavenly Tower. They were here for a mission given by the Heavenly Tower. They were going to the Devil Realm to hunt devils and earn devil souls. In fact, all the combat kings could go to the Devil Realm themselves to hunt devils, but they chose to accept the mission given by the Heavenly Tower and travel together with the disciples of Tianyi Gate. Although they would have to sell the devil souls to the Heavenly Tower in the end, with the help of the Heavenly Tower's genius disciples, their safety would be much safer. The Devil Realm was a very dangerous place, where one could lose their life at any time. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. Seeing the arrival of 3 more people, the others only glanced at Jiang Chen and the other two, then turned their attention away. Jiang Chen and Tyrant had concealed their auras, so no one could tell their real cultivation base. However, as they looked too young, they didn't seem to be very powerful. Therefore, they didn't take them seriously. Not long after that, the great manager and the second manager flew over and landed in front of the square. With a warm smile on his face, the great manager said to the crowd, Everyone, we're all here. I wish you all a safe return and a great amount of devil souls. Now the second manager will bring you to meet up with the disciples of Tianyi Gate, and we will travel together to the Devil Realm. I believe with the protection of the disciples of Tianyi Gate, your safety won't be a problem. After saying that, the great manager didn't forget to smile at Jiang Chen. Let's go. The second manager, who had a scar on his face, looked more ferocious than the great manager. Regardless of his appearance or character, he was not as easy to accept as the great manager. After saying that, the second manager leaped up into the sky. Over 20 combat kings flew up into the sky at the same time, chasing after the second manager. Jiang Chen, Tyrant, and Tan Lang exchanged glances. Then they too followed the crowd. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was following the army, the corner of the great steward's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Everything was under his control. Everything had been arranged by him. With such a group of powerful combat kings, their speed was extremely fast. Under the lead of the second manager, it only took them about 10 minutes to arrive at a mountain range. Right at this moment, there was another group of people standing on the mountain range in front of them. It was also a group of over 20 people, but the aura they emitted was much stronger than that of Jiang Chen's group. These 20 people were all wearing white clothes, and the word Tianyi was embroidered on their chests. They were all disciples of Tianyi Gate, and all of them were powerful combat kings. This Tianyi Gate is much stronger than the Shura Temple. Tan Lang couldn't help but say. Of course, Tianyi Gate is guarded by a minor saint, so it's not something that the Shura Temple can compare to. There are countless combat kings geniuses in the Tianyi Gate, and even combat emperors aren't rare either. This kind of training without any combat emperors is the most common. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate was a major power in the western region, while the Shura Temple was just one of the major powers in Xuanyu. The gap between them was like night and day. In the group of Tianyi Gate there was a man with a very strong body. He looked to be in his 30s, and his face was ferocious, giving people a feeling that he was inhumane. However, his cultivation base was very strong, and it wasn't any weaker than the second manager. He was also an 8th-grade combat king. Second manager, are there only so many people? The young man asked. Yes, Chi-child, everyone is here. The second manager cupped his fists at the young man, showing a respectful expression. Although he was also an 8th-grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and a genius like Chi-child. His status in Tianyi Gate was naturally lower than Chi-child, just like how the great elder of the Shura Temple couldn't be compared to Shao Nanfeng. Great, I never thought that the leader of this mission would be Chi-Child of Tiani Gate. With him, an 8th grade combat king, our safety won't be a problem. Of course, Chi-Child is a famous figure among the disciples of Tiani Gate. He is very strong, and we are only going to the first level of the Devil Realm. As long as our luck isn't too bad, with Chi-Child's strength, he will be able to sweep through the first level. That's right. It's a wise decision for us to accept the mission from the Heavenly Tower. Following the geniuses of Tiani Gate is much safer than traveling alone. When they found out that the leader of this mission was a man like Chi-Child, a pleasantly surprised look emerged on everyone's face. Everyone, listen carefully. This time, you have to follow Chi-Child's orders. Chi-Child will guarantee your safety, the second manager said to the crowd. After that, he cupped his fists at Chi-Child, then disappeared in a flash. All of you stand at the back. A 5th grade combat king from Tiani Gate waved his hand at the crowd. His words were filled with arrogance. The crowd was used to this kind of arrogance, so they weren't angry at all. They automatically moved to the back of the disciples of Tiani Gate. If the geniuses of Tiani Gate weren't arrogant, it would be abnormal. Chi-Child walked in the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He smiled and said, "Your name is Jiang Chen." "That's right." Jiang Chen nodded his head. "The 2 stewards have specifically asked me to take good care of you," Chi-Child said with his eyes narrowed. Only he himself knew what he meant. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chi." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. "Damn it, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How can he be given special care by Chi-Child? He must be someone with connections. Didn't you hear that? The 2 stewards of Heavenly Tower specifically asked him to do that." Many people's faces were filled with jealousy and envy. "Let's go!" Young Master Chi let out a loud shout. Then he took the lead and flew forward. The disciples of the Heavenly Sect followed closely behind him, and those who came here for the mission also followed closely behind. None of them dared show any neglect. Jiang Chen and the other 2 were flying at the back of the group, and they didn't say anything. "Little Chenzi, why do I get the feeling that this Chi-Child is hostile towards you?" Tyrant said in a low voice. Although he looked like a carefree person, he was actually a very careful person. He could sense a trace of hostility from Chi-Child, and even a trace of killing intent. "He better not provoke me." A cold smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had basically figured out the whole story. Ever since the 2 stewards showed greedy expressions when they saw the 9 solar holy water yesterday, Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Tower. Now, it looked like the Heavenly Tower was trying to use this method to deal with him. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't back off either. He was definitely going to the Devil Realm this time. If this Chi-Child didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But, if he did, he would definitely make him regret it. The group continued flying in the void, wandering back and forth. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a desolate valley. It was a desolate and uninhabited place, and they could even sense a thick demonic energy. The Devil Realm is right in front of us. In a moment, I'll open up the spatial barrier of the first layer of the Devil Realm. Everyone, be extra careful after entering the Devil Realm, Chi-Child said to the group. Roar! Right at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of them. A devil with black scales all over its body dashed out from the crack. It was a 1st grade Devil King. However, this Devil King had a tragic ending. Right after it came out, it was killed by Chi-Child with a single slap, and its devil soul was taken out. This is the spatial node that connects to the Devil Realm. Due to the frequent attacks from the Devil race, the spatial barrier here is very unstable. Devils will often crawl out from the crack, but those devils aren't very strong. They won't be able to cause any trouble, and will soon be eliminated by humans. Tyrant explained. Chapter 545. The first floor can't even withstand a single blow, Chi-Child said arrogantly after killing the 1st grade Devil King. After that, he shifted his gaze to the turbulent spatial barrier in front of him. A mere 1st grade Devil King dares to jump around in front of Senior Brother Chi? He's courting death. Of course. Senior Brother Chi is an 8th grade combat king. He has many powerful skills. He is invincible in the 1st floor of the Devil Realm. He can easily wipe out all the Devil Kings here. The disciples of Tianyi Gate didn't forget to flatter Chi-Child. In their eyes, Chi-Child was the most powerful existence. Also, with Chi-Child's status in the sect, if they could build a good relationship with Chi-Child, they would have a bright future in Tianyi Gate. Motherfucker. These guys are really hypocritical. Killing a first-grade Devil King is an easy task for them. An 8th-grade combat king actually killed a first-grade Devil King, and they are bragging about it to such an extent. Their flattery is really stinky and loud. Tyrant couldn't bear it any longer and said. His voice was very low, but everyone on the scene had good hearing. Everyone heard his words clearly. Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you courting death? The disciples of Heavenly Tower couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted at Tyrant. One of them, a 6th-grade combat king, appeared in front of Tyrant. It seemed like he was about to attack Tyrant. Come back. Chi-Child shouted coldly and said slowly. They are the distinguished guests that the great manager has asked us to take care of. Don't be rude to them. Chi-Child's mouth curved into a smile. It was a meaningful smile. Jiang Chen and Tyrant could clearly sense the killing intent in Chi-Child's eyes. When they thought of the great manager and the second manager's reaction, they seemed to have understood something. Jiang Chen and Tyrant glanced at each other. Lung Lung smiled. If this Chi-Child wanted to kill them in the Devil Realm, he would only be finding trouble for himself. Fuck, this monk is really an idiot. He actually dares to say such disrespectful words to Tianyi Gate disciples. I think many disciples of Tianyi Gate are angry. That's not all. I think even Chi-Child is angry. I reckon that when we reach the demon realm, they won't have a good time, especially that monk. After we enter, we must stay far away from them, lest we get unlucky. Those who came here with Jiang Chen from the Heavenly Tower couldn't help but keep a distance from Jiang Chen and the other two. Tyrant didn't even spare them a glance. He had never been interested in this group of people. Let me tell you something. The devil soul of a devil like the one just now can be exchanged for 10 heaven elixir in the Heavenly Tower. The higher the rank of the devil's soul, the more heaven elixir can be exchanged for. Therefore, when we enter the demon realm, you will have to use your own methods. The devil's soul you get will be your wealth. Chi-Child turned around and said to the crowd. Jiang Chen shook his head, thinking that the Heavenly Tower really knew how to do business. If they were to exchange the devil's soul of a first-grade Devil King with the Devil Cult, it would be worth at least 100 heaven elixir. But now, they were only giving them 10 heaven elixir. It was not difficult to imagine how much the Heavenly Tower could earn by cooperating with the Devil Cult. However, the crowd didn't say anything. After all, they had chosen to come here from the Heavenly Tower, and the mission they accepted was the mission given by the Heavenly Tower. Therefore, they had to accept the conditions offered by the Heavenly Tower. Since they were following the disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was equal to them receiving the protection of the Tianyi Gate disciples. Furthermore, they didn't have any conditions to exchange with the Devil Cult. It should be known that the people of the Devil Cult were ferocious people. Many of them were tyrannical. There was a great risk in exchanging with them. With their cultivation, it was very likely that they would be robbed directly. The people of the Devil Cult did not care about morality. At that time, not only would they not get a primordial heaven pill, they might even be in danger. Therefore, even though they knew the Heavenly Tower was trying to extort them, there was nothing they could do. After explaining the situation to the crowd, a talisman appeared in Chi-Child's hand. Under his control, the talisman transformed into a golden sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Chi-Child swung it at the void in front of him. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the void, and a black portal emerged. Obviously, this talisman was crafted by the experts of Tianyi Gate, specifically for the purpose of opening the Devil Realm. Let's go! Chi-Child let out a loud shout, then took the lead and dashed into the black portal. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the scene. After him were the geniuses of Tianyi Gate. One after another, they followed behind Chi-Child and entered the Devil Realm. After them were the people from the Heavenly Tower. Jiang Chen and the other two were the last to enter the portal. After all the people had entered the portal, the torn portal disappeared in an instant, returning to its original state. Roar! Right after entering the Devil Realm, ferocious and brutal roars of evil devils could be heard. The entire Devil Realm was filled with dense devilish energies, and it had been tens of thousands of years since they last saw the sun. The devilish energies floating in the air had a certain degree of corrosive properties, and ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. If a young divine core warrior entered this place, there was no need for the evil devils to attack him. Just the environment itself would be too much for him to handle. Roar. Roar. Intense sounds of fighting could be heard coming from afar. Most likely, the people from other superpowers had entered the devil realm a long time ago, and their goal was the same as theirs. They were here to hunt evil devils for training. Furthermore, the devil souls of evil devils were very precious in this place. I'll give each of you a talisman. Keep it with you at all times. If you run into any danger, or if you run into some evil devils you can't handle, just break the talisman, and I'll come to your rescue immediately. After saying that, Chi-Child waved his hand and took out numerous golden talismans. As if these talismans had a mind of their own, they automatically flew toward each of the men. These men were extremely excited, and they immediately held the talismans in their hands. These were life-saving talismans. Thank you, Chi-Child. Thank you, Brother Chi. Those who accepted the mission and the disciples of Tianyi Gate said in unison. With the protection of an 8th-grade combat king, their safety was guaranteed. Jiang Chen, Tyrant, and Tan Lang also had a talisman. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the talisman, and instantly, he felt that there was something wrong with it. Chi-Child had left his divine sense on it, which allowed him to know where they were at any time. Normally, this was for everyone's safety, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, when it came to Jiang Chen, it was different. He hated the feeling of being watched. Alright, let's begin. From now on, you can choose to act on your own, or you can choose to work together. The duration of this mission is 3 days. 3 days later, you will receive my summon, and gather here. After finishing his words, Chi-Child took the lead and flew forward, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Then, the disciples of the Tianyi Palace and the rogue cultivators who had accepted the task were divided into 2 groups. The disciples of the Tianyi Palace had the halo of the Tianyi Palace and were much more superior. They looked down on the rogue cultivators and felt even more disdainful of them. Although this was the first layer of the devil realm, no one dared to be careless. No one dared to look down on the brutal devils. Therefore, everyone chose to move in groups of 3 to 5. If they acted alone, the risk would be greatly increased. If they encountered a few devils at the same time, or even a group of devils, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, even if they crushed the talisman, they would already be eaten by the devils before Chi-Child could appear. Very quickly, the groups of 3 to 5 formed into teams and flew in different directions. During this process, no one even glanced at Jiang Chen. Even if they did, it was with a gloating expression. It was even more impossible for anyone to work together with them. They looked young and were rogue cultivators, and their cultivation base wasn't that strong. If they worked together, they might just become a burden to them. Furthermore, these 3 guys had offended Chi-Child. Unless their brains were fried, they would never work together with them. Very quickly, everyone disappeared, heading to the inner area of the first layer of the devil realm to hunt devils. Only Jiang Chen and the other 2 were left in the empty space. Damn it, I'm being looked down on. Tan Lang couldn't help but curse. Grandpa Monk will let them know their fate. I've decided, starting tomorrow, I'll start hunting. I might have the title of the #1 bandit in the chaotic ocean, but I've never done anything like that before. A cunning smile appeared on Tyrant's face. It seemed like he was going to return to his bandit mode. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I think it'll be better if we wait until the day after tomorrow. By then, they should have gotten quite a lot of devil souls, hee. Jiang Chen chuckled. He and Tyrant hit it off very well in this aspect. He wouldn't be lenient when robbing the wealth of these Tianyi Gate disciples. De Huang liked this kind of thing the most. Unfortunately, De Huang was currently sleeping inside Jiang Chen's Qi. Otherwise, he and Tyrant would be able to turn the first layer of the devil realm upside down. Let's go, we shouldn't be idling around. Since we're already here, we must obtain some great benefits. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as he took the lead and flew towards the inner area of the devil realm. Tyrant and Tan Lang followed behind him. The devil realm is divided into 3 layers. We're currently in the first layer. The devils here aren't that strong, and the devil race isn't having a good time either. They're hiding in the 2nd and 3rd layers of the devil realm to recuperate and build up their strength. Once a powerful devil enters the first layer, they will be suppressed and attacked by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. However, we can't afford to be careless. There are a lot of devils in the first layer, and some of them are extremely powerful. If we're unlucky and encounter a terrifying 9th grade Devil King, it'll be a disaster. Of course, the chances of encountering a 9th grade Devil King is very small. As long as we don't go to the border between the 1st and 2nd layer, we won't encounter a 9th grade Devil King. Unless our luck is too bad, we won't be able to do anything about it. Tyrant explained to Jiang Chen and Tan Lang along the way. As a Buddhist disciple of the Western domain, he had a very good understanding of the Devil realm. Roar. Chapter 546. The evil devil had a very powerful aura, and it was at least a 3rd grade Devil King. Evil devils were ferocious, and the Devil realm was a very favorable environment for them. A powerful 3rd grade Devil King could at least fight an ordinary 4th grade Combat King. Of course, this brutal 3rd grade Devil King was destined to meet a tragic end when it encountered Jiang Chen, Tyrant, and the others. Haha, let me test my strength first. Tan Lang burst into laughter. He was full of energy. After absorbing the 9 solar less rond pill, not only did his body undergo a tremendous transformation, he had also broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm. Therefore, when he saw this devil, he couldn't wait to test his combat strength. Swoosh. After saying that, Tan Lang increased his speed and arrived in front of the devil in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his 4th grade Combat King aura perfectly, shocking the devil. Being able to reach the 3rd grade Devil King realm meant that he possessed intellect that didn't belong to a human. This Devil King wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he was no match for this human in front of him. Although he could defeat ordinary 4th grade Combat Kings, this young man in front of him was clearly not an ordinary 4th grade Combat King. He wasn't someone he could handle. Roar. The devil let out a loud roar, then spat out a gloomy devil energy toward Tan Lang. After that, it turned around and fled. Haha, trying to run? It's too late. Tan Lang burst into laughter. His body was glowing with a golden light. After being tempered by the heavenly lightning and the 9 solar less rond pill, his body was filled with yang energy, and he wasn't afraid of the devil energy in this place. Tan Lang's body was glowing with a golden light, which destroyed the devil energy. After that, with incredible speed, he caught up with the fleeing devil in an instant. Die for me! Tan Lang waved his hand and unleashed a powerful seal. The seal was covered with runes, and it carried a mighty force as it smashed toward the devil's head. Rumble! Roar! The level 3 Demon King tried its best to resist, but it was not Tan Lang's opponent at all. The Demon King let out a mournful scream. Half of its body was directly smashed by Tan Lang's seal, and it let out a painful howl. Tan Lang laughed heartily. His face was filled with joy. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Devil King. He punched out, smashing the Devil King's head. The huge skull of the Devil King exploded, and a devil spirit with Densine energy jumped out. Tan Lang grabbed it in his hand. Haha, Brother Tan is really mighty. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up to Tan Lang. It was not difficult to see that Tan Lang had completely transformed from his moves just now. Brother Jiang, don't laugh at me. You can keep this devil spirit. I have no use for it, and I don't lack heaven elixir. Tan Lang threw the devil spirit to Jiang Chen. For him, the devil spirit was indeed useless. Firstly, he could not refine it. Secondly, it was impossible for him to exchange it with the devil religion. Thirdly, he did not lack heaven elixir. Of course he did not lack it. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Jiang Chen, who could casually consume an astronomical figure. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen put away the devil soul. He didn't need to be courteous with Tan Lang. This devil soul might be useless to others, but to Jiang Chen, it was extremely useful. Putting aside the fact that he could exchange it for heavenly yuan pills, he could also absorb this devil soul with the help of the dragon transformation skill. Soon after, the three of them sped forward, killing devils everywhere they could. To these three ferocious men, those devils were simply too weak. Tyrant sprinted all the way, but none of them could withstand a single strike. The three of them had been killing for half a day in the first layer of the devil realm. They had killed at least dozens of devil kings. The highest level was a 5th grade devil king. Little Chenzi, killing devils like this is too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Tyrant said. Do you have any better ideas? Jiang Chen smiled. The first layer of the devil realm is very vast. The deeper we go, the stronger the devil's cultivation base. Furthermore, there are devil caves in there. A large number of devils will rush out from them. Why don't we go and rob them? Tyrant suggested. If others were here, they would have fainted on the spot upon hearing the words rob a devil's cave. Damn it! This was simply courting death. Robbing a devil's cave in the first layer? Wasn't that just courting death? I think it's a good idea. Jiang Chen nodded and hit it off with Tyrant. Immediately, the three of them sped towards the inner part of the devil realm. Little Chenzi, when do you think that Chi Child is going to deal with us? Tyrant asked curiously. My guess is that he is going to deal with me on the last day. This way, we can work for him for free and obtain more devil spirits. However, I still don't want to be disturbed. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our plan. Take out the talismans given to you by Chi Child. Jiang Chen said to Tyrant and Tan Lang. Tyrant and Tan Lang obeyed. They took out the talismans given to them by Chi Child and passed them to Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Tyrant asked. Chi Child left his divine sense here. He can know where we are at any time. This feeling is very annoying. I'm going to cripple my divine sense now. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and executed the great soul derivation technique. His soul force rushed into the talisman like a sharp sword, shattering the divine sense left in it. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer of the devil realm, Chi Child's body swayed. His face was filled with anger. Damn it! How dare this bastard cripple my divine sense? Humph! Do you think you can escape from my grasp just like that? How childish and naive. I'll let you guys run wild for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I'll teach you a lesson. Chi Child said coldly. Although he had lost track of Jiang Chen and Tyrant's movements, everything was still within his control. As long as he wanted to, he could kill Jiang Chen and Tyrant at any time. On the other side, Jiang Chen casually threw away the shabby talisman, then flew toward the inner part of the devil realm. Not long after he left, he bumped into 4 men. They were all wearing the same outfit, and they were all disciples of Tianyi Gate. When Jiang Chen saw them, the disciples of Tianyi Gate also saw Jiang Chen and the others. In an instant, the 4 men flew toward them. Hold it right there. The leading man Lang Lung said. He was a 5th grade combat king, and the other 3 were not weak either. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Tyrant cursed. He was in a bad mood whenever he saw this man, as he was the one who wanted to beat him up outside the devil realm. The 4 men sneered and stood in front of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. The leading 5th grade combat king, Lang Lang, said, Bald donkey, how dare you disrespect senior disciple Chi and us, the disciples of Tianyi Gate? You're courting death. And you too. Do you really think you're the Heavenly Tower's distinguished guests? Don't you know who you are? I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all the devil souls you have. Poochie. Tyrant burst into laughter upon hearing this. Even Tan Lang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Someone actually wanted to rob the #1 pirate lord of the chaotic ocean, and there was a guy who was even more powerful than him. This was a typical case of courting death. Bald donkey, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking with you? One of the disciples pointed his finger at Tyrant's nose and scolded. Since you called me bald donkey, Grandpa Monk will release you from purgatory today. After saying that, Tyrant suddenly stretched out his hand. A golden light emerged and completely enveloped the disciple. The disciple was a 2nd grade combat king, but compared to Tyrant, there was a huge gap between him and Tyrant. The disciple fought back with all his might, trying to shatter the giant palm unleashed by Tyrant. However, he was shocked to find out that even though he had attacked with all his strength, the giant palm was like the toughest cage, not budging at all. Stop! Tyrant, how dare you! The 5th grade combat king was immediately enraged. He didn't expect this monk to be so daring, attacking a disciple of Tianyi Gate. There's a saying in Buddhism, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Releasing someone from purgatory is also better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Now, I'll release you from purgatory. Killing intent shot out from Tyrant's body as he exerted more force in his palm. A miserable shriek was heard, and the disciple of Tianyi Gate was instantly turned into a blood mist by Tyrant, dying on the spot. Why did you kill him? Jiang Chen gazed at Tyrant speechlessly. This guy was too ruthless, killing a disciple in the blink of an eye. After all, he was a 2nd grade combat king, and robbing him would bring him a lot of benefits. A monk doesn't lie. I said I'll release him from purgatory, and I'll do it. Tyrant said with a righteous tone. Boom. The other three men instantly unleashed their auras, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They had underestimated Tyrant. Initially, they thought that Tyrant had reached his limit by attacking a disciple of Tianyi Gate, and they never expected that he would kill him. Attack! Jiang Chen shouted coldly. With a sway of his body, he threw a punch toward the 5th grade combat king. At the same time, Tyrant and Tan Lang attacked the other two men. All three of them attacked with the same method, throwing their iron fists at the 5th grade combat king. How dare you! The 5th grade combat king let out a loud shout. At the same time, he threw his own fist toward Jiang Chen. Bang! Bang! Ugh! 3 sounds of impact and 3 miserable shrieks were heard. The 3 men from Tianyi Gate were sent flying 30 meters away. Each of their arms was twisted, and their faces were filled with pain. Jiang Chen and the other 2 had shown mercy to them. If not, Jiang Chen's punch would have turned the 5th grade combat king into dust. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 5th grade combat king couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that all 3 of them were pretending to be weak. Each of them was extremely powerful, and he, a dignified 5th grade combat king, couldn't even put up a fight against them. Hee hee, Tyrant grinned. The 3 of them surrounded the 3 men from Tianyi Gate. Take out all the wealth you have. If you don't, I'll take your life. Don't think that I'm joking, and don't think that you can ignore my words just because you're from Tianyi Gate. I believe you've seen what happened to him. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone, pointing at the 2nd grade combat king who had been smashed into dust by Tyrant. Chapter 547. The 3 men from Tianyi Gate were so scared that they nearly wet their pants. None of them were idiots, and even if they were idiots, they could still tell that these 3 guys in front of them weren't people they could afford to offend. Furthermore, these 3 guys didn't take them seriously at all. Just now, the monk had already killed one of them, and killing 3 more of them didn't seem to be a big deal. You, how dare you? You're here on a mission from the Heavenly Tower, but how dare you attack a disciple of Tianyi Gate? You're courting death. The 5th grade combat king said unwillingly, using the Tianyi Gate as a threat. The path of cultivation was a process that consumed a lot of resources, and as a combat king, he would need a lot of resources to cultivate. If all of them were taken away, not only would they lose their own resources, they would also lose the face of Tianyi Gate, and would be looked down upon by others in the future. You, take off your clothes as well. If you dare say another word, I'll even take your body parts. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the 5th grade combat king and said. Hearing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes and said, Amitba, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to take away someone's clothes? Although that was what Tyrant said, his eyes were still looking up and down at the 5th grade combat king. He murmured to himself, however, it's really rare to see a 5th grade combat king running around naked. The 5th grade combat king's face instantly turned pale. How could he be so unlucky? How could he offend these 2 freaks? If he was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left, and was forced to run around naked in the Devil Realm, if this news was spread out, he would no longer be able to show his face in the future. No matter where he went, he would become a laughingstock. No, don't. I'll give you all my treasures. The disciple didn't dare to be stubborn and immediately took out all of his belongings from his Qi. Wealth could be earned again, but if he lost his life, then he would lose everything. The other 2 disciples didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out all their treasures. Aside from a large amount of heaven elixir and earth elixir, there were also many other types of elixirs. Most of them were healing elixirs that Jiang Chen couldn't see. There were also some demon spirits and elixirs that were kept by Jiang Chen. Those black demon spirits were obviously the fruits of their labor today. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Not only did they lose the demon spirits, they even lost their original belongings. There weren't any cultivation or combat skills in their Qi. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. After reaching the Combat King realm, any cultivation or combat skill could be memorized with just a sweep of his divine sense. Except for some extremely powerful cultivation or combat skills that needed to be carefully studied, there was no need for them to carry any cultivation or combat skill scrolls with them. Jiang Chen and the other 2 left, leaving behind the 3 disciples of Tianyi Gate who were wearing gloomy expressions. In the end, the 5th grade combat king didn't manage to escape the calamity, and was stripped naked. Right now, he was using his yuan energy to cover his body, waiting for Jiang Chen and the others to leave before he took out a new set of clothes from his Qi and put them on. After Jiang Chen and the other two disappeared, the 5th grade combat king quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. His expression became extremely unsightly, and he fiercely said to the two disciples next to him, "Listen to me, if anyone dares to tell anyone about me being stripped naked, I'll skin you alive. Don't worry, senior brother, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut, and won't tell anyone." Both of them hastily promised. "Senior brother, those 3 guys are too arrogant. Not only did they rob us, they even killed our disciple. Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go?" One of them said, "Humph. How dare they kill a disciple of Tianyi Gate? They must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Let's go find senior brother Chi-child. I guarantee they'll die without a burial place, and we'll get back double the wealth we've lost." The 5th grade combat king said in a ruthless manner. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other two were rushing toward the first level of the devil realm, killing devils and harvesting devil souls in an unbridled manner, obtaining a huge amount of wealth. "I think, from now on, aside from hunting devils, we can use another mode," Tyrant suggested. "What mode?" Tan Lang asked. "Rob whoever you see." Jiang Chen grinned. "We're kindred spirits." Tyrant gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. He felt that fighting alongside Jiang Chen was a very satisfying thing. Jiang Chen was able to do whatever he wanted without being restrained by the secular world. Ha ha! Tan Lang burst into laughter as well. To be honest, the time he spent with Jiang Chen was the most carefree time he had ever had. His way of doing things had changed as well. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a man who could be both righteous and evil at the same time. If he didn't like something, he would get involved in it. He always did things his own way, and wasn't bound by the rules of the secular world. He was cruel to his enemies, but he treated his own people 100 times better. He was a man with his own heart, and there was always an invisible charm around him that made those who followed him feel attracted. As for robbing whoever they saw, Tan Lang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This was a chaotic environment, and it was probably not much better than the chaotic ocean. Furthermore, if someone was robbing you, why would you be polite? However, I still feel that we should first enter the devil realm and kill the stronger devils. On the 3rd day, we can start robbing them. If we rob them now, we won't get much wealth." Jiang Chen said. "Since that's the case, we will make whoever dares to rob us run around naked. On the 3rd day, we will make everyone run around naked," Tyrant said in a very serious tone. Jiang Chen and Tan Lang were speechless. Was this guy really a monk? The 3 of them flew for several thousand li, and the devil kings they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Their harvest was not small at all. At this time, the 3 of them arrived in the sky above a secluded valley. Something's wrong. This place is filled with devil chi. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of devils here. Why isn't there even one? Tan Lang said with a frown. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful devil king hiding here. That's why the other devil kings don't dare to stay here. Jiang Chen said. That's right. That must be it. We have to be more careful. Tyrant nodded. Just as Tyrant's voice faded, a world-shaking roar resounded. No, the roar was overlapping. It should be 2 roars of anger. 2 black pillars of light abruptly shot up from the valley, piercing through the clouds. Endless devil chi turned into devil flames, steaming in the sky. It seemed like the void was going to be burned to ashes. The 2 enormous beings were covered in black scales and looked extremely terrifying. However, from the surface, these 2 great demons were at least 200 feet tall. They were like small mountains. It was too frightening. 7th grade Devil King. 2 rays of light shot out from Tyrant's eyes. 2 7th grade Devil Kings. And they're at the peak of the 7th grade. Hee Tyrant, it seems like we're going to show our true strength this time. Jiang Chen chuckled. Even though he was facing a 7th grade Devil King, his face was still calm and relaxed, without any signs of nervousness. Although a 7th grade Devil King is powerful, the Buddhist skill that I'm cultivating is the nemesis of the devil race. Even if they're at the peak of the 7th grade, I can still kill them. However, little Chenzi, you're only a peak 4th grade combat king. Can you deal with a peak 7th grade Devil King? Tyrant was worried about Jiang Chen. After all, there was a gap of 3 grades between them. Tyrant was a 6th grade combat king, so he wasn't afraid of a 7th grade Devil King. Don't worry, my ability to restrain devils is better than your Buddhist skills. We'll take one each. Let's see who can kill them first. A strong desire to fight burst out from Jiang Chen's body. In fact, he was a little disappointed when he found out that they were only 7th grade Devil Kings. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was filled with yang energy. The true thunder fire and the true dragon flame were the nemesis of devils. Therefore, he had a great advantage when fighting devils. He was confident that he could even defeat an 8th grade Devil King. However, the two devils in front of him weren't weak either. They were at the peak of the 7th grade Devil King, and they were only one step away from the 8th grade. Such powerful devils would only exist in the depths of the first layer of the Devil Realm. The place where Jiang Chen and Tyrant were standing right now was a place that most humans wouldn't dare to step into. Tan Lang automatically retreated. In the face of such a battle, he could only be a spectator. There was nothing he could do even if he wanted to intervene. The two powerful 7th grade Devil Kings had already seen Jiang Chen and Tyrant, or else they wouldn't have jumped out. They walked toward Jiang Chen and Tyrant step by step. They seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, every step they took covered a very long distance. Every time their feet landed on the ground, the mountains and valleys in the area would shake violently. The dense and gloomy devil energy could make one's soul tremble. Fighting with devils of this level, it's so satisfying just thinking about it. Tyrant licked his lips. It hadn't been long since he reached the 6th grade Combat King realm, and it was a continuous advancement. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find an expert to test his combat strength. The two 7th grade Devil Kings in front of him were perfect for him to practice his skills. Devil Kings had strong bodies and cruel methods, making them extremely difficult to deal with. When two peak 7th grade Devil Kings joined hands, even an 8th grade Combat King like Chi Child would have to be careful when dealing with them. After all, he wasn't like Jiang Chen and Tyrant, who had the means to restrain devils. Boom! Two golden airwaves rushed out from Jiang Chen and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Their auras didn't belong to the two 7th grade Devil Kings. Chapter 548. The devil race hated the Buddhist sect the most. Normally, when they saw humans, their first reaction would be to eat them. However, when they saw a human monk, they would want to tear him into pieces before eating him. The main reason why the devil race had degenerated to the point where they could only hide in the devil realm was because of the suppression from the Buddhist sect. Roar! Two 7th grade Devil Kings soon arrived in front of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. They kept roaring and attacking Jiang Chen and Tyrant at the same time. Boundless devilish energy swept across the place, interweaving into a gigantic net of devilish energy that enveloped the area in front of them. Come! Jiang Chen's body swayed. Then he punched out with his fist. His fist was covered with raging flames, the flames of extreme yang. The combination of the true dragon flame and the lightning flame was the nemesis of these devils. Jiang Chen was very interested in these two Devil Kings. Putting aside how many days he could sell them for elixir, once Jiang Chen refined them, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Once he reached the 5th grade Combat King realm, Chi Child would no longer be a threat to him. Jiang Chen currently had 27,500 dragon marks in his body. He only needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Two 7th grade Devil Kings' devil souls were more than enough for him to break through. Sizzle! Jiang Chen's fist broke through the gigantic net of devilish energy. Raging flames spread in all directions, burning away all the devilish energy. When the devilish energy saw Jiang Chen's flames, it was like a mouse that had seen a cat, quickly running away. Bang! Jiang Chen's fist collided with the gigantic fist of the 7th grade Devil King. The strength of over 20,000 dragon marks was simply terrifying. Even when facing a peak 7th grade Devil King, it wasn't any weaker. Just the pure strength of this punch had forced the Devil King to take a few steps back. Furthermore, the flames that overflowed from Jiang Chen's fist had covered the Devil King's fist like a tarsal bone, producing a sizzling sound. The Devil King couldn't get rid of the flames no matter how hard he tried. Roar! The Demon King was enraged. It hurriedly circulated its origin devil chi to extinguish the flames. In its tyrannical eyes, besides anger, there was also a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Jiang Chen. Or rather, it was not fear of Jiang Chen, but fear of the flames. The flames were too powerful. They were even more terrifying than the pure Buddhist light of Buddhism. They were the nemesis of the demon race. On the other side, Tyrant was even more ferocious. He immediately struck out the Fudo seal. The huge seal directly evolved into a Buddha and heavily collided with the Devil King. The Devil King issued a miserable shriek as his huge body was sent flying. The monk, who was a 6th-grade combat king, and possessed an innate suppressive ability, dealing with a 7th-grade Devil King was as easy as blowing off dust. The Devil King simply couldn't withstand the monk's attack. However, the devils were all tyrannical existences. They were ferocious by nature. After being sent flying by the monk, they immediately dragged their huge bodies and rushed over again. Tyrant, I'm going to release you from purgatory. Tyrant's aura soared into the sky, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. He was going to release someone from purgatory once again. The Buddhist light emitted from his body was pure golden in color, and there was some faint Sanskrit floating above it. All the devilish energies would automatically avoid his Buddhist light, as if they were facing their most terrifying natural enemy. Rumble. Once again, Tyrant struck out with the Fudo seal. This seal was one of the 3 great seals of Buddhism. However, Tyrant hadn't fully comprehended the essence of the Fudo seal, so he couldn't unleash its full power. The 3 great seals had been lost for a long time, and only Ancestor Green Lotus knew how to use them. The reason why the Great Layin Temple kept inviting Great Master Ran Feng to Green Lotus Mountain was because of the ancient scripture and the 3 great seals. After obtaining one of the 3 great seals, Tyrant's combat strength was limitless. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Tyrant could obtain all 3 seals one day, combined with the Fudo seal and the Fudo seal, its power would be unimaginable. This time, the power of the Fudo seal was much stronger than the previous one. The 7th-grade Devil King couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as the Devil King charged forward, it was sent flying away by the seal. The scales on its body were sent flying, and blood was everywhere. Tyrant didn't show any mercy, and once again pounced forward. If the battle continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Devil King was killed by Tyrant. On the other side, seeing that Tyrant was so ferocious that he could kill the 7th-grade Devil King in just a few strikes, Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. He completely unleashed his aura, and the shadow of a dragon danced around his body. Along with the dragon roar, his entire body seemed to have become more mystical. Both of his hands were suddenly covered with dragon scales, and a pair of dragon claws appeared. After that, a scarlet flame started rolling on his palms. Today, I'll use you to test my fire dragon seal. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the area, and a gigantic fire dragon was unleashed from his palms. It condensed into a gigantic fire dragon seal, and with lightning speed, it arrived in front of the Devil King. Roar! The dragon roar resounded once again. After the fire dragon seal collided with the Devil King's body, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. This huge fire dragon was more than 10 zhang long, and it transformed into a sea of fire, firmly trapping the Devil King within. Roar, roar! The Devil King roared unceasingly, and it was an intense scream. It felt like millions of fire dragons were burning its body. It unleashed Devil Chi to block it, but these flames were the natural enemy and nemesis of Devil Chi. Just as the Devil Chi came out, it would be burned into nothingness by the flames. And the suppression of the flames was merely a suppression of the element. The true terror of the fire dragon seal was its powerful attack power. Half of the Devil King's body was directly destroyed. Die for me! Jiang Chen let out another roar. He waved his hand and struck out a true dragon palm, enveloping the Devil King. With a cracking sound, the 7th-grade Devil King's head was directly crushed, and a devil soul was extracted by Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes. He was still worried about Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so ferocious, killing a 7th-grade Devil King with just one move. This was simply too dazzling. This damned monster. He's actually ahead of me. Tyrant couldn't help but feel depressed. However, the 7th-grade Devil King he was fighting wasn't any better. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Tyrant waved his hand and struck out another Fudo seal. That Devil King could no longer resist, and its huge body was crushed into a mist of blood, and its devil soul was extracted. 2 freaks. Tan Lang, who was watching the battle from afar, sighed helplessly. He wanted to see an evenly matched battle, but he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Tyrant was still fine, after all, he was a 6th-grade combat king. In addition to the suppression of the devil race, killing a 7th-grade Devil King wasn't a big deal. However, Jiang Chen was too terrifying. He was merely a 4th-grade combat king. However, Tan Lang could also see that the main reason why Jiang Chen and Tyrant were able to kill two 7th-grade Devil Kings so quickly was because their techniques were the natural enemy of devils, especially Jiang Chen's. His flame was too ferocious. It had completely suppressed the devil. With this kind of suppression, even if Jiang Chen was facing an 8th-grade Devil King, he would still be able to kill it easily. If it was any other human being, they would need to be at least a peak 8th-grade Combat King to kill a 7th-grade Devil King so easily. This was their advantage. The advantage of suppressing each other. It couldn't be helped. When the devil encountered Jiang Chen and Tyrant, it was destined to be a tragedy. It's not satisfying enough. Jiang Chen shook his head. That's easy. Come, let's go to the Devil Cave. Tyrant casually threw the Devil's Soul to Jiang Chen, then strode toward the inner part of the first level of the Devil Realm. Jiang Chen smiled mischievously and kept the Devil's Soul. He knew that this thing wasn't useful to Tyrant and Tan Lang, so he kept all the Devil Souls he found after entering the Devil Realm. This was a huge fortune. He could absorb the true high-grade Devil Souls, and sell the rest of them to exchange for the Heaven Elixir, which was exactly what Jiang Chen needed. Soon, the three of them entered the inner part of the first level of the Devil Realm. The devil energy here was much denser than the previous areas. Even Jiang Chen and Tyrant had to be extra careful in this place. With their abilities, they could handle an 8th-grade Devil King, but if they were to encounter a 9th-grade Devil King, they could only run away. However, Jiang Chen still had a trick up his sleeves. He wanted to challenge the limit of his combat strength, so he didn't absorb the Devil's Soul. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would immediately absorb the 7th-grade Devil's Soul in his hand and break through to the 5th-grade Combat King. There was a black mountain in front of them. Looking at it from afar, it was hard to see the shape of the mountain because it was surrounded by thick devil energy. The thick devil energy had completely covered the mountain, making it impossible to see its original appearance. Roars of devils were heard coming from the bottom of the mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. If I'm not mistaken, there is a devil cave in front of us. Let's go there and kill some devil souls, then we'll escape and look for another devil cave. Tyrant said. Isn't that too troublesome? Can't we just guard a devil cave? Tan Lang said. What do you know? If we guard a devil cave, it's very likely that we'll attract some big fellows, and if a 9th-grade Devil King comes out, we won't be able to defeat it. Of course, if it's a 9th-grade Devil King, we'll still have a chance to escape. But if it's a great Devil Emperor, we'll be dead meat. Every devil cave is connected to the 2nd level of the Devil Realm, and there are big fellows everywhere. What Tyrant said is right. The monk is right. We can't specially guard a demon's den. Jiang Chen nodded his head. What Tyrant said made sense. With their current strength, if they really attracted a great Devil Emperor, they wouldn't even know how they died, let alone escape. Chapter 549. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chilly winds were blowing, and the entire place was filled with an eerie devilish energy. Deafening roars of evil devils resounded throughout the entire valley, sending shivers down anyone's spine. More and more evil devils were rushing out from the devil caves. Most of them were Devil Kings, and there were also a few Combat Soul Evil Devils. However, as soon as these Combat Soul Evil Devils appeared, they immediately ran away from the Devil Kings and headed toward the exit of the first layer of the Devil Realm. Jiang Chen and the other two quietly approached them. They weren't interested in these Combat Soul Evil Devils, as their targets were those frightening Devil Kings. Only the Devil Souls of Devil Kings could be sold for a good price. In the Divine Continent, Combat King realm cultivation was the most basic requirement, as only Combat Kings could survive. Even the mighty Combat Emperors couldn't be considered as superior existences. This was a magnificent world, and the natural Yuan energy here was extremely rich. The Eastern Continent couldn't compare with it. There are a lot of evil devils here. Just the number of evil devils that we can see is at least 8 or 9 of them. Tan Lang said with mixed emotions. Jejia, let's just kill them all. Evil devils have a very strong reproductive ability, and if we don't kill more of them, it won't take long for the Devil Realm to rise again. Furthermore, when the number of evil devils increases to the point where the Devil Realm can't contain them all, the Devil Realm will once again invade the human race. Therefore, we don't have to feel guilty for killing these guys. Tyrant said with an eerie smile on his face. He had completely revealed his true nature. He didn't even have the standard Umitba anymore. Don't be so polite, just kill them all. Jiang Chen coldly shouted. He was the first one to dash forward. In his hand, the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared. The surface of the Heavenly Saint's sword was covered with a dazzling red flame. Under the impact of the flame, all devilish energies had to retreat. That was the natural nemesis of all devilish energies. A true natural enemy. Roar, one of the Devil Kings, was startled when he saw the human. He didn't expect a human to be so daring as to enter the center of the first layer of the Devil Realm. After that, the Devil King finally reacted, and he dashed toward Jiang Chen with his gigantic body. Die! Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. The Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand was covered in boiling flames as it slashed toward the devil's head. Puchi! How terrifying was the Heavenly Saint's sword! Now that it had been refined by Jiang Chen, it had become powerful enough. With the Heavenly Saint's sword's current level, no ruler weapon could compare to it. Even when facing ordinary emperor weapons, the Heavenly Saint's sword would not be outdone. The only flaw was that the main body of the Heavenly Saint's sword had yet to be found. So far, only 3 fragments of the sword had been found. The remaining 4 fragments were scattered in different places in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen had to take his time to collect all the sword fragments. The level 4 Demon King was directly split in half by Jiang Chen. Its body was incinerated by flames, instantly turning into a sea of fire. A demon spirit jumped out from its head. As if it was summoned, it automatically fell into Jiang Chen's hand and was stored by Jiang Chen. On the other side, 2 powerful Devil Kings dashed toward Tyrant at the same time. Tyrant's body was glowing with Buddhist light. He struck out his palm toward the 2 Devil Kings, conjuring a huge Buddhist palm. Due to the gap in strength between the 2 Devil Kings, they didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into blood mist by Tyrant's palm, dying tragically on the spot. Can't even withstand a single blow. Tyrant's killing intent soared into the sky, and he didn't look like a monk at all. His attacks were ruthless, and each strike was deadly. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 Devil Kings. Jiang Chen didn't want to be outdone either. He killed 4 Devil Kings as well. Tan Lang was slightly weaker, but he still killed a 4th-grade Devil King, which was at the same level as him. This was an amazing feat, as it was impossible for anyone to kill a Devil King at the same level as him. After these 3 ferocious men appeared, they killed all the Devil Kings in the valley in just a blink of an eye. However, none of these Devil Kings were too strong. The strongest among them was only a 5th-grade Combat King. For Jiang Chen and the others, these Devil Kings posed no challenge or threat to them at all. There aren't any powerful Devil Kings. If there is an 8th-grade Devil King, we can fight it together. That would be great, Tyrant said in a dissatisfied manner. Let's stay in this Devil Cave. From now on, kill all the evil devils that come out. Don't let any of them escape. It won't take long before a powerful Devil King comes out, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. After that, the 3 of them formed a triangle formation and tightly guarded the Devil Cave. Not to mention those gigantic evil devils. Even a fly wouldn't be able to escape from them. Buzz! Soon, the whirlpool outside the Devil Cave started shaking once again. In just an instant, more than a dozen evil devils came out from the Devil Cave. However, it was obvious that these evil devils didn't have strong cultivation bases, as they were only at the Combat Soul Realm. Boom! Without saying anything, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a flame. The flame instantly turned into a sea of flames and engulfed all the evil devils. Miserable screams filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, all the evil devils were burned to ashes. Even their devil souls were burned to ashes. Jiang Chen didn't care about these Combat Soul devil souls. Little Chenzi, what kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? It's like it's the bane of these evil devils. Tyrant couldn't help but ask. He had noticed Jiang Chen's frightening flame, but he didn't ask about it. This is the true thunder flame I absorbed when I was transcending the heavenly tribulation. It's the most young existence in the world, the bane of these evil beings. My flame has a great suppressive effect on them. In front of me, these evil devils can't even use half of their strength. Jiang Chen explained. The dragon transformation skill was his secret, and he didn't want to tell anyone about it. That's why he kept the true dragon flame a secret. However, many people knew about him transcending the heavenly tribulation, so there was no need for him to keep the true thunder flame a secret. No wonder, you're really a heaven-defying guy. Not only did you survive the heavenly tribulation, you even absorbed the true thunder flame. I'm really jealous of you. Tyrant curled his lips and said, Damn you, a monk is nothing. You're just a fake. Jiang Chen glared at Tyrant. Look, it looks like a big guy is coming out, Tyrant said all of a sudden. Another valiant being rushed out from the constantly squirming whirlpool. This time, judging from its chi, it was a 7th grade Devil King. Such a devil soul was also the most valuable one among all of them. Let's attack together. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and swung the Heavenly Saint's sword. At the same time, Tyrant removed the prayer beads from his neck and threw them forward. Boom! That tragic 7th grade Devil King could only let out a miserable cry. It didn't even have the chance to see its enemy before it was killed. Its huge body was smashed into pieces, and its devil soul was taken away. Is there a need for you two to do this? Tan Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This 7th grade Devil King wasn't as strong as the two they met before. Either Jiang Chen or Tyrant could easily deal with it, but these two guys just had to join hands and use their king weapons. This was simply not giving the Devil King a chance to live. This is more satisfying. Tyrant chuckled. For the next few hours, the three of them stood guard outside the Devil Cave. As long as a devil came out from the cave, no matter what level it was, they were all killed. Not a single one of them was able to escape to the first layer of the Devil World. Jiang Chen's harvest was indeed huge. Up until now, he had a total of 150 Devil King Devil Souls, including 4 7th grade Devil King Devil Souls. If this amount of wealth were to be exchanged for Heaven Elixir, it was hard to imagine how much Heaven Elixir he could exchange for. If Jiang Chen personally went to the Devil Cult with these Devil Souls, a 1st grade Devil Soul could be exchanged for at least 100 Heaven Elixir, and a 2nd grade Devil Soul could at least double that amount. The higher the rank, the more Heaven Elixir could be exchanged for. Furthermore, exchanging Devil Souls for Heaven Elixir was much better than exchanging 9 solar holy water. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Chen brought 9 solar holy water to the Heavenly Tower. The temptation of 9 solar holy water was simply too great. Even a big sect like the Tianyi Gate was tempted by it, let alone the Devil Cult. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was better not to expose a treasure like 9 solar holy water to the public. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a chilly wind blew across the area. The whirlpool began to shake violently, and a gigantic devil wolf rushed out from it. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Devil King that was about to come out from the cave would be at a very frightening level. Little Chenzi, the 8th grade Devil King is coming out. Tyrant's eyes lit up. Get ready for battle. A hint of excitement emerged on Jiang Chen's face. After killing for a few hours, they finally lured out a big guy. An 8th grade Devil King was not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were preparing to attack together. After killing this 8th grade Devil King, they would immediately leave this place and look for other devil caves. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The whirlpool went berserk, and a black beam of light shot up into the sky. A 300-meter-tall Devil King rushed out from the whirlpool. Its body was so huge that it looked like a small mountain. The Devil King had a ferocious and ugly appearance, and anyone who looked at it would feel their blood run cold. After the 8th grade Devil King appeared, it immediately locked its gaze on Jiang Chen and the other two. Flames of fury could be seen burning in its eyes. It was certain that the situation that happened just now was caused by these 3 damned humans. What was even more hateful was that there was a monk here. The devil race hated monks the most. Hung Long. The 8th grade Devil King completely unleashed its chi. The devil might overflowed the sky, and its fangs were 1 meter long. It was eerie and scary, and it could make people's blood run cold. The 8th grade Devil King waved both of its palms at the same time. The huge palms of the Devil King brought along boundless devil waves, slapping towards Jiang Chen and Tyrant respectively. As for Tan Lang, the Devil King could tell that he was the weakest among them, so it didn't put him in its eyes. Tan Lang was also very tactful. Facing such a battle, he immediately retreated far away. Chapter 550. The aura of an 8th grade Devil King was too powerful. It was like a monstrous wave of devilish energy that blotted out the sky and blotted out the earth. Tens of miles in radius was filled with rolling devilish flames. The gigantic Devil King was like a small hill. 2 huge palms appeared above Jiang Chen and Tyrant's heads at the same time. Jiang Chen and Tyrant's facial expression changed. Facing such a gigantic monster, even if they had the ability to restrain devils and had great confidence in themselves, they wouldn't dare show any neglect. Fire Dragon Seal. Akalanatha Seal. Jiang Chen and Tyrant shouted at the same time. The gigantic fire dragon looked as if it had come to life. It spiraled out and collided with the 8th grade Devil King's palms. Tyrant didn't show any neglect and struck out with the Akalanatha seal. This time, both of them had used all their strength to launch the attack. The power of the attack was much stronger than before. Rumble. The sky was filled with flames and the Buddha's aura. These two attacks had the ability to restrain devils. They were the natural enemies of devils. Even an 8th grade Devil King would be suppressed by this attribute, and wouldn't be able to unleash its full combat strength. Although Jiang Chen was only a 4th grade combat king, he could easily kill a 7th grade Devil King. Even if he had to face an 8th grade Devil King alone, he wouldn't be afraid. Tyrant was equally strong. He was a peak 6th grade combat king, so killing a peak 7th grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. In addition to the fact that Buddhism could restrain devils, he already had the power to fight an 8th grade Devil King. Now, Jiang Chen and Tyrant had joined hands to attack. Their combined attack was extremely powerful. Not only were they not defeated by the 8th grade Devil King, they even forced the Devil King to take a few steps back. Their feet left 2 deep pits on the ground. Satisfying! Tyrant shouted. His body was glowing in a golden light, like a living Buddha. After gaining the upper hand, he immediately turned into a golden light and appeared in front of the Devil King. Without saying a word, he struck out with the Akalanatha seal. As one of the supreme seals of Buddhism, it wasn't an easy task to completely master it. Tyrant wanted to use the process of fighting a powerful Devil King to temper his own Akalanatha seal, making it more skillful. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't show any neglect. He couldn't show any mercy when fighting an 8th grade Devil King. He struck out the powerful Fire Dragon seal once again. This combat skill was so powerful that it was comparable to the 5th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. However, the Fire Dragon seal was undoubtedly more destructive than the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Roar! The 8th grade Devil King roared furiously. Both of his hands kept pounding on his chest, venting his anger. However, his heart was filled with shock. In his opinion, these two humans in front of him were a 6th grade combat king and a 4th grade combat king. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing 2 ants. However, he had never thought that these 2 humans, whom he thought to be ants, would be so powerful that he was forced to retreat and was in a disadvantageous position. The 8th grade Devil King moved again. A black devil seal was formed between his palms, and there was an eerie skull on top of it. This kind of attack represented cruelty and terror. It represented hell and death. Once it was launched, it would take a person's life. Even if an 8th grade combat king human was not killed by this attack, he would at least have a layer of skin peeled off. Unfortunately, the 8th grade Devil King had encountered 2 real monsters today. Jiang Chen's Fire Dragon seal and Tyrant's Akalanatha seal had completely restrained the devil's attributes. Rumble. The huge devil seal collided with the 2 imprints of the purest and purest yang. A loud explosion shook the surroundings, and the endless devil waves were blown away. The destructive force of the collision directly tore a huge crack in the void, and dense chi drifted out from it. Even though the 8th grade Devil King had unleashed his powerful devil seal, he still wasn't a match for the joint attack of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. These 2 monsters were too terrifying, and they had a very strong foundation. The 8th grade Devil King was pushed back once again. Many of the tough scales on his body fell off, and blood gushed out from his body. Roar, roar. The 8th grade Demon King went completely berserk. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. With his own ability, he couldn't even defeat 2 puny humans. What made him even more shocked was the fact that the attacks of these 2 humans had a great restraining effect on him. However, this made the 8th grade Demon King even more determined to eliminate these 2 humans in front of him. Otherwise, they would certainly become the biggest scourge of the demon race in the future. Clang! That 8th grade Devil King was indeed powerful. As his anger rose, his aura also rose, becoming much more tyrannical than before. At the same time, a gigantic devil saber that was 30 meters long appeared in his hand. That devil saber was incomparably sinister and sharp. There were spikes on the back of the saber, and it was covered with black devil chi. The devil chi formed into skulls, looking extremely terrifying. What a good devil weapon! Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. The devil weapon in the 8th grade Devil King's hand was the highest grade compared to the king weapon. The power it could unleash was only second to the emperor weapon. Weapons had always been the weakness of the demons and outsiders. They didn't have the means to refine battle weapons, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain a demon weapon. Even a powerful demon king would find it difficult to obtain a ruler weapon. Normally, those who had a battle weapon would refine their own natal demon weapon, but a natal demon weapon was the same as a life weapon. It wasn't easy to refine one. If he could snatch the devil weapon in the 8th grade Devil King's hand and exchange it with the devil cult, he had no doubt that the devil kings of the cult would fight desperately for it. Tyrant, this devil king is very powerful. He has already condensed his own natal devil weapon. It seems like we have to get serious. Jiang Chen drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword. The strength of this 8th grade devil king was much more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities if he wanted to get rid of this devil king. Amit Ba. Tyrant slowly took off the prayer beads on his neck. The prayer beads emitted a dazzling golden light. Under Tyrant's control, each of the prayer beads grew bigger and the mystical patterns on them became clearer. Wu La Ba Ha. The 8th grade devil king uttered some incomprehensible devil language. Although no one could understand what it was saying, the message it wanted to express was very clear. It wanted Jiang Chen and Tyrant to die. All the devil energy in the 8th grade devil king's body was instilled into the devil weapon in its hand. It slashed at Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Wherever the devil weapon passed, a crack would appear in the void. It wasn't hard to imagine the power of this attack. It was enough to split a mountain in half. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrant didn't have any hair, but the scar on his head was shining brightly. The Heavenly Saint's sword was thrown out by Jiang Chen. Its momentum wasn't any weaker than the devil weapon of the 8th grade devil king. Tyrant's prayer beads were also extremely powerful. The two king weapons collided with the devil weapon at the same time. Rumble. The collision was simply earth-shattering. The entire valley was on the verge of being destroyed. The destructive force was too strong. Just the aftershock alone was enough to tear an ordinary combat king to shreds. Tan Lang looked at the battle from afar and could only shake his head quietly. Although he was also a rare genius, there was still a huge gap between him and Jiang Chen and Tyrant. One was a freak by nature, and the other had obtained the inheritance of ancestor Green Lotus. When they joined forces, they were more than enough to sweep the world. The restraint of their attributes was too strong. When the 8th grade Devil King fought with them, it always gave the 8th grade Devil King an incomparably sullen feeling. It was suppressed in every aspect, and it couldn't unleash its full strength. After the 8th grade Devil King took out his powerful devil weapon, the two of them worked together and defeated the Devil King. Haha! The two of them roared madly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They attacked the 8th grade Demon King again and again, unleashing a chaotic battle in the valley. The surrounding mountains were all shattered, and the ground below was constantly sinking under the impact. After more than 10 minutes, the battle still hadn't come to an end. What surprised Jiang Chen was the 8th grade Devil King's resistance. Although it had been beaten black and blue, it was still as fierce as a tiger. Coupled with the powerful devil weapon in its hand, it seemed like it wouldn't be possible to end the battle quickly and kill the 8th grade Devil King in a short period of time. Furthermore, if the 8th grade Devil King chose to run away, it would definitely be able to do so. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed like he had to come up with a plan. He only needed to absorb 1 or 2 devil souls of the 7th grade Devil King, and he would be able to break through to the 5th grade Combat King. At that point of time, killing an 8th grade Devil King would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to break through right now. He still wanted to strengthen his combat strength. However, Jiang Chen still had another plan, the Earth Jail. Now that the 8th grade Devil King was standing on the ground, the Earth Jail could be used to launch a sneak attack. As long as he and Tyrant worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to kill this 8th grade Devil King. Tyrant, I'll launch a sneak attack on him later. Find the right time to strike and kill him with a single strike. Jiang Chen said to Tyrant. How are we going to launch a sneak attack? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen, wondering what other methods Jiang Chen would use to launch a sneak attack. It wasn't an easy task to launch a sneak attack on an 8th grade Devil King. Just watch. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately unleashed the Earth Jail. An invisible ripple spread out from the ground and turned into an invisible cage, instantly trapping the gigantic 8th grade Devil King. Bang! The 8th grade Devil King was caught off guard, causing it to kneel on the ground. The invisible earth force was too powerful. Even an 8th grade Devil King would suffer if he was caught off guard. The Earth Jail was an innate ability, and it would become stronger as Jiang Chen's cultivation base improved. Chapter 551. Bang! The Buddhist beads accurately smashed on the head of the 8th grade Devil King. The Devil King was still in a state of shock from the sneak attack of the Earth Force. He didn't even have the time to resist Tyrant's sudden attack. It wasn't hard to imagine that Tyrant's attack could kill a 9th grade Devil King, let alone an 8th grade Devil King. Oh. The 8th grade Devil King let out a miserable cry. Half of its head had been smashed apart, and blood was gushing out from its wound. However, it was still alive, and it still wanted to fight back. However, how could Jiang Chen give it the chance to do so? After unleashing the Earth Jail, Jiang Chen immediately dashed forward. Before the 8th grade Devil King could stand up, the Heavenly Saint's sword had slashed down toward its head. Pucci! Without a doubt, the 8th grade Devil King was met with a tragedy. It was sliced in half by Jiang Chen's sword, and its gigantic body was split into two. It died on the spot. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and kept the devil's soul, along with the devil weapon. This was a good thing. It would be a waste not to take it. It was not easy to meet a Devil King who owned a natal devil weapon. Little Chenzi, what kind of combat skill did you cast just now? How could it make that Devil King fall for it? Tyrant kept the Buddhist beads and looked at Jiang Chen curiously. The Earth Prison can make use of the Earth Force to launch a sneak attack and restrain the opponent for a short period of time. However, this combat skill has its drawbacks. The opponent must be standing on the ground for it to work. If the opponent is fighting in the sky, it will be useless as the Earth Force won't be able to affect the opponent. Jiang Chen explained. He didn't mention the origin of this combat skill. After all, the fact that the dragon transformation skill could refine any bloodline under the heaven and earth was too abnormal. It would easily scare people if it was spread out. Awesome! Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. In his opinion, not only was Jiang Chen's cultivation and combat strength monstrous, he also had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. It was really stupid to make an enemy out of such a freak. Fortunately, they were friends. You two freaks are too ferocious. You even killed a level 8 Demon King. Tan Lang stepped forward and witnessed the intense battle just now. Tan Lang was completely speechless at the two ferocious freaks in front of him. He could imagine how stupid it was for Chi Child and the disciples of Tianyi Gate to deal with these two people. We have to leave this place now and look for other devil's dens. If we continue to stay here, it is very likely that we will attract the real big fellows. If we attract a 9th grade Devil King or even a Devil Emperor, then we will be in big trouble. Jiang Chen said. After that, the three of them left this place. This valley that was initially extremely tranquil had already been destroyed beyond recognition after the battle earlier on. Only that Devil /S den was left intact. For the next day, Jiang Chen and the other two roamed around the devil's dens. They found a total of 3 devil's dens, killed a large number of Devil Kings, and killed an 8th grade Devil King. It could be said that their harvest was huge. In just 2 days, Jiang Chen had obtained at least 300 Devil Souls, 2 8th grade Devil Souls, and 8 7th grade Devil Souls. If they were all converted into Heaven Elixir, it would be an enormous number. On the 3rd day, the 3 of them returned from the depths of the first layer of the Devil Realm, wandering around different regions. Stop! Right when the 3 of them were moving forward, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from not far away from their left. Jiang Chen and the other 2 saw 6 to 7 combat kings rushing toward them at high speed. Soon they surrounded them. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of Tianyi Gate. The leader of the group was a 6th grade combat king, which was similar to Tyrant's cultivation base. Anger and ridicule emerged on the faces of these disciples of Tianyi Gate. Before entering the Devil Realm, Jiang Chen and Tyrant had disrespected them, and they had always kept that in mind. Therefore, when they saw them, they immediately surrounded them. I never thought that you would still be alive and well. It looks like you guys do have some abilities. The 6th grade combat king sneered. Dear benefactors, please make way for us. There's a good saying, good dogs don't block the way. I think you guys are good dogs. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, both Jiang Chen and Tan Lang burst into laughter. This monk was really despicable, and he was especially good at acting. Most importantly, after he pretended to be an eminent Buddhist monk, the words he said could infuriate people to death. He had nothing to do with Buddhism. Damn it! Senior disciple Huang, this bald donkey just called us dogs. One of the disciples of Tianyi Gate said while gnashing his teeth in anger. The 6th grade combat king glared at the disciple. Who couldn't tell what he was talking about? Did he really have to repeat himself? Could it be something nice? Bald donkey, you three bastards have offended Tianyi Gate. That means you're going to die. However, I'll give you a chance to live today. Before senior disciple Huang could finish his words, Tyrant interrupted. Are you saying that if we hand over all our treasures and devil souls, you'll let us live? Senior disciple Huang was startled at first. Then he sneered and said, That's right, you're smarts. Cut the crap. This is a robbery. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your lives. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen pointed at their noses and threatened them. Jiang Chen's action startled them. What was going on? They were here to rob, but why did it feel like they were going to be robbed? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? How could he dare to rob them under such circumstances? Bastard, you're courting death. Senior disciple Huang was furious. Looking at their arrogant expressions, Jiang Chen and Tyrant could tell that the men they robbed 2 days ago hadn't told anyone about what happened that day. However, it was understandable, as that guy was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his pants. It would be too shameful to tell anyone about it, so it was better to keep such an embarrassing incident to themselves. Therefore, these men had treated Jiang Chen and the other two as their prey. Little did they know that they had become their prey the moment they showed up. As a matter of fact, when they were about to leave the Devil Realm, robberies were a common occurrence in this place. After all, those who were still alive at this time must have obtained a lot of wealth, and this was the best time to rob others. Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know soon enough. After saying that, Jiang Chen struck the 6th grade combat king with lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast, and his sharp claws pierced through senior disciple Huang's Qi, taking out all the treasures within. At the same time, a destructive force rushed out from his dragon claws, shattering senior disciple Huang's Qi. Arg! You destroyed my Qi. Heavens! Ugh! Senior disciple Huang let out a miserable howl. For a powerful cultivator, destroying one's Qi was the same as destroying one's cultivation. This was a fact that no one could accept. Senior disciple Huang instantly felt despair, as his life was completely over. What made him even more shocked was how this young man in white could be so powerful. He was a dignified 6th grade combat king, but this young man had destroyed his Qi with just a single strike, leaving him no chance to resist. This was too shocking. You should feel lucky that I've only destroyed your Qi, and not killed you. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. These disciples of Tianyi Gate were here to kill him, and even if they weren't, they would still rob all his treasures and humiliate him. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy to these peoples. For a moment, the entire area was filled with senior disciple Huang's miserable screams and howls. The other disciples of the heavenly sect were so scared that their faces turned pale. They no longer had any of their previous arrogance, and were now staring at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror. Looking at senior disciple Huang's miserable condition, all of them shuddered with fear. This was too terrifying. A mighty 6th grade combat king was destroyed just like that. The few of you, hand over all your treasures and wealth now. If not, you'll end up like them. Tyrant threatened. A monk had completely turned into a robber. Even the enemies found it hard to adapt to such a role. However, these disciples of the heavenly sect weren't idiots. They could tell from the current situation that these two guys in front of them weren't easy to deal with. Even a 6th grade combat king was crippled by them. If they fought back, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Here, we'll give it to you. Some people immediately took out all their treasures. Compared to their own lives, these treasures were really nothing. Seeing this, the others didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately took out all their treasures and handed them over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face as he kept all the treasures with a clear conscience. The few of you did well. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, you can still keep your lives. After saying that, Jiang Chen left with Tyrant and Tan Lang. In the following period of time, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. 3 bastards suddenly popped out of nowhere and started robbing people. Those who dared to resist were stripped of their clothes, leaving them stark naked. In the beginning, these 3 robbers only targeted the disciples of Tianyi Gate. Later on, even those who accepted the mission from the Heavenly Tower weren't spared. Many of them were robbed, and even the disciples from other powers were robbed as well. This was too cruel. These 3 robbers quickly aroused public anger. As a result, on the last day of the Devil Realm, many people no longer went to kill the devils. Instead, they wanted to punish these 3 robbers. Damn it! Those 3 bastards are too infuriating. They even stripped my clothes. What a bastard! They don't have any sense of morality. Even if they are robbers, they still need to be moral. Come, let's go find Chi-Child. We must get justice for them. Those 3 guys are the distinguished guests of the Heavenly Tower. What they did is too shameless. Chapter 552. For a moment, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. This was the first time the Devil Realm had such a huge internal strife. Normally, humans should unite and kill these devils together. But now, 3 bandits had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't care about the rules of the martial world, robbing anyone they saw, regardless of whether they had a grudge against them or not. If anyone dared to resist, they would be stripped naked and robbed. Look, those 3 bandits are coming again. Run! Damn it! That monk is the craziest one. He will rob anyone he sees, and beat anyone who refuses to obey him. Since when did monks become like this? What's wrong with this world? Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's run as far away from them as possible. If not, we will be robbed clean. When some people saw Jiang Chen and the other 2 men, it was as if they had seen ghosts. Without saying a word, they immediately ran away. The reputation of these 3 men had spread far and wide, and it was very easy to recognize them. Jiang Chen and Tan Lang might not be able to recognize them, but the monk could be recognized with just a single glance. The monk was the most depressing one. In the minds of most people, especially in the Western region where Buddhism flourished, all monks were eminent monks. Even if they didn't believe in worldly desires, they should at least have the appearance of a Buddhist disciple. So, how did this guy become a Buddhist disciple? He was simply a beast. In a corner of the Devil Realm, many people were looking at Chi-Child with long faces. Most of them were disciples of Tianyi Gate who had been robbed, and some were cultivators who had accepted a mission from the Heavenly Tower. There were even some rogue cultivators who had come looking for Chi-Child. At this point, perhaps only Chi-Child could subdue these 3 bandits and bring justice to everyone. These 3 bastards, it looks like I've underestimated them. Chi-Child gnashed his teeth in anger. As a matter of fact, before entering the Devil Realm, he didn't take Jiang Chen and the other 2 seriously. But now he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Even a 6th-grade combat king from Tianyi Gate was easily crippled. This was enough to prove how powerful Jiang Chen and the other 2 were. If not, they wouldn't be able to rob so many people. However, the current situation didn't make Chi-Child angry, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted. In his point of view, Jiang Chen had robbed so many people, and as long as he could capture Jiang Chen, he would be able to rob all of Jiang Chen's wealth and make it his own. As for those disciples of Tianyi Gate who were robbed, he would just give them some consolation. As for the rest of the people, they had nothing to do with Chi-Child. They should be looking for Jiang Chen and Tyrant, instead of him. Senior disciple Chi, you have to kill those 3 bastards, especially that Jiang Chen and that bald donkey. Jiang Chen has crippled many of our disciples, and that bald donkey is even more brutal. He might just kill them the moment he shows up. Chi-Child, you have to uphold justice for us. That bald donkey is too hateful. He even stripped a female cultivator's clothes. I swear on my honor that that monk is definitely not a Buddhist. He is a devil monk and a bandit. He even stripped a woman's clothes. Is he a monk? Oh my God. Kill them. We have to get rid of a scourge for the sake of the people. That monk will be a great calamity if he stays alive. The crowd was enraged. Tyrant had really angered everyone. Actually, no one had seen whether he had stripped a woman's clothes or not, but the news had spread out for no reason. Tyrant's reputation was completely ruined. Even the reputation of Buddhism was affected. However, most people were still unwilling to believe that Tyrant was a monk. Even if he was a monk, he would still be a scum of Buddhism. Of course, Tyrant didn't care about his reputation at all. He was still robbing people in the first level of the Devil Realm. Everyone, don't worry. I, Chi-Child, will definitely give you an explanation. I will go and find them now. After capturing them, I will put them in front of you. Chi-Child said with a clear voice. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from the spot. Great! Chi-Child has finally made his move. Those 3 bastards are finished. That's right. Chi-Child is an 8th grade combat king and a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He can easily capture them. Humph. When Chi-Child makes his move, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they won't be able to escape. The crowd felt like they had seen hope. However, they didn't know that Chi-Child had his own goal from the beginning. Motherfucker. Robbing is such an enjoyable thing. I, your grandpa, became the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, but I didn't fulfill my duty as a robber. This is outrageous. Fortunately, under your guidance, I quickly found my place and turned over a new leaf. Little Chenzi, thank you so much. Tyrant said to Jiang Chen with gratitude. Get lost. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen gave Tyrant a kick. If it wasn't for Tyrant's quick reaction, the kick would have landed on his face. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. This guy's nature was just like that, but he made it sound like he was teaching him how to be a robber. All right, it's almost time. It's time to deal with Chi-Child. Jiang Chen was startled. He took out an 8th grade devil soul. That Chi-Child is a true 8th grade combat king. Even if we join hands, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. Tyrant said with a frown. Chi-Child wasn't the same as the 8th grade devil king they had dealt with. They were able to kill 8th grade devil kings because they were able to restrain them, but it was a different story when dealing with Chi-Child. Chi-Child was an 8th grade combat king, and he was also a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He wasn't an ordinary 8th grade combat king, so it would be difficult to deal with him. No worries. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. An 8th grade devil king's devil soul was crushed by him. The true dragon flame and true thunder fire shot out from his palm, burning away the impurities and devilish characteristics of the devil's soul. The pure energy of the devil's soul was absorbed by Jiang Chen. New dragon marks began to form. Soon, all 500 dragon marks were completely condensed. Jiang Chen took out a large amount of heaven elixir from his Qi Si and refined it. In just a few minutes, his cultivation base had broken through the 5th grade combat king's barrier, becoming a 5th grade combat king. Tyrant and Tan Lang widened their eyes. Their emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. They watched as Jiang Chen's qi continued to rise after breaking through to the 5th grade combat king. Both of them said one word at the same time, fuck. What was a freak? What was a weirdo? Today they had finally witnessed it. Jiang Chen could no longer be described with the word freak. It was ridiculous that he could break through so easily, as if he had never encountered any bottlenecks. The energy contained in the devil soul of an 8th grade devil king was incomparable to that of a 7th grade devil soul. An 8th grade devil soul had helped Jiang Chen condense 1,500 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body to 29,000. As long as he could condense another 1,000 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 6th grade combat king. Currently, Jiang Chen had a lot of devil souls. If he could refine a large amount of them, he could easily break through to the 6th grade combat king. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't do that. After experiencing the calamity, he had already broken through a lot. If he used this method to force his cultivation base to break through again, it might affect his future foundation. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to stabilize his 5th grade combat king cultivation base before breaking through to the 6th grade combat king. Furthermore, with his current 5th grade combat king combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with Chi-Child. Monster, can you tell me how you did it? What's your big secret? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. The secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Jiang Chen smiled. The freakishness of the dragon transformation skill was too shocking. Such a secret should only be known by him. I didn't expect the 3 of you to be hiding in this place. However, it's impossible for you to escape from my pursuit. Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. Chi-Child appeared, standing in front of Jiang Chen and the other 2. This place was a wilderness. There was no one around, and there were only a few devils around. To Chi-Child, this was no doubt a very good place. Are you kidding me? Which eye of yours saw us hiding? Aren't we standing here openly? Tyrant said. Jiang Chen and the other 2 didn't feel surprised by Chi-Child's appearance. Even if they didn't go around robbing others, Chi-Child would still appear in front of them at the last moment. If you are really a disciple of Buddha sect, it's really sad that a scum like you has appeared in Buddha sect. Chi-child glared at Tyrant and said without any trace of politeness, "Is that so? Why don't you join Buddha sect? This poor monk can recommend you." Tyrant said, "Humph." Chi-child coldly harumphed and no longer bothered with Tyrant. He shifted his gaze onto Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, you guys are really audacious. You actually dared to rob people in the devil realm. You even dared to touch a disciple of our Tianyi Gate. You're simply courting death. What do you want?" Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi-child. "What do I want? Do you really think you'll have a chance to live after what you've done? However, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over all your belongings and tell me where you got the 9 solar holy water, I'll give you a chance to live," Chi-child said, finally revealing his true colors. In his opinion, regardless of whether Jiang Chen had the 9 solar holy water or not, all his wealth was already his. He only needed to ask Jiang Chen about the source of the 9 solar holy water. Chapter 553. I've made it very clear that I only have that much 9 solar holy water, and I've already exchanged it all with the Heavenly Tower. I never thought that with the Heavenly Tower's reputation, they would actually do something like this in the dark. What you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi-child, said Jiang Chen Lung. His tone was filled with ridicule towards the Heavenly Tower. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only did Chi-child not feel ashamed, his eyes lit up. "Oh right, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you've taken 10 million heaven elixir from the Heavenly Tower. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Now this 10 million heaven elixir, all the treasures you have, your 9 solar holy water, all the devil souls and treasures you've robbed today, will all belong to me, Chi-child. Everything you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi-child." The more Chi-child spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he burst into laughter. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was no longer the way he looked at a human, but a treasure vault. Putting aside all the treasures he had robbed in the devil realm, just the 10 million heaven elixir from the Heavenly Tower alone was an astronomical figure to him. Now, all of it was going to belong to him. How could he not be excited? There was no one around. At this point, Chi-child decided not to hide anymore, and revealed his true face. After all, this was his ultimate goal. Not only did he want Jiang Chen's treasures, he also wanted Jiang Chen's life. For a dead man, no matter what he did, no one would know. Judging from the current situation, if he killed Jiang Chen, he would be praised by many people. Tan Lang shook his head. All humans were greedy. In the devil realm, which was even more lawless than the chaotic ocean, killing and robbing people was a very common thing. Jiang Chen had only robbed someone, which was actually not bad. The same went for Chi-child. He was looking for Jiang Chen because he wanted to rob him. To be able to be so shameless and righteous, this monk really admires you. Tyrant sighed incessantly. Others might be afraid of Tianyi Gate, but Tyrant wasn't. This was the western regions. No matter how strong Tianyi Gate was, it couldn't be stronger than him. As long as his master took action, he could easily wipe out Tianyi Gate. Cut the crap, Jiang Chen. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Hand over the wealth to me or die. Chi-child's killing intent surged. His aura had completely locked onto Jiang Chen and the other two, not giving them any chance to escape. In his eyes, the 3 of them would not be able to escape. They were like turtles in a jar, at his mercy. Is that so? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all your treasures, and I'll do what I did before. I'll cripple your Chi-si and make you a cripple, but I'll spare your life. What do you think? But I won't give you 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Chi-child was stunned. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Did he hear it wrongly? This guy in front of him was addicted to being a robber, robbing anyone he saw. Now, he actually wanted to rob me? This was simply courting death. You're courting death. Chi-child was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand them over, I'll attack you directly. At that time, you'll suffer a hellish torture, but you'll still hand them over. 3 breaths have passed. You don't have a chance anymore. I'm not interested in your wealth. I'm interested in your life. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen would never be polite to those who wanted to take his life. Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, he waved his hand and struck out the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw tore the void apart and appeared above Chi Child's head. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight against me? Chi Child was enraged. Runes rippled in his palm and he struck out a golden seal, causing layers of ripples in the void. It collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble. The collision between the two mighty warriors tore the void apart. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. Tyrant and Tan Lang had retreated when Jiang Chen struck out the first time. They stood far away and watched the battle. Facing an 8th grade combat king like Chi Child, a genius of the younger generation, Tan Lang was far from enough. Even Tyrant, who was a 6th grade combat king, couldn't defeat Chi Child. In order to defeat Chi Child, they could only rely on the abnormal Jiang Chen, who had just broken through to the 5th grade combat king. The seal Chi Child struck out was torn apart by the true dragon palm in an instant. He was sent flying a few meters away before he could regain his balance. The terrifying energy ripples caused the ground to sink. Chi Child felt that his blood and chi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but the shock in his heart was getting stronger. How is this possible? Chi Child almost cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Jiang Chen was just a 4th grade combat king. No, he was a 5th grade combat king. It seemed like Jiang Chen had made another breakthrough in the past 3 days in the Devil Realm. However, even if Jiang Chen was a 5th grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and Chi Child. There was no way Jiang Chen could be a match for him. However, Chi Child was completely defeated by Jiang Chen's attack just now. There are many impossible things in this world. As for your fate, it has been decided the moment you decided to deal with me. The Tianyi Gate has offended me, so you won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen said. Humph. I don't believe that a puny 5th grade combat king like you can defeat me. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Chi Child coldly harumphed. How could he yield to a 5th grade combat king? With a sway of his body, he flew up high into the sky. The energy waves of an 8th grade combat king were unleashed, spreading out to an unknown area. He spread out both of his palms, which were glowing with a deep blue light. What a powerful battle ripple. Look, it's Senior Disciple Chi. Those 3 bastards are here as well. Senior Disciple Chi is dealing with them. Damn it! I finally found those 3 bastards. Chi Child is going to deal with them personally. I'm sure he can beat them to a pulp. That's right. Let's go and have a look. I'm going to take back the wealth that those 3 bastards robbed from us. Some of them saw the battle, and many of them started to rush towards it. This was a great show, and no one wanted to miss it. They had a deep hatred towards Jiang Chen and the other 2. They wanted to eat their flesh raw, but those who had been robbed by Jiang Chen and the other 2 knew that although these 3 bandits were despicable, their methods were not something they could resist. If they wanted to take revenge, they could only rely on Chi Child from Tianyi Gate. Dong! Jiang Chen's footsteps shook, and the ground shook. He shot up high into the sky like an arrow, standing opposite of Chi Child. Today, he wanted to kill this 8th grade combat king with his own hands. Starfall! Chi Child suddenly let out a loud shout. Both of his palms were thrust forward, and a domain was formed. There were 9 dazzling stars that emitted a deep blue radiance, smashing towards Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Although these stars were formed by Yuan force, their attacking power was extremely strong, and their destructive power was terrifying. Those who came to watch the battle widened their eyes. The power of an 8th grade combat king was not something they could imagine. Chi Child's technique was very powerful. The star battle technique was even more frightening. They could imagine that if they were hit by the 9 stars, they would be smashed into meat patties on the spot. Insignificant skill. Profound 9 solar finger. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His fingers were like a sword, and he struck out with the profound 9 solar finger. The current profound 9 solar finger was no longer the same as before. Although he couldn't unleash its full power with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to form 9 giant fingers. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 solar fingers that were like pillars supporting the heavens. They were aimed at the 9 stars, and a horrifying scene happened. The 9 solar fingers were indestructible. Wherever they went, They would leave a deep mark in the void, and a large amount of sparks were produced. When the gigantic stars collided with the 9 solar fingers, they were instantly pierced through and shattered. Puff Young Master Chi's attack was forcefully torn apart by the mysterious 9 solar finger. Hence, he was the one who suffered the greatest shock. Young Master Chi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His complexion became extremely pale. However, the shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. He had been completely defeated in just 2 moves. Anyone could tell that he was no match for his opponent. This is a true monstrous genius. From afar, Tyrant couldn't help but click his tongue. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the strongest monster he had ever met in his life. He could be considered as a peerless genius. What? How is this possible? Chi Child is no match for that bastard? This is impossible. I must be hallucinating. A 5th grade combat king can defeat an 8th grade combat king, Chi Child. This is ridiculous. Where did this young man come from? He can actually challenge someone who is at a higher level than him. I wonder if Chi Child can still hold on. I think it's going to be difficult. He has suffered serious injuries. Don't tell me this young man is going to kill Chi Child? He definitely won't dare to. Tianyi Gate is one of the top powers in the Western region. A mere combat king can't afford to offend them. If he really kills Chi Child, he will have to face the wrath of Tianyi Gate. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too shocking. It had almost subverted everyone's imagination. Almost everyone believed that Chi Child could easily kill all 3 of them. However, the scene in front of their eyes was that the terrifying young man in white had severely injured Chi Child with just a single move. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He didn't want to let his opponent off easily. Once again, he attacked decisively. With a sway of his body, he appeared not far from Chi Child. He struck out the true dragon palm, aiming at Chi Child's head. Chapter 554. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They could see that the gap between Chi Child and Jiang Chen wasn't small. The severely injured Chi Child wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks. If there were no accidents, the next attack from Jiang Chen would be enough to take Chi Child's life. This was what made people terrified. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen would dare to kill Chi Child. After all, Chi Child had a certain status in the Tianyi Gate. To any major power, it wasn't easy to cultivate an 8th grade combat king. If Chi Child was killed, not only would it be a great loss to the sect, it would also be a great provocation to the sect's reputation. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't have the guts to kill. In this world, there were only people he didn't want to kill, or people he couldn't kill. There was no one he didn't dare to kill. Under Chi Child's horrified gaze, the true dragon palm slammed down. Even though Chi Child had used all his strength to block the attack, he was still severely injured. How could he be a match for the ferocious tiger Jiang Chen? The huge dragon claw pressed down like a huge mountain, smashing Chi Child down from the sky. Plop! Chi Child was smashed down from the sky, creating a deep pit on the ground. Smoke rose into the air. Jiang Chen was still in mid-air. He reached out his hand and grabbed Chi Child out of the deep pit. He grabbed Chi Child's neck like he was grabbing a little chick. Right now, Chi Child's condition could be said to be extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood, and his face was covered with blood mist. Both of his arms were twisted. He had completely lost his ability to fight. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. If Jiang Chen wanted to, he could take Chi Child's life at any time. It could be said that Chi Child's life was in Jiang Chen's hands. His life or death could only be decided by Jiang Chen's words. Oh my God! Chi Child was defeated so quickly and thoroughly. This is too cruel. Where did that guy come from? He is only a 5th grade combat king, but he could easily kill an 8th grade combat king, Chi Child. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I wonder if he has the guts to kill Chi Child. If he does, he will offend the entire Tianyi Gate. Even if he doesn't kill Chi Child, Tianyi Gate won't let him go. He has crippled a few disciples of Tianyi Gate. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. It seems like we won't be able to get our wealth back. However, we are lucky that he didn't kill us. Everyone was shocked. Chi Child was defeated so thoroughly. He was held like a chicken in someone's hand, unable to fight back. No one had expected this. However, many of them still thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill Qi Child. After all, not everyone had the courage to go against Tianyi Gate. As for the disciples of Tianyi Gate, all of their faces were unsightly. Most of them had been robbed by Jiang Chen before, so they hated Jiang Chen to the core. They thought that Qi Child could avenge them and teach these 3 robbers a lesson. However, it seemed like their dream had been shattered. Jiang Chen, how dare you treat me like this? Tianyi Gate won't let you go, Qi Child said in a weak voice. Even at this moment, he was still threatening Jiang Chen. Is that so? It seems like you won't cry until you see your coffin. Since that's the case, I'll let you see if I dare to kill you or not. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. An ice-cold murderous intent burst out from his body. He used his finger as a sword and slashed towards Qi Child's throat. Don't kill me. Qi Child was finally afraid. He hurriedly begged for mercy. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He finally believed that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with him. There was nothing that Jiang Chen didn't dare to do. His life was in the hands of his opponent. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would die for sure. Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing and said indifferently, "Take out all your wealth and I won't kill you." Wah! Hearing this, Qi Child vomited a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was completely caused by anger. He came here to rob Jiang Chen for the 9 solar holy water, the 10 million heavens elixir, and many more devil souls. Who would have thought that he would be robbed in the end? This was simply too depressing. If you don't want to die, hurry up and take them out. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Fine. I'll give them to you as long as you promise not to kill me. Qi Child gritted his teeth and said. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to compromise temporarily. As long as he could keep his life, he would find Jiang Chen in the future to settle the score. It wasn't easy to take his things. He would definitely make Jiang Chen return double of what he had lost. Qi Child had no choice but to take out all his wealth and give it to Jiang Chen. The wealth of an 8th grade combat king was still very strong. There were more than 800,000 heavens elixir, countless different kinds of herbs, and many higher grade devil souls. Robbing Qi Child alone was more than robbing dozens of people. I've given you all my wealth. You promised not to kill me, Qi Child said. Of course I'm a man of my words. After saying that, Jiang Chen let go of Qi Child, but when he turned around, he winked at Tyrant. Tyrant understood. He strode toward Qi Child who had just heaved a sigh of relief. His big face was filled with a treacherous smile. What do you want? Qi Child's heart tightened. This monk wasn't easy to deal with. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't care, but now it was different. Any combat king could easily kill him. I'm here to release you from purgatory. I'll send you to the pure land of bliss. Tyrant said in a serious tone. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. Jiang Chen, you said you wouldn't kill me as long as I gave you all my wealth. Qi Child shouted at Jiang Chen who was walking away. Didn't I let you go? But whether the others kill you or not, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen laughed. You are shameless. Qi Child was scared once again. His relaxed heart was on tenterhooks again. Tyrant made his move, slapping toward Qi Child's head. No. Qi Child was in despair. There was no way he could withstand Tyrant's attack. In the end, he let out a miserable scream and died under Tyrant's slap. The leader of Tianyi Gate's team in the Devil Realm had died just like that. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of the sect. Silence reigned. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that if they angered these 2 devil kings, they would kill them as well. They had even killed Qi Child. Was there anything else they wouldn't dare to do? Senior brother Qi is dead. What should we do? Someone asked in a low voice. Send a message to the sect immediately. We can't give them any chance to escape. An expert from Tianyi Gate took out a messenger talisman and secretly sent the message. At the same time, in Tianyi Gate, Qi Child's soul jade slip was broken. The elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip was shocked and immediately went to the elder's palace. Currently, there were 5 to 6 people sitting in the elder's palace. No one knew what they were discussing. Each of them was stronger than the other. The elder who was sitting in the middle was a 3rd-grade combat emperor. Other than him, there were 2 2nd-grade combat emperors, 1 1st-grade combat emperor, and 2 ninth-grade combat kings. Such a lineup couldn't be described as weak. Among the 2 ninth-grade combat kings, one of them was the chief steward of the Heavenly Tower. Although he was the leader of the Heavenly Tower, his position in the Elder's Palace of Tiani Gate was instantly lowered. Chief Steward, you have done a good job this time. So much 9 solar holy water, it can be used to cultivate more geniuses for our Tiani Gate. The 3rd-grade combat emperor said. It was obvious that he was satisfied with the amount of 9 solar holy water that the chief steward had brought back. Thank you for your compliment, Elder Yuan. That kid has so much 9 solar holy water at such a young age. I guess he must know where to find more 9 solar holy water. That's why I asked Chi Child to kill him in the Devil World and find the source of the 9 solar holy water. The chief steward said with a smile. This is a good job. The Heavenly Tower won't suffer any loss. Another battle emperor also praised the chief steward. Not good. At this moment, the elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip flew over and barged into the elder's palace. What made you so flustered? Speak slowly. Elder Yuan said with a frown. Not good. Chi Child's soul jade slip has been broken. Chi Child is dead. The elder said in a flustered tone. He knew that Chi Child had brought a lot of disciples to the Devil World. Now that Chi Child's soul jade slip had been broken, it meant that he was in danger. He dared not waste any more time and immediately came to report the matter. What? Chi Child is dead? When did this happen? The chief steward suddenly stood up from his seat. If Chi Child was dead, their plan would be ruined. Just now. The elder said honestly. What about the other disciples? Elder Yuan asked with a frown. Most of them are fine. Only a few of their soul jade slips have been broken. The elder said. This was a normal situation. After entering a place like the Devil World, it was normal to have some casualties. However, this time it was very unusual. Those disciples with lower cultivation bases were safe and sound, but the strongest disciple, Chi Child, was killed. Something must have happened. Right at this moment, a talisman in the chief steward's body began shaking. With a flip of his palm, he retrieved the talisman, and when he heard the message from the talisman, his expression changed dramatically. Bastard! The chief steward was enraged. He couldn't believe what had just happened in the Devil World. Chief Steward, what happened? Elder Yuan asked. I've just received news from the Devil World. That Zhang Chen has killed Chi Child. I didn't expect my judgment to be wrong. That kid has been hiding his true strength. Even the 8th-grade combat king Chi Child was killed by him. Damn it, damn it. Chapter 555. What? A commotion broke out in the Elder Palace. Everyone, including Elder Yuan, stood up from their seats. Chi Child was dead. If Chi Child was killed by a powerful Devil King in the Devil Realm, they wouldn't be angry at all. It would only mean that Chi Child's cultivation was too weak, or that Chi Child was just too unlucky. However, the truth was that Chi Child was killed by a human. This was equivalent to not putting the Tiani Gate in their eyes. Great Manager. Didn't you say that Zhang Chen is only a 4th-grade combat king? How did he kill Chi Child? Elder Yuan asked with a frown on his face. I'm not mistaken, that young man is really only a 4th-grade combat king. However, according to the news we received, Zhang Chen has already broken through to the 5th-grade combat king realm. Furthermore, those 3 men have been robbing everywhere in the Devil Realm. More than half of the disciples of the Tiani Gate have been robbed by them, and those who resisted would have their Chi destroyed, turning them into cripples. Their methods are extremely cruel. Just a moment ago, Zhang Chen killed Chi Child with his 5th-grade combat king cultivation base. The Great Manager said. Although he didn't want to believe that this was the truth, the news he received would never be wrong. He had to admit that he had underestimated Zhang Chen. I never thought that there would be such an abnormal genius, able to kill an 8th-grade combat king with his 5th-grade combat king cultivation base. However, since he dares to go against the Tiani Gate, he won't have a good ending. One of the combat emperors said. Elder Yuan, let's go there immediately. Don't let that young man escape. I'm sure he still has the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. The Great Manager hastily said. Losing an 8th-grade combat king genius wasn't a big deal to the Tiani Gate, but if they didn't kill Zhang Chen, the Tiani Gate's reputation would be completely destroyed. The geniuses of the Tiani Gate had gone to the Devil Realm to train, but their leader was killed, and the rest were robbed. If this news were to spread, it would be a great humiliation to the Tianyi Gate. Furthermore, Jiang Chen still had the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Since the Tianyi Gate had decided to kill Jiang Chen, they would have to continue with their plan. Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of genius that Jiang Chen is. Elder Yuan's aura shook. His body flashed and disappeared with a swoosh. After that, the other elders in the hall also disappeared. In the Devil Realm, Qi Child was dead. The others didn't dare to go against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the other two didn't make things difficult for the others. They flew toward the weakest point of the spatial barrier. Little Chunzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Leave this place. I'm afraid the Tianyi Gate has already found out about Qi Child's death. There's no need for us to clash with such a powerful sect. Once we leave this place, we'll return to Xuanyu immediately. Jiang Chen said. He had obtained a lot of benefits in the western region. With his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the Tianyi Gate. Therefore, his next goal was to return to Xuanyu, to Liang province. He still had to settle his grudges. De Huang was still in a deep sleep. As long as he could obtain the blood essence of the Fergana stallion, he would be able to wake up. This was the most urgent matter. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Damn it, this trip to the Devil Realm is such a big loss. We didn't get anything, and we were robbed clean. Damn it. Sigh, don't talk about it. This is fate. Those who were robbed all sighed. However, they couldn't stay in the Devil Realm for too long, so they all chose to leave. The disciples of the Tianyi Gate all had gloomy expressions. I've already sent the news to the Tianyi Gate. I believe the experts of the gate will come soon. Those 3 bastards will be dead for sure. The disciple who used the messenger talisman to send the message said. Soon, Jiang Chen's group of 3 arrived at the weak point of the spatial barrier of the Devil Realm. He took out the Heavenly Saint's sword and slashed at the spatial crack in front of him. The spatial barrier was directly torn apart. With a flash, the 3 of them walked out of the Devil Realm. The place where they came out was the same place where they entered. Not long after Jiang Chen's group came out, the people behind them also came out one by one. Although they hated Jiang Chen, after what happened before, they understood that as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. After all, if he wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, they weren't afraid of Jiang Chen. After leaving the Devil Realm, the 3 of them had just flown for a short while when several powerful auras suddenly descended from the sky. Before the people had even appeared, they had already completely sealed off this space, firmly trapping Jiang Chen's group. They came really fast. Jiang Chen's expression changed. These auras clearly came specifically for them, so they immediately trapped them, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, a total of 6 powerful figures appeared, completely blocking the 3 of them. They were the 6 people from the Tianyi Gate's Elders' Hall. Damn it, 4 combat emperors and 2 9th-grade combat kings, they really think highly of us. Tyrant couldn't help but curse. The appearance of such a powerful camp at the Tianyi Gate clearly showed that they wanted to kill them. With his and Jiang Chen's current strength, they would definitely die if they were to face such a powerful camp. There wasn't even a possibility of escaping. However, even in the face of such a powerful camp, Tyrant's face still didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness. In this western region, there was really nothing that could make him nervous. Look, that's the expert from the Tianyi Gate. He's finally here. Haha, good. So many combat emperors, it seems like they already know what happened here and rushed over here. Those 3 bastards are dead for sure. There won't be any more accidents. This is great. Even the combat emperors are here. Even if that guy is a genius, he won't be a match for them. Offending the Tianyi Gate is simply a dead end. The people who came out from the Devil Realm became excited. Their faces revealed a gloating expression. The Tianyi Gate's camp was too strong. There were 4 combat emperors. One of them was a powerful 4th-grade combat emperor. Even if these 3 guys grew 3 heads and 6 arms, even if they grew 100 pairs of wings, they would still die without a doubt. It's the 3 of them. Elder Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen and the other 2. Lengling asked. That's right. This guy is Jiang Chen. The chief steward looked at Jiang Chen and shouted with a stern voice, Jiang Chen, I was kind enough to allow you to participate in the training with the geniuses of the Tianyi Gate. giving you a chance to obtain the devil's soul in exchange for the heavenly elixir. I didn't expect you to repay my kindness with enmity, killing the disciples of the Qiani Gate and robbing everyone. What's the difference between you and the devil cult? The chief steward put on a dignified appearance as he questioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered. He really wanted to go up and smash that face of his into pieces. Old bastard, don't make it sound so nice. You know clearly what you have done. On the surface, the Heavenly Tower is extremely fair and has an excellent reputation. However, you always do things in the dark. You asked me to participate in the mission in the Devil Realm because you wanted Chi Child to kill me here and snatch the treasures in my hands. You are truly shameless. Unfortunately, Chi Child wasn't as strong as me, and was killed by me instead. He deserved it. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear on his face. He had a trump card now. If things got out of hand and he couldn't kill them, he could just use the source of combat strength talisman given to him by Great Master Ran Feng and crush these guys into pieces. What? It can't be. The Heavenly Tower wouldn't do such a thing. The Heavenly Tower has an excellent reputation in the Western region. Yeah, it can't be, right? But if it's true, who would dare to do business with the Heavenly Tower in the future? Jiang Chen's words undoubtedly caused a commotion. Many people began to discuss among themselves. One must know that in the Western region, the Heavenly Tower was a living signboard. Many people and forces had business dealings with the Heavenly Tower because of its reputation. However, if what Jiang Chen said was true, the Heavenly Tower's reputation would be completely destroyed. Who would dare to do business with it in the future? Nonsense. Jiang Chen, don't slander us. Our Heavenly Tower has always had an excellent reputation. Now that you've killed someone from the Qiani Gate, you want to drag the Heavenly Tower into this matter? You're simply too audacious. I'm going to arrest you right now and imprison you in the Qiani Gate. The chief steward was furious. Chi Child had failed, and Jiang Chen now knew about his scheme. What he needed to do now was to arrest these three and bring them back to the Qiani Gate. Then, he would interrogate them about the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Humph. Let me tell you, the Qiani Gate better not provoke me, or else, you won't be able to imagine the consequences. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had never planned to go against the Qiani Gate, but if they really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid. Young man, you really don't know what death is. You've killed a genius from the Qiani Gate, so you have to pay the price. I'm going to arrest you now. The 4th grade combat emperor, Elder Yuan, said in an indifferent tone. His chi fluctuated slightly, causing the entire void to tremble. After that, he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping Jiang Chen and the other two. Tyrant and Tan Lang felt as if their bodies were being imprisoned. They couldn't even move. The power of a combat emperor wasn't something they could deal with, let alone a powerful 4th grade combat emperor. It's over. These three are finished. A 4th grade combat emperor is here. They won't have the chance to resist anymore. This is so satisfying. Even if we can't get our wealth, it's still satisfying to see them being captured. Seeing that the 4th grade combat emperor was here, many of them became excited. They all felt that there wouldn't be any more accidents this time. These 3 robbers were definitely going to die. There was no chance for them to resist. A 4th grade combat emperor wasn't someone Chi Child could compare to. Amitba. Chapter 556. The chi of the voice was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. What was even more surprising was that the voice that came from nowhere had shattered Elder Yuan's attack. His Elder Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. His face turned pale. He could feel that when the voice was heard, the person was still in the inner part of the spatial zone and there was still a long distance between them. Despite the distance, the person's voice could still penetrate the spatial zone and shatter his attack. What did this mean? It meant that the strength of the person wasn't something that he could compare with. He was a 4th grade combat emperor, but the person who came was most likely a true saint. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared like a ghost. It didn't even cause the spatial zone to tremble. It was afraid that only the legendary minor saint could come and go without a trace. Everyone looked at the person who came. It was a white-bearded old monk with fluttering clothes. His posture was dignified, like a peerless Buddha. His body was covered with golden Buddha light that could deliver all sentient beings from suffering. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but feel respectful towards him. The old monk's divine body was a little illusory. Those with discerning eyes could see that the old monk was merely a divine sense. It wasn't his real body. Even though it was just a divine sense, everyone could feel the enormous pressure from the old monk, making it hard for them to breathe. If a divine sense was this powerful, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if the real person came. Master. Tyrant saw the person who came and immediately called out. He knew that Great Master Ran Feng would come at this critical moment. After all, this was the Western region. If his disciple was killed in the Western region, Great Master Ran Feng would lose a lot of face. Moreover, in Great Master Ran Feng's heart, Jiang Chen held a very important position. What? This old monk is the little monk's master? I knew that the little monk's identity wasn't ordinary. It seems like he is a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. This old monk is just a divine sense, but he gave people a very terrifying feeling. If I'm not mistaken, he is most likely an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Tianyi Gate has kicked an iron plate this time. Although Tianyi Gate is powerful, the gap between them and the Great Lightning Tune Temple is like the gap between heaven and earth. If this monk is really from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I'm afraid that Tianyi Gate can only suffer in silence. Many people started discussing in low voices. Although the old monk was just a divine sense, everyone could feel how terrifying he was. Elder Yuan, who was brimming with qi, had completely retracted his qi. With his eyesight, he could tell that this old monk was at least a 5th-grade minor saint. Even if there was a minor saint in the heavenly sect, there was still a gap between them and this old monk. Moreover, a 5th-grade minor saint was just a conservative estimate. In the Western domain, there was only one place where such an eminent monk came from: the Great Lightning Tune Temple. No matter how powerful the heavenly sect was, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I didn't know that the little monk was an eminent disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I hope that eminent monk won't take it to heart. However, this Jiang Chen has killed the disciples of Tianyi Gate and robbed everyone here. We, Tianyi Gate, will definitely make him pay for what he has done. I hope eminent monk won't interfere in this matter. Elder Yuan said. He wasn't an idiot. The little monk had already addressed the old monk as master. It was obvious that the old monk was here for the little monk. If he still wanted to make things difficult for the little monk, he would be an idiot. However, he believed that the old monk had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. Besides, his target this time was Jiang Chen. It didn't matter if he killed the little monk or not. As long as he captured Jiang Chen, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Amitba. Jiang Chen is a good friend of mine. You can't touch him. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together and said straightforwardly, Eminent monk, the Great Lightning Tune Temple is a reasonable place. We, Tianyi Gate, are one of the biggest sects in the Western domain. This Jiang Chen isn't a Buddhist disciple. Don't you think that Great Master Ran Feng's hand has reached too far? The 9th-grade combat king from Tianyi Gate said loudly. Obviously, his eyesight wasn't as good as Elder Yuan's. He couldn't see through the old monk's cultivation level. In his opinion, the old monk was at most a minor saint. There were more than one minor saint in Tianyi Gate. Moreover, this incident was caused by Jiang Chen. Even if it was the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they still had to be reasonable. Unfortunately, this was not a reasonable world to begin with. This benefactor has a strong killing intent towards our friend Jiang Chen. Great Master Ran Feng said. He raised his head and looked at the 9th-grade combat king. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes and reached the 9th-grade combat king in an instant. The void was torn apart. Without any suspense, the 9th-grade combat king didn't even have the chance to react. His head was pierced through and he died on the spot. The 9th-grade combat king didn't even have the time to scream. His body fell from the sky. What? Everyone on the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Each of them widened their eyes and stared at the old monk who was standing in the void. It was too scary. He killed a man with just a glance. What kind of technique was this? It was so powerful that it defied the natural order. He killed a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance, and it was just a divine sense. My God, this monk is too scary. He killed a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance. A minor saint is so powerful. The level of a saint is beyond our imagination. This old monk must be an expert from the Great Lain Temple. Even though Buddhists aren't bloodthirsty, they still pay attention to karma. This old monk obviously wanted to avenge Jiang Chen. That's why he killed the 9th grade combat king. It's a pity that the 9th grade combat king died, but he deserved it. The dignity of a saint cannot be violated. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Great Master Ran Feng. There was no way they wouldn't be afraid. Who would dare to act rashly in front of such a powerful Buddha? I didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to be so courageous. Tan Lang, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but sigh. In his impression, the people of Buddhists were very kind. They would deliver all living beings from suffering, and they wouldn't kill easily. Besides, he had been in contact with Great Master Ran Feng for a long time. He thought that Great Master Ran Feng was an old man who was easy to get along with. Buddhists pay attention to karma. During the war between the Buddhists and the devil race, they were used to killing, but they weren't bloodthirsty. They would only kill because they had their own obsession. Great Master Ran Feng is the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ran Feng's way of doing things. In the past, when Ancestor Green Lotus was running amok under the heavens, he would stand up for all the injustice in the world. When he saw injustice, he would pull out his sword to help. If he didn't like someone, he would kill them. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ran Feng's way of doing things. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus was a tyrant under the heavens. He would stand up for all the injustice in the world. He would offer his help whenever he saw injustice. If he didn't have the courage to kill, he wouldn't have befriended a god of slaughter like Jiang Chen. Great Master, even if you are from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, you shouldn't have gone too far. We, the Tianyi Gate, just want an explanation. A second-grade combat emperor of the Tianyi Gate said angrily. They were the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still one of the major powers in the Western domain. How could he not feel aggrieved when his own disciple was killed so easily? However, before the man could finish his words, Elder Yuan quickly pulled him behind his back and scolded, "Do you want to die?" After that, Elder Yuan bowed deeply at Great Master Ran Feng and said loudly, "Great Master is a man with a high status. I'm sure you won't make things difficult for small fries like us. Let's forget about today's matter. From today onwards, we, the Tianyi Gate, will not find trouble with Jiang Chen and your disciple." After that, Elder Yuan brought the few experts of the Tianyi Gate and flew away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yuan was a smart man. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would be killed by Great Master Ran Feng's divine sense. I didn't expect that this matter would be left unsettled. The Tianyi Society had sent a large number of combat emperors, but they were all scared off by a divine will. What do you know? That old monk is extremely powerful. He could kill a 9th grade combat king with just a glance. How could they fight against him? I guess this old monk's cultivation is much stronger than the strongest minor saint of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend this old monk. Yeah, even if this old monk isn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend him. So they had to leave this matter unsettled. Unfortunately, all our wealth has been taken away. We can't get it back even if we want to. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that today's incident would end like this. No one had thought that the three robbers had such a powerful background that even the Tianyi Gate couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Chen held his fists at Great Master Ran Feng and said, "Thank you for saving us, Great Master. Little friend Jiang Chen, there's no need to be so courteous. I can guarantee little friend's safety here in the Western region, but once you leave the Western region, I won't be able to do anything about it. I have a small entrance here that can teleport you all to the mysterious region." Great Master Ran Feng said. Then he took out an illusory spatial gate and opened it on the spot. Then, he grabbed Jiang Chen and the other two robbers and threw them into the spatial gate and closed it. From this, it could be seen that Great Master Ran Feng wanted these three guys to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. If not, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. He could tell that when his troublesome disciples met Jiang Chen, they were like two devil incarnate. If they were allowed to stay in the Western region, they would definitely turn this Buddhist holy land into a chaotic mess. Little guys, start from Xuanyu. Grow up slowly. Chapter 557. In the Western domain, A few elders of the Tianyi Gate were wearing a gloomy expression. The second-grade combat emperor who spoke loudly to Great Master Ran Feng said angrily, "Elder Yuan, are you telling me that the Tianyi Gate is going to swallow this insult? What else do you think? That old monk killed a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance with his divine sense. His combat strength is much stronger than what I have imagined. Even if all the minor saints of the Tianyi Gate were to attack him, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Besides, there is a possibility that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is behind him. We can't afford to offend such a person." Elder Yuan glared at the second-grade combat emperor. If he didn't stop the second-grade combat emperor from talking, his ending would be the same as the 9th-grade combat king. Offending the dignity of a saint was no different than courting death. This time, Jiang Chen has gained a huge advantage. I'm not willing to let him go just like that. The second-grade combat emperor sighed. After listening to Elder Yuan's words, he felt that what he did was a little impulsive. Thinking about it, he felt a little scared. Offending the dignity of a saint was equivalent to courting death. But we can't just let this matter go like this. We can't afford to offend that old monk, and we can't afford to offend the Great Lei Temple either. But I have a feeling that Jiang Chen isn't from the western region. Elder Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was an experienced and astute person. Even if he couldn't touch Jiang Chen for the time being, he still needed to investigate his background. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other two were traveling through the spatial tunnel gloomily. The spatial gate was very stable. It could teleport them to the faraway Xuanyu. I didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to be so terrifying. Killing a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. Tan Lang was still immersed in Great Master Ran Feng's domineering aura. Killing a 9th-grade combat king just by looking at it. Such a shocking scene. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was like a dream. Great Master Ran Feng is a 9th-grade minor saint. He is only a step away from the Great Saint Realm. He is a supreme being who has comprehended the laws of the Saint Realm. No ordinary person can compare with him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew better than anyone else how strong a 9th-grade minor saint was because he had stayed at this level for quite some time. "Master, once you refine the 9 Yang Les Rond pill, you'll have a chance of becoming a great sage," Tyrant said. A great sage. Just how powerful are they? Tan Lang didn't dare to imagine that a great sage was the strongest existence standing at the end of the world. In the Divine Land, masters of the great sage level probably only existed in the pure land of the Divine Land. Of course, the western region was a separate entity. The Great Lei Temple also had Buddhas of the great sage level, whose strength was unfathomable. However, this spatial gate isn't bad. It can teleport us through so many big domains and directly to Xuanyu. Amazing. Tan Lang looked at the sturdy spatial tunnel and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this small domain gate was personally created by Ancestor Green Lotus. With his cultivation, he can go anywhere in the Saint Origin world with just a thought, let alone a small domain gate. However, this small domain gate can only be used a limited number of times. After a certain point it can no longer be used. Tyrant admired Ancestor Green Lotus very much. In fact, it wasn't just him. There was no one in the entire Western domain who didn't admire Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well how terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus was. If this spatial gate was personally created by Ancestor Green Lotus, it would make sense because Great Master Ran Feng, who is only a 9th-grade minor saint, wouldn't be able to create such a spatial gate. The three of them flew in the spatial tunnel towards Xuanyu. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Liang province wouldn't be peaceful after the return of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. A bloody storm was inevitable. The Xian domain was vast and boundless. As one of the 8 major domains of the Divine Land, the Xian domain was not ranked among the top, but there were still super powerful existences in the Xian domain. There was more than one force like the Tianyi Palace in the Xian domain. The Xian domain had a long history and had produced all kinds of heroes. The Liang province was nothing. It was just the most inconspicuous province among the many provinces in the Xian domain. Xuanyu. Tan family. These 3 words carried the weight of a mountain in Xuanyu. The biggest family in Xuanyu was located here. If there were 5 major powers in Xuanyu, the Tan family would be one of them. It was only a family, but it was enough to compete with the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong this family was. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard of the Tan family, a purple-robed young man was sitting cross-legged on a huge green stone. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, and there was a layer of light constantly flickering on the surface of his body. His aura was rising every second. He didn't look old, but he actually had such a tyrannical cultivation, which was shocking. If someone with discerning eyes was here, they would definitely be able to tell that this young man was trying to break through to the combat emperor realm. Barf! Suddenly, the young man spurted out a mouthful of black blood. That's right, it was black blood. When the black blood landed on the ground, it made a chi-chi sound and smelled fishy. Young Master Hao, the extravasated blood has been forced out. It seems like you will recover very soon. At this moment, the void shook. An old man in black robe appeared and said to the young man. This old man's eyes were deep and his chi was steady. The chi that he casually emitted was something that even the 4th-grade combat emperor Elder Yuan of Tianyi Gate couldn't compare to. Uncle Peng, is there any news about Jiang Chen? The young man asked. Young Master Hao asked me to investigate that Jiang Chen. Ever since he was injured by the Shura Temple of Liang Province, he hasn't been seen since. However, someone said that Jiang Chen had gone through the heavenly tribulation first, then he was attacked by a combat emperor. His injuries were extremely serious. I'm afraid that he will die for sure. Since he hasn't appeared for such a long time, I think his condition isn't good. The old man who was addressed as Uncle Peng said honestly. Hearing this, the young man's eyes revealed 2 rays of ruthlessness. I owe him my life. Brother Jiang, I, Tanji Hao, will personally avenge you. If Jiang Chen was here, he wouldn't be able to recognize this young man. However, this young man would never forget Jiang Chen. That day when Jiang Chen was wreaking havoc in the cold hell jail, there was a severely injured young man in the corner of the jail. At the last moment, he relied on Jiang Chen to break the cold hell jail to escape. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Tanji Hao would have died in the cold hell jail. The Shura Temple would never have thought that they had imprisoned a young master of the Tan family. If they knew about it, the Shura Temple would have been scared out of their wits. Li Tianyang would have fled for his life. No, he wouldn't even dare to flee. In Xuanyu, anyone that the Chen family wanted to kill would definitely die. Young Master Hao, it's just a mere Shura temple. As long as I take action, I can wipe them out completely. There's no need for young master to do it yourself. Besides, you have to hide the fact that you have disappeared from the family. The old man said. However, he also understood this young master's character. He had always been stubborn. No, I will solve my own problem. When my injuries have fully recovered, I will personally destroy the Shura temple and avenge Brother Jiang. Tanji Hao said with determination. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other 2 finally walked out of the small spatial gate after 3 hours of teleportation. One had to admit that Great Master Ran Feng was very powerful. He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to go to Liang Province, so he directly teleported them to the border of Liang Province. I'm very familiar with this place. Liang Province is right in front of us. When I brought you guys to the western region, we stayed here. We even killed a tycoon from the Shura Temple and 2 geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. Tyrant said after looking around. Liang Province. I never thought that I, Tan Lang, would be able to appear here alive again. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't calm his heart down when he thought about all the things that had happened during this period of time. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Let's go to the chaotic ocean first and check on Zhuang Fan's situation. Now that we've left, I'm sure he's not doing well. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but frown when Zhuang Fan was mentioned. As someone who cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, he always had an indescribable feeling. He had a feeling that something bad might have happened to Zhuang Fan. All right, let's go to the chaotic ocean first. Tyrant and Tan Lang agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. When they thought about Heaven Hawk Island's Zhuang Fan, they felt extremely uncomfortable. The tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng's actions were too detestable. After that, the 3 of them tore through the void and flew towards the direction of the chaotic ocean. In the evening, the 3 of them appeared at the border of the chaotic ocean. They immediately smelled a strong chaotic aura. Jiang Chen and the other 2 had disguised themselves. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to recognize them. Sigh. That Heaven Hawk Island's lord is too pitiful. His corpse has been hung for 4 months. The Shura temple is too much. That's right, it's too much. It's obvious that Jiang Chen has disappeared. It's highly possible that he's dead. That day, the Heaven Hawk Island Lord slandered the tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng, ruining his reputation. How could the tycoon let it go so easily? Of course he had to kill him. However, killing someone shouldn't go too far. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng hung his corpse outside the Heaven Hawk Island for several months. This is too much. Furthermore, I have a feeling that what the Heaven Hawk Island Lord said might be the truth. As soon as they arrived at the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen heard such discussions. His, Tyrant's, and Tan Lang's expressions instantly changed. It seemed like something had really happened to Zhuang Fan. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the few cultivators who were discussing among themselves. Hey, who are you? A good dog doesn't block the way. One of them said impatiently when he saw someone blocking their way. Chapter 558. The chaotic ocean was a lawless place to begin with. Those who dared to make a living in this place all had a temper. Now that they were interrupted by someone while they were talking, it was only natural for them to be angry. I'm Jiang Chen. What happened on Heaven Hawk Island? Tell me everything in detail. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a sharp, cold light that pierced straight into one's heart. Under the cold gaze of Jiang Chen, the cultivator felt as if his soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no to Jiang Chen, death would be the only thing that awaited him. Jiang Chen, why you're not dead? The cultivator was trembling. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation, and a man who could destroy the freezing hell jail. These two men were enough to strike fear into the hearts of all men. Jiang Chen had left a mighty name in the chaotic ocean and the Liang province, and almost everyone knew about it. Everyone thought Jiang Chen was dead, but they never expected that after disappearing for a few months, he would reappear in the chaotic ocean. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll send you to the afterlife. The monk arrived in front of the cultivators. With a sway of his body, he removed his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. Seeing this, the cultivators couldn't help but shiver. This monk was too iconic, and he also had another identity. The #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Back when he was robbing the Heaven Hawk Island, he had killed countless geniuses from the 4 major powers, and had been hunted down by the 4 major powers. Now that the monk had reappeared, it was obvious who Jiang Chen was. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster. Not long after the two of you disappeared from the Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster. Not long after the two of you disappeared from Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. That Xiao Nanfeng personally went to Heaven Hawk Island, but I didn't expect the Heaven Hawk Island Lord to stay hidden on the island instead of running away. Someone saw that the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's expression turned grim when he saw Xiao Nanfeng, and he immediately went mad. He didn't run away, and Xiao Nanfeng caught him and killed him on the spot. His corpse was hung in the sky above Heaven Hawk Island. After that, Xiao Nanfeng learned about the relationship between the two of you and the Heaven Hawk Island Lord, so he released the news in an attempt to lure the two of you out. The cultivator didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything, and he told them everything that had happened on Heaven Hawk Island. The others also nodded in agreement, proving that the cultivator was right. Damn it! A ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes once again. After listening to the cultivator's story, for some reason, he felt as if there was a thorn in his heart, and he had to pull it out. He had never been so angry and aggrieved before. He had promised Zhuang Fan that he would avenge him, but in the end, he didn't get his revenge, and Zhuang Fan was already dead. Especially when he heard that Zhuang Fan had gone mad on the spot. Jiang Chen could imagine the hatred Zhuang Fan had for Xiao Nanfeng. He couldn't control his emotions at all when he saw this mortal enemy again. Zhuang Fan didn't run away because he knew it was meaningless to run away. He only had 1 year left to live, and it was impossible for him to take revenge. All his hopes were on Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's fate was unknown, and it seemed like he couldn't count on him anymore. Therefore, he had lost all hope and only wished for death. Zhuang Fan had gone mad. Perhaps the moment he saw Xiao Nanfeng, he couldn't help but think about his wife and son who had died a tragic death. The scar that was buried deep in his heart had been torn open, and the bloody scar had touched the last line of defense in Zhuang Fan's heart. At that moment, despair, hatred, helplessness, gloominess, and all sorts of negative emotions filled up his soul. He had gone mad, and this was the last image he had left in this world. This was a human tragedy. A man with iron bones, a man who didn't hesitate to turn himself into a demon beast for revenge. Just how big of a blow did it take for him to go mad? As a mighty combat king, if he wasn't on the verge of a mental breakdown, how could he go mad? All of this was caused by Xiao Nanfeng. It was that sanctimonious tycoon who had destroyed a family and a man. Fuck you, I can't take it anymore. The tycoon cursed. Although he was a Buddhist, he was a man of emotions. What happened to Zhuang Fan had really infuriated him. That Xiao Nanfeng really deserved to be hacked into pieces. What a scum. I've always looked up to him as my idol. Tan Lang was also filled with hatred. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Xiao Nanfeng's actions had proven Zhuang Fan's words to be true. He's Tan Lang, he's not dead either. When those people saw Tan Lang, they immediately recognized him. He was Tan Lang from the Shura Temple, and he could be considered as a famous figure among the younger generation. However, he was imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, and later disappeared with Jiang Chen. Many people thought that Tan Lang had died as well, but they never thought that all of them would return today. Not only was Tan Lang still alive, his cultivation base was even stronger than before. Is Xiao Nanfeng still on the Heaven Hawk Island? Jiang Chen asked. He had decided to complete the task that he couldn't complete. Zhuang Fan was dead, but he still wanted to avenge him. Not only did he have to settle this score, he had to make sure that Zhuang Fan didn't die in vain, as Jiang Chen had promised him. No, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't wait for you guys, so he went back. I heard that he is breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, and is about to succeed. However, the Heaven Hawk Island has been occupied by the Shura Temple. There are at least 30 disciples of the Shura Temple guarding the island. 3 of them are tycoons, and the leader is second tycoon, Zhang Liang, an 8th-grade combat king, very powerful. The cultivator said. Although Xiao Nanfeng had gone back, the Heaven Hawk Island was still occupied by the Shura Temple. Zhuang Fan's body was still hanging there, exposed to the sun and rain. It seemed like the Shura Temple wasn't willing to declare Jiang Chen dead, and wanted to use Zhuang Fan to lure Jiang Chen out. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant asked. I'll bury Zhuang Fan's body. Tonight, I'll create a storm in the chaotic ocean, bathe the Heaven Hawk Island in blood, and leave no one alive from the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky as he flew toward the Heaven Hawk Island. Tyrant and Tan Lang looked at each other. They knew Jiang Chen too well. Today, Jiang Chen was really angry. Once he was angry, the consequences would be severe. It wasn't hard to imagine that the chaotic ocean wouldn't be peaceful tonight, and the Heaven Hawk Island would be flooded with blood. Not only Jiang Chen, Tyrant and Tan Lang were furious as well. They followed behind Jiang Chen, flying toward the Heaven Hawk Island. The second tycoon of the Shura Temple was an 8th-grade combat king. If it was before, they wouldn't be a match for him, but it was different now. Jiang Chen could easily kill an 8th-grade combat king, Qi Child, so killing the second tycoon wouldn't be a problem for him. Looking at the 3 men who disappeared in an instant, the cultivators were stunned. Then, a commotion broke out, and their faces changed dramatically. Did you guys hear that? That Jiang Chen is going to the Heaven Hawk Island to kill someone. He wants to bathe the Heaven Hawk Island in blood. This is terrifying. Jiang Chen isn't dead, and he has returned in a powerful manner. He is going to save the Heaven Hawk Island master. It seems like they are related. However, that second tycoon is an 8th-grade combat king. Even if Jiang Chen returned in a powerful manner, I'm afraid he won't be a match for an 8th-grade combat king. However, this man is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. I'm sure he has some powerful tricks up his sleeves. Let's go and have a look. The chaotic ocean isn't going to be peaceful tonight. The few cultivators were shocked. They quickly headed toward the direction of the Heaven Hawk Island. There was going to be a great show tonight. Wherever they went, everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned. The news swept across the entire chaotic ocean like a wild wind. It spread too fast. For the past few months, the entire Qi province, especially the chaotic ocean, was talking about Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's return had stirred up an unimaginable uproar. For a moment, a large number of cultivators and sea demons were heading toward the Heaven Hawk Island. The Heaven Hawk Island had once again become the center of attention. The night above the ocean wasn't dark. The moonlight shone on the surface of the ocean, creating ripples that looked like silvery sand. It was cool and beautiful. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the ocean. He brought Tyrant and Tan Lang to the outskirts of the Heaven Hawk Island. Despite the distance, he could see a corpse hanging high in the sky above the Heaven Hawk Island. The corpse had a human body and the head of an eagle. It was supposed to be a majestic body, but it was now extremely thin and weak. It was curled up into a ball. Blood had completely drained from his body, but one could still see the hideous wounds on his body. There were also dried bloodstains on the surface of his body. The corpse was none other than Zhuang Fan. His eyes were tightly shut, and he died peacefully. Perhaps, death was a true release for him. That was why Jiang Chen didn't extend his lifespan in the past. But now, even though he was free, he still carried a great regret. I will make up for your regret. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely avenge your wife and son. One day, I will make Xiao Nanfeng kneel in front of your grave and use his blood to pay homage to the souls of your family. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen's face was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stared at the corpse hanging in the distance and said in an indifferent tone. At the same time, a bright light flickered in his hand, and the heavenly saint's sword appeared. It was a dazzling and mystical dragon sword. It was covered with dragon patterns, and the hilt of the sword looked like it was about to transform into a dragon's head. The entire sword looked extremely dazzling. But this was a sword of slaughter. The heavenly saint's sword was connected to Jiang Chen's bloodline. As if it could sense the intense killing intent coming from Jiang Chen's body, the heavenly saint's sword started to tremble violently, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. Traces of red light emerged on the surface of the sword. That was the sign of a bloodthirsty sword. It was a sword that thirsted for blood. It would take someone's life the moment it was unleashed. It was rare for Jiang Chen to take out the heavenly saint's sword. But today, he was truly enraged. He wanted to use this kind of direct method to kill someone. He wanted the heavenly saint's sword to drink enough blood. Tyrant, Tan Lang, the two of you stand guard outside. Today, we will bathe the entire Heaven Hawk Island in blood. Don't let a single person escape. Chapter 559. Jiang Chen moved. He held the heavenly saint's sword in his hand and strode forward. Jiang Chen stomped on the void, shattering it and producing a deafening sound. The sound was like a sudden clap of thunder, and could be heard clearly within a few dozen miles. It was a terrifying sound. A monstrous killing intent surged out from Jiang Chen's body, turning into a blood-red light beam that pierced through the clouds and illuminated the dark night. The people who were closest to the Heaven Hawk Island had arrived. After witnessing what had happened, many of them had their eyes on Jiang Chen. Some of them had recognized Jiang Chen's appearance. The current Jiang Chen was no longer in disguise. He had returned to his usual appearance of a young man in white. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He has returned. Someone told me that Jiang Chen has returned and is going to massacre the entire Heaven Hawk Island. It seems like it's true. What a powerful aura. He is much stronger than he was a few months ago, like a god of war. The Heaven Hawk Island has been completely occupied by the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen and the Shura Temple are irreconcilable enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked the Heaven Hawk Island. He is fighting for the Heaven Hawk Island Master. The Shura Temple has crossed the line. The Heaven Hawk Island has been peaceful for a long time. Today, it is finally going to be lively again. The devil incarnate Jiang Chen has returned, and that shameless monk has returned as well. I'm afraid the Liang province is going to lose its peace soon. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with the second tycoon, Zhang Liang. One should know that Zhang Liang is an 8th grade combat king. A very difficult opponent. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's aura was too strong. He had caused such a huge commotion the moment he arrived. It was hard for them not to be shocked. Under the gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen walked toward the Heaven Hawk Island. With every step he took, his killing intent became denser and denser, causing people's hearts to tremble with fear. Who is so daring? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from within the Heaven Hawk Island. After that, a few figures flew out from the island. The leader was a 1st grade combat king warrior, and the rest were all peak combat soul warriors. One of them wore an arrogant expression that only belonged to the disciples of some superpowers, and the other carried a towering aura, as if he wanted to tear the newcomer into pieces. The Heaven Hawk Island was now the stronghold of the Shura Temple in the chaotic ocean designated by the Great Tycoon. In the entire Liang province, anyone who dared disrespect the Shura Temple was no different than courting death. Shua! What welcomed that Shura Temple disciple was a resplendent sword light. That sword light emitted boundless golden light, illuminating the night sky and tearing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before that disciple. What? The disciple cried out in shock. This was the last sound he would ever leave in this world. The sword beam pierced through the middle of his body, slicing his body in half and killing him on the spot. A first-grade combat king didn't even have the chance to fight back when facing this sword beam. Swoosh, the scene had frightened all the remaining combat soul disciples. All of them had pale faces as they stared at this uninvited guest with fear. They couldn't believe that there was someone who dared to kill a disciple of Shura Temple. This man was simply too daring. I'm Jiang Chen. I'm not dead. I'm back. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was transmitted through a powerful sound wave, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Jiang Chen, wasn't dead, he was back. It's Jiang Chen. He's Jiang Chen. He's really not dead, he's back. He has become even stronger. Hurry up and inform the second tycoon. If not, no one will be able to stop Jiang Chen. All the disciples of Shura Temple were shocked. In their minds, they had been occupying the Heaven Hawk Island for a very long time, and when they thought about how powerful Jiang Chen was when he disappeared, they were sure that he was already dead. However, they never expected that a few months later, Jiang Chen would reappear and kill one of their combat king warriors. At this moment, the entire Heaven Hawk Island was plunged into chaos. The tragic death of a first-grade combat king warrior caused those disciples of Shura Temple who were only at the combat soul realm to retreat. They stared at the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand with fear, fearing that Jiang Chen would attack them as well. If that happened, they would be instantly killed. Jiang Chen didn't look at these disciples of Shura Temple. Instead, he threw his glance over at Zhuang Fan's corpse. He estimated the distance between them, then he said with an indifferent voice, 3 steps to kill a man. Brother Zhuang Fan, take a good look. I'll use the blood of these men to baptize your heroic soul. Jiang Chen moved again. He walked very slowly, taking 3 steps forward. After that, he swung the long sword once again, cutting another disciple in half and killing him. Jiang Chen estimated the distance between them. At this rate, it would take him 100 steps to reach Zhuang Fan. There should be more than 30 people on the Heaven Hawk Island right now. Therefore, he killed a man with 3 steps, and when he reached Zhuang Fan, he would kill all of them to comfort Zhuang Fan's heroic soul. Swoosh! Puchi! The third slash was unleashed, and another man was killed on the spot. There was no way for anyone to escape from Jiang Chen's sword. It was a deadly sword, and anyone who was targeted by it would die without a doubt. As long as the Heavenly Saint's sword was unleashed, someone would definitely die, and the person wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Someone, help! Jiang Chen is back. The remaining disciples were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They immediately shouted toward the Heaven Hawk Island. Presumptuous! Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to still be alive, and you even have the guts to show yourself here. Looks like Big Tycoon's prediction is correct. However, since you dare to show yourself here today, it will be the day you die. Right at this moment, a young man flew out from the Heaven Hawk Island. He had a very powerful aura, and no one dared to look directly at him. He was the tycoon of the Shura Temple, and he was a 6th-grade combat king. In a place like the Liang province, he could be considered as a terrifying existence. Seeing the appearance of this man, all the combat soul disciples immediately felt as if they had found their backbone, and their faces were filled with excitement. With the appearance of a 6th-grade combat king, they would definitely be able to stop Jiang Chen, or even kill him, and avenge their fallen brothers. Swoosh! But too bad. What welcomed the tycoon was a simple sword. It was just a sword beam, but the tycoon felt that he didn't even have the chance to dodge it. All he could do was watch as the sword beam appeared above his head. However, he was a 6th-grade combat king after all, and he had some tricks up his sleeves. He was able to counterattack with all his strength at the last moment. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to resist, he was still no match for the Heavenly Saint's sword. Compared to the others, he was slightly better off. When his body was cut in half by the heavenly saint's sword, he let out a blood-curdling scream. This was already an extremely rare occurrence. What? Killing a 6th grade combat king with a single sword strike? Heavens! How strong is this Jiang Chen? It has only been a few months, and he has grown to such a level? If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Chen is now a 5th grade combat king. When he was still a 1st grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th grade combat king. Now that he is a 5th grade combat king, killing a 6th grade combat king will be a piece of cake for him. It looks like only the 2nd tycoon can take down Jiang Chen. This is too brutal. A 6th grade combat king was killed in an instant, and the Shura temple has lost another tycoon. That Jiang Chen is too strong. Judging from his appearance, it seems like he is going to kill every single person in the Shura temple on Heaven Hawk Island today. No one could remain calm. More and more people came to watch the battle. Jiang Chen was too strong. The way he killed a 6th grade combat king with a single sword strike had blinded the eyes of countless people. His domineering aura was comparable to Great Master Ran Feng's ability to kill a 9th grade combat king with a single glance. Dong, dong. Jiang Chen's attack was merciless. He took another 3 steps forward, raised the huge sword in his hand, locked his eyes on one of the disciples, and slashed at him. The disciples of the Shura temple were so scared that their guts were about to explode. A 6th grade combat king had been killed. How could they still have the desire to fight? They immediately fled toward the inner part of the Heaven Hawk Island. Ah! Following a blood-curdling scream, another disciple was cut in half, dying on the spot. The fact proved that no one could escape from Jiang Chen's hands. Ah! Ah! Jiang Chen's footsteps became faster. Soon, he had taken 30 steps. Without any surprise, he would kill a disciple with every 3 steps. The air was filled with the blood of the disciples of the Shura temple. At this moment, the Heaven Hawk Island had turned into an Azura hell. Jiang Chen was like a devil king wielding the sword of death, reaping lives wherever he went. The onlookers outside the Heaven Hawk Island were scared witless. They were just spectators, but they were already feeling this way, let alone the disciples of the Shura temple. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. A 5th grade combat king was killed. From the moment Jiang Chen attacked until now, half of the disciples of the Shura temple had been killed. Even the 6th and 5th grade combat kings were killed. Who would dare to step forward? Quick! Call the 2nd tycoon. He is the only one who can stop this ferocious bastard. Someone shouted. The 2nd tycoon usually had nothing better to do than to guard this place. He would often go into secluded cultivation, and this time, he was in secluded cultivation. However, with the Heaven Hawk Island in such a chaotic situation, even if he was in secluded cultivation, he would still be alerted by the commotion. Finally, an extremely powerful aura rose from the inner part of the Heaven Hawk Island. A young man in white clothes flew out from the island. He looked to be in his 30s, and he had a muscular body that was comparable to Nangong Wentian. When this young man appeared, he was carrying a sharp golden blade in his hand. He could smell the pungent smell of blood, and he could also smell the corpses of the Shura temple disciples falling from the sky. Every single one of them had been cut in half, without exception. Boom! The young man's anger instantly rose. As one of the 4 major powers of the Liang province, the Shura temple had never suffered such a great loss, and no one had ever dared to kill the disciples of the Shura temple. A scene like this was simply unimaginable. 2nd tycoon, it's him. He's Jiang Chen. He's not dead. He has killed many of our men. Chapter 560. 2nd Guardian Zhang Liang appeared. His eyes were so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. He locked his eyes on Jiang Chen, and his killing intent was gathering. Are you the one who did all these? Zhang Liang knew that all these were done by Jiang Chen, but he still asked. He had no idea where Jiang Chen got the courage to come to the stronghold of the Shura temple and start a massacre. He even killed so many disciples of the Shura temple. This was the first time in the entire Liang province that something like this had happened. Perhaps only Jiang Chen had such courage in the entire Liang province. 2nd Guardian is here. With his 8th grade combat king cultivation, I wonder if he can kill Jiang Chen. Let's see, the real show has just begun. If 2nd Guardian can't kill Jiang Chen, this Heaven Hawk Island will become the burial ground of all the disciples of the Shura temple. Jiang Chen is too cruel and overbearing. He and the Shura Temple have always been enemies. He won't even blink an eye when he kills the disciples of the Shura Temple. Of course, this is a matter of course, because if he falls into the hands of the disciples of the Shura Temple, his ending won't be any better. The number of onlookers was increasing. Although the chaotic ocean had always been chaotic, it was rare to see such a chaotic scene in the middle of the night. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was the perfect time to kill someone. Furthermore, the chaos today was related to the Shura Temple. Killing you will only take a single strike. Jiang Chen raised the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand. The dragon marks on the sword were surging, and the hilt of the sword had turned into a ferocious dragon head. However, this dragon head wasn't real. It was created by Jiang Chen using the dragon transformation skill. The Heavenly Saint's sword still had a lot of room for improvement. If the other 4 parts of the sword were to be found, the Heavenly Saint's sword would become truly mystical. Boasting shamelessly. Second Guardian Zhang Liang shouted loudly. He raised his blade high and took a step forward. Then, he slashed down with his blade. The terrifying king weapon tore the void apart. If this blade were to hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, in the face of Second Tycoon's blade, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With his current combat strength, an 8th grade combat king was no longer a threat to him. Back in the devil world, Qi Child was killed by him. Now, with the terrifying Heavenly Saint's sword and the dragon transformation skill circulating crazily, he was confident that he could take Zhang Liang's life. Boom! Boundless golden airwaves burst out from Jiang Chen's body. The powerful aura turned into a golden ocean, illuminating the entire night sky. At the same time, a thick blood dragon emerged from the top of Jiang Chen's head. It was condensed from his blood and qi. When the blood and qi entered the Heavenly Saint's sword, it immediately let out a shrill cry and began to tremble violently. At this moment, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was circulating to the extreme. Over 20,000 dragon marks in his body were letting out dragon roars. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Now, he had merged with the Heavenly Saint's sword, achieving perfection. Everyone was shocked, including Tyrant and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen's combat weapon was too strong, and it had a perfect compatibility with Jiang Chen. The qi unleashed by Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting Qi Child in the devil world. The mighty Qi Child couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Tyrant had no doubt that Jiang Chen's sword would kill Zhang Liang. Roar! The Heavenly Saint's sword let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, shaking the sky and stirring up layers of ripples. Under the shocked gaze of countless people, the Heavenly Saint's sword slashed across the sky like a heavenly sword. Clang! The big blade collided with the Heavenly Saint's sword, and a scene that no one could forget happened. The big blade was a powerful king weapon, and it was wielded by an 8th grade combat king. Naturally, it had a very strong destructive power. However, the horrifying king weapon was broken into 2 after colliding with the Heavenly Saint's sword. It couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Saint's sword. What? Zhang Liang cried out in shock. His body had suffered a huge impact, causing him to take a dozen steps back and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Shocking. This was too shocking. He couldn't accept this fact. The shock he felt was even greater than the shock he felt when he met Qi Child in the devil world. He was the only one who knew how powerful his big blade was, but it was broken by his opponent. It was like a dream. What kind of power could destroy a king weapon so easily? Swoosh! Zhang Liang's big blade was broken, but the Heavenly Saint's sword didn't slow down at all. It drew a bright rainbow and appeared above Zhang Liang's head in a blink of an eye. No! Zhang Liang let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt an unprecedented danger, a threat to his life. At this moment, he felt that death was so close to him. He even knew that with his current situation, even if he used all his strength to resist, he would still die. There was no way he could escape from this sword. It was already too late for him to run away. Puchi! Ugh! This was the ending. Zhang Liang didn't have much time to think. He let out one last miserable shriek, and died tragically under the Heavenly Saint's sword. His ending was no different from those disciples of the Azura Palace. He was cut in half on the spot. Blood mist filled the air, and the stench of blood that pervaded the air became even stronger. What was stronger than the smell of blood was the atmosphere of nervousness and fear. All the people of the Azura Palace were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. The second tycoon, who was an 8th grade combat king, was killed just like that. What could be more shocking than this? Oh my god! What happened just now? Can someone tell me that this is not real? This is too brutal. What kind of sword does he have? It is comparable to an emperor weapon. An 8th grade combat king's king weapon was cut into 2 halves. It's too powerful. It's such a pity that the king weapon was destroyed. Is he really just a 5th grade combat king? Can a 5th grade combat king really be this powerful? An 8th grade combat king was killed by him in an instant, with just a single slash. Is he still a human? He is truly a peerless genius. He can even attract the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he is a monster among monsters. We can't use common sense to judge him. Everyone was shocked. There was no way for them to not be shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It had shaken everyone's heart. Tyrant and Tan Lang fixed their eyes on the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand. They had seen Jiang Chen use it in the Devil World, and even in the chaotic ocean. However, they had never thought that this sword could be so terrifying. His natal weapon is as monstrous as him. From head to toe, there isn't a single part of him that isn't monstrous. Tyrant sighed. Tan Lang just smiled and shook his head. When he was fighting against the Demon King Palace in the southern continent, he had witnessed how terrifying this monster was. After killing Zhang Liang with a single strike, Jiang Chen took another 3 steps forward. Cracks appeared in the air beneath his feet. He threw a glance at Zhuang Fan's corpse that was hung up in the air. He was still furious. Swoosh! Only then did the disciples of Shura Temple recover from the shock. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Looking at the murderous monster in front of them, it was hard for them to imagine what would happen to them in the future. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. In his rage, he only wanted to sacrifice the blood of these people to Zhuang Fan's soul. He swung the heavenly saint's sword once again. Another disciple was cut into half on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Run! Inform the elders. Someone shouted. The remaining disciples of the Azura Palace didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Each and every one of them started fleeing in all directions as if they had lost their minds. They were smart. They chose different directions to flee in, because they knew very well that if they chose the same direction, none of them would be able to escape. If they ran in different directions, they might still have a chance to escape. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was just one man. Once he was killed, the others would have enough time to escape. But too bad, they had forgotten about Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were standing outside the Heavenhawk Island. Their fates had been decided since the beginning. Even without Tyrant and Tan Lang, those who Jiang Chen wanted to kill would never be able to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bright light as he strode forward while swinging the long sword in his hand. Every time he swung his sword, someone would die a horrible death. Even those combat kings who had fled into the void couldn't escape from this calamity. Outside the Heavenhawk Island, a disciple who had just escaped was stopped by Tyrant. The disciple instantly fell into despair, as he was killed by Tyrant's palm strike. The other disciple had the same fate, but before he could rejoice, he was stopped by Tan Lang. This disciple was a 1st grade combat king, and he had a certain status in the Shura Temple. However, what he had experienced today was no doubt a nightmare for him. When he saw Tan Lang, he was startled for a moment before he recognized Tan Lang. Tan Lang, no, senior disciple Tan, you're still alive. That's great. For the sake that we're from the same sect, please let me go. The disciple's body was trembling as he spoke. He was truly frightened. As long as he could live, he would kneel down in front of Tan Lang without any hesitation. I'm no longer a disciple of the Shura Temple. There's no such thing as friendship between us. Furthermore, you and I are supposed to be rivals. You've always mocked me before. A cold smile emerged on Tan Lang's face as he killed the disciple with a single palm strike. He didn't show any mercy. Ever since he was sent to the freezing hell jail, his relationship with the Shura Temple had completely ended. All the feelings he had for the sect had vanished, replaced by a deep hatred. The reason why he came back this time was because he wanted revenge. Now that he had killed his former rival, he could finally vent his frustrations. Chapter 561. Dead Silence. The entire surface of the sea was dead silent. Even the seawater seemed to have calmed down. Not even a single wave could be seen. The air was filled with the smell of blood, The night breeze seemed to have stopped, giving people an uncomfortable feeling. Everyone held their breath. There were many people surrounding the Heaven Hawk Island, but no one dared to say a word. This was a real bloodbath on the Heaven Hawk Island. The Shura Temple had suffered a great loss this time. 3 of their tycoons were killed, including the second tycoon who was an 8th grade combat king. Not only did the Shura Temple lose their talented disciples, they also lost their reputation. This was the first time something like this had happened in the entire Liang province. As one of the 4 major powers in the Liang province, no one dared to provoke the disciples of the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen slowly sheathed the Heavenly Saint's sword. He didn't lower his head to look at the dead body of the Shura Temple's disciple. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhuang Fan. He waved his hand and unleashed a ray of light, releasing Zhuang Fan from his body. Jiang Chen's Yuan force became extremely gentle, wrapping Zhuang Fan tightly and making him float in mid-air. Zhuang Fan, I will do what I promised you. After I kill Xiaonan Feng, I will send you back to Qing City to rest in peace. Jiang Chen said softly. He took out a spatial ring and put Zhuang Fan's body into it. He wanted to find a place to bury Zhuang Fan, but he felt that if he buried Zhuang Fan like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Besides, Zhuang Fan wouldn't want to find a random place to rest in peace. He still had something to worry about. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to kill Xiaonan Feng and fulfill Zhuang Fan's wish. Then, he would find the graves of Zhuang Fan's wife and son, burying them together and reuniting with his family. Scary, this is too scary. However, Jiang Chen has killed so many disciples of the Shura Temple. I'm afraid the experts of the Shura Temple have found out about this. The consequences will be very serious. If a combat emperor comes, no matter how monstrous Jiang Chen is, he won't be able to withstand their attacks. Don't you know? There are no combat emperors in the Shura Temple. What's going on? Aren't the master of the Shura Temple, Li Tianyang, and the Great Elder both war emperor experts? It seems like you really don't know about it. Not only the Shura Temple, even the other 3 major powers don't have any combat emperors guarding them. The leaders of the 4 major powers in the Liang province have reached an agreement to bring their number 1 genius to Mount Luoxia, and let the 4 geniuses fight against each other to determine the number 1 genius of the Liang province. This is also a great opportunity for them to break through to the combat emperor realm. Therefore, all the combat emperors of the 4 major powers have brought their geniuses to Mount Luoxia, and I'm afraid that they won't be back in 1 or 2 days. The master of the Shura Temple, Li Tianyang, and the Great Elder, Xiaonan Feng, and the Great Tycoon have gone to Mount Luoxia to fight against the number 1 genius of the other 3 major powers. So that's how it is. However, even if there are no combat emperors, there should be a few 9th grade combat kings in the Shura Temple. If they appear, they should be able to deal with Jiang Chen easily. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. After all, such a big event had happened, it was impossible for the Shura Temple to remain indifferent. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen, the Shura Temple would become the laughingstock of the entire Liang province. A few months ago, Jiang Chen had destroyed the freezing hell prison of the Shura Temple, which had ruined the reputation of the Shura Temple, turning them into a laughingstock. Today, the entire stronghold was destroyed by Jiang Chen, and all the people were killed. This was not as simple as losing their reputation. Jiang Chen kept Zhuang Fan's body. Then he looked down at the island. With a swing of his arm, the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared once again. So, you are the master of this island. Since you are dead, this island will be buried with you. After saying that, the Heavenly Saint's sword began to ripple once again. Countless golden sword beams shot out from the Heavenly Saint's sword toward different buildings on the Heaven Hawk Island. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, the entire night sky was filled with dazzling sword beams. Each of them was like a meteor, falling down from the sky at high speed. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. All the buildings on the Heaven Hawk Island were destroyed by the sword light unleashed by Jiang Chen. Endless smoke rose into the sky, and in just a few breaths of time, all the buildings on the Heaven Hawk Island had turned into ruins, as if a great disaster had just happened. From now on, the chaotic ocean would no longer have a Heaven Hawk Island. This island would become a thing of the past along with Zhuang Fan, and Jiang Chen's actions would leave a deep mark in the history of the chaotic ocean. Tyrant and Tan Lang flew to Jiang Chen's side. Tyrant said, "Little Chenzi, I suggest we leave this place first before making any further plans. I'm sure the experts from the Shura Temple have been alerted by what happened here." As a matter of fact, When the three of them returned from the western regions, they were planning to keep a low profile. They had indeed disguised themselves and planned to look for Zhuang Fan first. As for the grudges between them and the Shura Temple and the other three major powers, they still needed to think about it in the long run. However, they didn't expect that such a huge incident would happen. It had triggered Jiang Chen's fury. Not only did they fail to keep a low profile, they even caused a huge commotion. "All right, let's go." Jiang Chen nodded his head and prepared to leave the chaotic ocean temporarily. Right at this moment, two extremely powerful chi suddenly came from afar. In a blink of an eye, two silhouettes appeared. When they saw the situation on the Heavenhawk Island, their facial expression changed dramatically. They had just received a message from the island, and learned that Jiang Chen had returned and started a massacre on the island. Even the second tycoon was killed. They immediately rushed over to the island, but they didn't expect that they would be too late. Everyone was killed, and the island had turned into a pile of rubble. They were two old men. Both of them were powerful 9th-grade combat kings. One of them was Elder Lu, who sat beside Xiao Nanfeng, and the other was a highly respected elder of the Shura Temple. Just like what someone said, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder had brought Xiao Nanfeng to the Gorge Mountain. These two 9th-grade combat kings were the strongest warriors of the Shura Temple. Swoosh! As soon as the two of them appeared, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen and the other two. A surge of anger suddenly burst out from their bodies. The chi of a 9th-grade combat king was so powerful that it was terrifying. In the combat king realm, the 9th-grade combat king was a threshold. The gap between an 8th-grade and a 9th-grade combat king was huge. "Jiang Chen, you didn't die?" Elder Lu stared at Jiang Chen angrily and shouted. "Are you disappointed to see me again?" Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't put these two in his heart. If the Shura Temple only sent two 9th-grade combat kings, they wouldn't be able to stop him. With his current combat strength, he could kill an 8th-grade combat king, but he wasn't a match for a 9th-grade combat king. However, it was impossible for a 9th-grade combat king to kill Jiang Chen. Under the condition of Jiang Chen's spatial shift, unless there was a combat emperor, no one could stop him. If Jiang Chen wanted to leave this place, the two 9th-grade combat kings could do nothing but watch. "Tan Lang, I didn't expect you to still be alive. As a disciple of the Shura Temple, you chose to betray the Shura Temple. You are so hateful." The other elder saw Tan Lang and scolded him. "Old bastard, what makes you say that I am a traitor? Don't you know how the Shura Temple treated me? Do you think I should be grateful to you for killing me? Let me tell you, I, Tan Lang, have nothing to do with the Shura Temple anymore. No, I have something to do with it. It's an enemy relationship." Tan Lang said loudly. He was infuriated when he saw the people of the Shura Temple, especially when he saw Elder Lu. It was this old man who suggested to throw him into the freezing hell jail. "Cut the crap. Let's attack together and capture the three of them. We will wait for the temple master to come back and deal with them. They dared to kill so many disciples of the Shura Temple. We won't give them a chance to escape even if we have to go to heaven or hell," Elder Lu said while gritting his teeth. The two 9th-grade combat kings unleashed their chi, sealing the entire space, not giving Jiang Chen and the other two any chance to escape. "Haha, if I, Jiang Chen, want to leave, the two of you can only watch." Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He grabbed Tyrant and Tan Lang's arms with both of his hands, then disappeared in a flash. He didn't know what happened in Luoxia Mountain. He was afraid that the Shura Temple would send a combat emperor. If he were to fight them head-on, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Besides, it was pointless to fight with these two 9th-grade combat kings. He couldn't defeat them, so he could only run away. When Elder Lu and Tan Lang sensed their presence, Jiang Chen and the other two were already far away. "What?" Both Elder Lu and Elder Wu cried out in shock at the same time. They had worked together to seal off the surrounding space, but Jiang Chen had just left without making a single sound. Their seals were completely useless against Jiang Chen. From afar, Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were standing beside Jiang Chen, were shocked. They looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. They didn't know how Jiang Chen did it, but they could tell that Jiang Chen had used a body technique to escape into the inner part of the void, avoiding the joint attack of two 9th-grade combat kings. Such a technique was terrifying. The spatial shift was so terrifying. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to increase, his body technique would become even more terrifying. A single spatial shift would allow him to travel a great distance. Even a 9th-grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Jiang Chen, where are you going? Elder Lu shouted from behind. A combat weapon appeared in his hand. The two ninth-grade combat kings chased after Jiang Chen crazily. Haha, old fart, follow behind me and eat my fart. Chapter 562. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift, Tyrant and Tan Lang were following behind Jiang Chen. They didn't use any of their strength at all. If they were to escape alone, they wouldn't be able to escape from the pursuit of the ninth-grade combat kings. Tyrant and Tan Lang were shocked. Both Tyrant and Tan Lang were shocked as they traveled through the void. Jiang Chen had too many tricks up his sleeves, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Putting aside the Heavenly Saint's sword, he also had a peerless movement skill. He had barely escaped from the two ninth-grade combat kings, but they were already unable to sense the chi of the two ninth-grade combat kings. If this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for Jiang Chen to completely shake off the two ninth-grade combat kings. Such speed was unparalleled. They wouldn't believe that a fifth-grade combat king could shake off a ninth-grade combat king if they didn't experience it themselves. After a few minutes, the two ninth-grade combat kings of Shura Temple appeared in the wilderness. Both of their faces were extremely ugly, because they couldn't sense the chi of Jiang Chen anymore. In other words, the two powerful ninth-grade combat kings had joined hands to hunt down a fifth-grade combat king, but he managed to escape without leaving a trace. To the two ninth-grade combat kings, this was a humiliation, and also a feeling of helplessness. He escaped, the elder said with a gloomy face. Damn it! How could this guy have such a fast speed? What kind of movement technique is that? How could a fifth-grade combat king be able to move at such a speed? Elder Lu felt extremely gloomy. What should we do? Should we chase after him? The other elder said. Chase? How? What's the point of chasing after him? We can't even eat dust if we follow him. Elder Lu glared at the other elder. What's the point of chasing under such circumstances? They didn't know where Jiang Chen was going, and they didn't know where he had escaped to. Continuing to chase after him would be an idiot. So many people of Shura Temple have died this time. We can't just let them go like this. Why don't we inform the master and capture this guy as soon as possible? His growth is too fast. It's only been a few months, and he has already reached the level where he can kill an 8th-grade combat king. The elder said worriedly. Although Jiang Chen's current cultivation was nothing to the Shura Temple, the speed of Jiang Chen's growth was frightening. In just a few months' time, he had grown from a 1st-grade combat king to a 5th-grade combat king, which was enough to kill an 8th-grade combat king. Such a speed of growth was too terrifying. If he continued to grow, perhaps even a 9th-grade combat king wouldn't be able to defeat him. In the end, he would become a great threat to the Shura Temple. No need. The master's trip to Mount Luoxia is very important. In order to help the great tycoon win the title of the #1 genius of the Liang province, the battle with the geniuses of the other 3 major powers will be of great help to him in breaking through to the combat emperor realm. If he wins first place, he will most likely attract the attention of the major powers in Xuanyu. At that time, our Shura Temple will have a powerful backer. As for that Jiang Chen, even if we give him 2 more days, he won't be able to grow any further. Elder Lu said. Although killing Jiang Chen was important, the competition in Mount Luoxia was more important, because this battle was related to the glory of the Shura Temple. In the end, the 2 elders had no choice but to return to where they came from. In a deep valley, the trio emerged from the void and descended from the sky. The valley below them wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was a little barren. At the bottom of the valley, apart from a pool, there were only rocks that were randomly placed around it. Little Chenzi, what kind of movement skill is that? It's too scary. Even a 9th-grade combat king couldn't catch up with you. Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Yeah, it's too scary. It's under the condition that you brought both of us. If you were alone, wouldn't it be faster? Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. Following beside Jiang Chen, he could be shocked at any time. This skill is called spatial shift. After mastering the power of space, its power will be gradually revealed. As long as I want to run, a 9th-grade combat king won't be able to catch up with me. Only a combat emperor can catch up with me. But I'm curious, why didn't Li Tianyang and Xiaonan Feng take action personally? If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 combat emperors in the Shura Temple. Moreover, both of them are eager to kill me. Now that they heard the news of my return, they should have taken action immediately. But why did they send 2 ninth-grade combat kings instead? Jiang Chen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. In fact, if it wasn't for Li Tianyang, Great Elder and Xiao Nanfeng who went to the Luoxia mountain, they would have appeared immediately. So, Jiang Chen's action today was very impulsive. If Li Tianyang had taken action, he would have fallen into an embarrassing situation. He had to admit that he was lucky. When you were attacking, I heard some people talking about the combat emperors of the 4 major powers. They brought their #1 genius to the Luoxia mountain to fight for the title of the #1 genius of the Liang province. It seems like Li Tianyang and the combat emperors of the Shura temple also brought Xiao Nanfeng to the Luoxia mountain. Otherwise, they would have appeared. Tyrant said. He didn't pay much attention to the discussion among the crowd, but now that Li Tianyang didn't appear, he thought about it. The Luoxia mountain is very remote, far away from the 4 major powers. If that's the case, before Li Tianyang came back, there wouldn't be any combat emperors in the Shura temple. That's why there are only 2 ninth-grade combat kings. Tanlang said. I see. What's there to fight for the title of the #1 genius of the Liang province? Compared to those peerless geniuses in the Pure Land, not to mention the Liang province, even the geniuses of the Xuanyu province are nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't think that the title of the #1 genius of the Liang province was worth fighting for. However, the fact that all the experts had gone to the Luoxia mountain was a blessing to Jiang Chen. At least, the matter of the Heaven Hawk Island had come to an end. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He asked, the combat emperors of the 4 major powers have gone to the Luoxia mountain. Does that mean that the invincibility school doesn't have any combat emperors? That's for sure. If I'm not mistaken, the combat emperors of the 4 major powers have brought a genius to the Luoxia mountain. The current invincibility school should be the same as the Shura temple, without any combat emperors. Little Chenzi, why are you asking about this? Tanlang looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly mentioned the invincibility school. In the past, the invincibility school was one of the sects that announced that they were going to kill me and Tyrant. We have also killed many geniuses in the invincibility school. If the invincibility school knows that we have returned, they will definitely want to kill us. I don't have a good impression of this sect. Do you still remember that you said that the sect master of the invincibility school has a mount, a rare Fergana horse? Now that there are no combat emperors in the invincibility school, it's the best time to deal with the Fergana horse. De Huang still needs the demon spirit and blood essence of the Fergana horse to recover. Jiang Chen said. Killing the Fergana horse was one of the main reasons why he came back. De Huang had to wake up as soon as possible. However, the Fergana horse had always been following the sect master of the invincibility school. Killing it was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. This was a golden opportunity. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't miss it. What? Tanlang cried out in shock. He looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. This guy was too daring. He actually dared to lay his eyes on the Fergana stallion. Even though there weren't any combat emperors in the invincible sect, there were still many 9th-grade combat kings in the sect. Furthermore, the Fergana stallion was a 9th-grade demon king, and with its powerful bloodline and physique, it was much stronger than an ordinary 9th-grade combat king. Even if it stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to kill it. Little Chinzi, I know you are eager to save De Huang, but isn't this too dangerous? Don't tell me you want to barge into the invincibility school? Even though there are no combat emperors in the invincibility school, there are many 9th-grade combat kings. That Fergana horse is also a 9th-grade demon king. It will be very difficult to deal with. Tanlang said. Of course, I won't barge into the invincibility school. To deal with the Fergana horse, we need to outsmart it. I have my own ways to deal with it. This is the only chance to deal with the Fergana horse. We need to wake De Huang up as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. The relationship between him and De Huang wasn't something an ordinary person could understand. For the sake of De Huang, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the Fergana horse even if he didn't have any grudges with the invincibility school. For his brother, he wouldn't mind offending the whole world. What are you going to do? Tyrant asked. He was supportive of Jiang Chen's decision. Even though he hadn't known Jiang Chen for a long time, he knew Jiang Chen very well. This person was neither good nor evil. He treated his brothers and friends wholeheartedly. The relationship between De Huang and Jiang Chen could be seen from the time when De Huang risked his life to save Jiang Chen. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would also try his best to wake De Huang up. I will go to the invincibility school and find a way to lure the Fergana horse out. The environment here isn't bad, so I'll lure it here. When the time comes, we will kill it together. Jiang Chen said. The Fergana horse is a 9th grade demon king. In addition to its bloodline, even if you and I join hands, we won't be able to defeat it. Even if you can lure it here, I'm afraid it won't work. Tyrant said with a frown. In his opinion, it was still too early to deal with the Fergana horse. Don't worry, I have my ways. Just wait and see. As long as I lure the Fergana horse to this place, I promise to kill it without any effort. Chapter 563. Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't know what kind of idea Jiang Chen had in mind. They felt that it was an impossible task. One should know that the opponent was a 9th grade demon king Fergana stallion. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. They really couldn't think of any means Jiang Chen could use to kill the Fergana stallion. However, looking at the confident expression on Jiang Chen's face, they suddenly felt that Jiang Chen might really be able to accomplish this feat according to their understanding. Jiang Chen rarely did things that he wasn't confident in. Moreover, this was to save the De Huang dog. There must be no accidents. Both of you watch carefully. After saying that, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes and kept muttering an incantation that was hard to understand. Both of his hands were waving in the air, like 2 butterflies flying in the sky. Bright lights were flickering on his palms, and within those bright lights were runes. After they shot out, they started dancing in the air, making the scene look dreamy and mystical. Tyrant and Tan Lang's eyes fell onto those bright lights, and they couldn't help but be immersed in it. They didn't even blink their eyes. As the rays continued to float, the scene in front of them actually began to become beautiful. The originally desolate valley was actually full of vitality. Many flowers and plants appeared in the surroundings. Butterflies and bees were fluttering on them. It was full of spring. It was supposed to be night, but it gave people a feeling of warm sunshine. After that, the water in the pool seemed to have come to life. It was incomparably clear. At the center of the pool, a milky white boulder appeared. The scene in front of them changed. Tyrant and Tan Lang looked at everything in astonishment. They felt as if they were in another world. Very quickly, a brand new world appeared in front of them. The dilapidated valley seemed to have disappeared completely. Tyrant and Tan Lang's eyes were filled with infatuation as they immersed themselves in the new environment. At this time, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. When he saw Tyrant and Tan Lang's appearance, he immediately shouted, "Hey!" The shout was like a clap of thunder striking the minds of the two of them, causing their bodies to sway. Only then did they realize that the environment they were in had disappeared. The valley had returned to its original state. However, when the two of them focused their minds once more, they would once again enter that wonderful environment. What's going on? Little Chenzi, what did you do? How could this be? Both of them were shocked again. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. Jiang Chen's method was too terrifying. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that the beautiful environment was just an illusion, but they couldn't help but be immersed in the illusion. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's shout, they wouldn't be able to react at all. This was especially true for Tyrant. Although he was a disciple of Buddha sect and had a mind that was incomparable to ordinary people, he still fell into Jiang Chen's illusion unknowingly. The illusion was too real, just like the real world. Horrifying, too horrifying. Both of them stared at Jiang Chen with their eyes wide open. They suddenly felt that this guy in front of them had too many tricks up his sleeves. I'm proficient in an illusion technique called Illusion Heart Sutra. It can create the great illusion realm. Just now, I used the Illusion Heart Sutra to lay out an illusion. Of course, to deal with the Fergana stallion, illusions alone are definitely not enough. I laid out this illusion to create an environment. This is just the first step. As Jiang Chen spoke, his hands moved again. With a flip of his palm, a sea of fire appeared in front of him. Then, a large number of spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures were taken out and placed into the sea of fire. This guy is concocting pills. Damn it, he's also an alchemist. Oh right, this guy has even concocted the 9 yang less rond pill. What a freak. Tyrant said gloomily. In less than 10 minutes, Two incomparably dazzling pills were formed in Jiang Chen's hands. Each of these pills was the size of a fist. They were glowing with a golden light and were filled with the aura of extreme yang. With just a glance, one could tell that they were supreme-grade pills. Good pills. Tyrant and Tan Lang couldn't help but praise. This is the profound 9 solar pill. I concocted it using 9 solar holy water and some other herbs. Although I didn't use Firethorn Savage's demon soul as the main ingredient, it's still an extremely rare pill. Among these 2 pills, one is a pure profound 9 solar pill, and the other one has a deadly poison in it. I've lured the Fergana stallion here, and as long as he eats this pill, he will be affected by the deadly poison, and his strength will be greatly reduced. Later on, I'll set up 2 grand formations in this illusory realm. One is a trapping formation, and the other is a killing formation. I'll tell you how to set up the 2 formations, and when the time comes, the 3 of us will be able to deal with a poisoned Fergana stallion easily. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It could be said that everything was under his control. Since it was impossible to kill the Fergana stallion in the invincible sect, he decided to lure it out. The venomous nether toad and green hellish python's poison was the most potent poison under the heavens. If he fought the Fergana stallion face to face, with the 9th grade Demon King's strength, it would be very difficult for him to use the poison to attack the Fergana stallion. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to lure the Fergana stallion with this pill. As long as the Fergana stallion ate the pill, the poison would enter its body, and it would be impossible to expel it in a short period of time. At that point of time, the Fergana stallion's strength would be greatly damaged, and with Jiang Chen's great killing formation, he would be able to kill it. Tyrant and Tan Lang were stunned on the spot. Both of them stared at Jiang Chen with their eyes wide open. They deeply felt that it was a very terrifying thing to be enemies with this guy. This guy was so cunning, sinister, and flawless. If what Jiang Chen said was true, the Fergana stallion would definitely die. Damn it, he can trigger the heavenly tribulation, concoct pills, set up formations, and even release poison. Is he still human? Tyrant had the urge to faint. It was really stressful to be together with such an abnormal person. A person could be proficient in so many things, and each of them had reached a terrifying level. No matter how terrifying the 9th grade Demon King Fergana stallion was, it wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's scheme. Soon after, under the astonished gaze of Tyrant and Tan Lang, Jiang Chen set up 2 great formations. Finally, he ran to the surface of the lake and placed 2 medicinal pills on top of the illusory milky white stone. The scene in the illusory realm was that a milky white mystical stone was overflowing with wisps of mist. 2 incomparably mystical medicinal pills were suspended on top of the stone, being dragged by the mist, emitting a pure radiance. Anyone who saw such a scene would be attracted by it. They would think that the 2 medicinal pills were supreme-grade existences that had integrated the essence of heaven and earth. In addition, such a beautiful place appearing in a barren mountain must have been caused by the medicinal pills. No one could withstand such temptation. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's scheme was too insidious. Tyrant and Tan Lang looked at each other and gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. After seeing everything that had been set up in front of them, they no longer doubted the fact that Jiang Chen could kill the Fergana stallion. As long as the Fergana stallion fell into Jiang Chen's trap, it would die for sure. After doing all this, Jiang Chen took out 2 golden talismans and handed them to Tyrant and Tan Lang respectively. He said, "These 2 talismans can ensure that both of you will be unimpeded in the illusory realm and the formation. When I lure the Fergana stallion here tomorrow, listen to my command and kill it at once." Jia. This is really exciting. This is the first time I've done it. Just thinking about it still makes me a little excited. Tyrant laughed sinisterly. It would be strange if he wasn't excited at the thought of luring a 9th grade Demon King Fergana stallion to death. This was the first time he had done something like this. Little Chenzi, when you're insidious, you're definitely the most insidious person I've ever seen. Tan Lang clicked his tongue and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Are you complimenting me? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. However, if the Fergana stallion follows the faction master of the Invincibility School to Mount Luoxia, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Tyrant said with a frown. Don't worry. The Invincibility School isn't the only one going to Mount Luoxia with the 4 major forces. As far as I know, the leaders of the other 3 forces don't have mounts. If others don't bring them, the faction master of the Invincibility School won't either. It's for the sake of fairness. Jiang Chen smiled. It seemed that no matter what happened, his face was always full of confidence. All right, be careful. Sneaking into the invincibility school isn't a joke. Tan Lang reminded him. Don't worry. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared into the night, leaving Tyrant and Tan Lang behind. Chongling City was a city not far from the invincibility school. This city was much more prosperous than Hongyue City. The city lord of this city was a 6th-grade combat king. He had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was called Yuan Hao. He had reached the 3rd-grade combat king realm at a young age, and was a disciple of the invincibility school. Tonight, Yuan Hao had just returned from the invincibility school, and was currently in the city lord's mansion. Jiang Chen had already investigated everything. In the middle of the night, he snuck into the city lord's mansion. With the help of the great soul derivation skill, he quickly found the place where Yuan Hao lived. Right now, Yuan Hao was meditating in a luxurious room. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could walk around the city lord's mansion without being discovered. Just like now, he had appeared in Yuan Hao's room, and Yuan Hao didn't even notice him. Young master, you're very serious. Jiang Chen came in front of Yuan Hao and said in an indifferent tone. Swoosh. Chapter 564. Who are you? Yuan Hao was shocked. He had never seen this young man in white before, and there was no such person in Chongling City. However, this young man was able to appear in his room without anyone noticing. This was enough to show how powerful he was. I'm Jiang Chen, the Jiang Chen who disappeared for a few months. I'm back. Wasn't the invincibility school looking for me everywhere? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. What? You're Jiang Chen? Yuan Hao cried out in surprise. A murderous aura burst out from his body. Boom! Jiang Chen's body swayed, and an even more powerful aura burst out from his body, rushing toward Yuan Hao like a tidal wave. Yuan Hao's facial expression changed dramatically, because he found out that he couldn't move under the pressure of this aura. You'd better not make any noise. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. If you attract the attention of others, everyone will die with you. Don't think I'm joking. I'm only joking with my friends. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. His eyes were so cold that it could freeze a person's soul. Yuan Hao's heart shuddered. He didn't doubt what Jiang Chen said. This man was really powerful. If he started a massacre, there would be no one left alive in the prefecture today, including his father who was a 6th-grade combat king. Yuan Hao still didn't know what had happened in the chaotic ocean. He didn't know that Jiang Chen had just killed the 2nd tycoon, an 8th-grade combat king. Even so, under the pressure of Jiang Chen's aura, he didn't dare to move. What do you want? Yuan Hao's voice was trembling. I want to ask you 2 questions. Did the Fergana stallion follow the master of the invincibility school to Mount Luoxia? Jiang Chen asked. No, the Fergana stallion is still in the school. It didn't follow the master. Yuan Hao didn't dare to hesitate and answered. Which mountain does the Fergana stallion cultivate in the invincibility school? Jiang Chen asked again. On the invincible peak, living with the sect leader. Yuan Hao didn't know why Jiang Chen asked such a question, but he still answered truthfully. All right, I won't kill you, but you need to have a good sleep. As Jiang Chen spoke, he slapped Yuan Hao's head with his palm. Yuan Hao's eyes rolled back and he fainted immediately. Jiang Chen's body flickered and disappeared again. He did not kill Yuan Hao, as he had no grudge against him. Although he was a disciple of the invincibility school, at least he had not done anything to him. But he wanted to make use of Yuan Hao's identity. When Jiang Chen walked out of Chongling City, he changed his appearance to that of Yuan Hao and sprinted towards the invincibility school. When Yuan Hao woke up, everything was over. Jiang Chen had to have an identity to sneak into the invincibility school, and if he wanted to get in touch with the Fergana stallion, he had to have a higher status. Yuan Hao's identity was perfect. The sky was about to brighten. Jiang Chen quickly lured the Fergana stallion out and lured him into the illusion. The invincibility school, like many other sects, was located on a mountain range. The scenery was picturesque, and the primal chi of heaven and earth was dense, making it suitable for cultivation. When Jiang Chen arrived outside the invincibility school, the sky was already bright. It was dawn. Jiang Chen, dressed in white, strode towards the entrance of the invincibility school. A few disciples guarding the entrance of the invincibility school appeared in front of him. When they saw Yuan Hao, they immediately went over and bowed deeply. "Didn't senior brother Yuan go home? Why are you back so soon?" one of them said in a flattering tone. Jiang Chen nodded casually. He ignored these disciples and entered the invincibility school. Following Yuan Hao's instructions, Jiang Chen found the invincibility peak and sped towards it. As he had a high status in the invincibility school, he did not encounter any obstacles along the way and arrived at the invincibility peak. The invincibility peak was the exclusive cultivation place for the sect leader. Usually, other than the sect leader, there was only the sect leader's mount, the Fergana stallion. At this moment, at the top of the invincibility peak, a muscular man in a blood-red robe, and even his hair was blood-red. He was very muscular, and had a head full of hideous red hair. His eyes were glowing red, and he exuded a strong demonic aura. This muscular man was none other than the Fergana stallion that Jiang Chen was looking for. Jiang Chen arrived at the invincibility peak and walked towards the Fergana stallion. The Fergana stallion looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Lang Lang, the invincibility peak is not a place that anyone can come to. It seems like you don't know the rules at all." "My name is Yuan Hao, a core disciple of the invincibility school. Greetings, Master Fergana." He cupped his fist towards the Fergana stallion. "What do you want?" The Fergana stallion looked impatient. He did not know Yuan Hao. There were so many disciples in the invincibility school, but he did not know most of them. Usually, he only followed the sect leader of the invincibility school. "Master Fergana, I came to look for the sect leader, but he is not here. So, I have to come to you for help. 2 days ago, I went out for training, and found a strange place. There are 2 pills there, and they are filled with the aura of extreme yang. However, my cultivation base is too weak, and I am unable to break the seal on the pills." Jiang Chen said. 2 pills? The Fergana stallion's eyes lit up. The pills that were sealed must be top-grade pills, and the fact that even a 3rd-grade combat king couldn't break the seal proved that these pills were extraordinary. "That's right. That place used to be a desolate valley, but because of those 2 pills, that place was filled with the scent of spring, and was filled with natural energy. I'm guessing that those 2 pills must be top-grade pills, and if they are obtained by an outsider, it would be a great loss to the invincibility school. Since the sect leader is not here, I have the guts to ask Master Fergana for help." Jiang Chen's words sounded like they were telling the truth. "Is what you just said true? Does such a miraculous pill really exist?" The Fergana horse abruptly sat up. As a rare beast, it knew that there were some rare treasures in this world. If what Yuan Hao said was true, then those 2 pills must be of the highest quality among the rare treasures. How would I dare to deceive Master Fergana? Jiang Chen was filled with fear and trepidation. "Fine, I don't think you have the guts to deceive me. I'll go with you, and when the time comes, we'll split the 2 pills, 1 for each of us." The Fergana stallion said. "Thank you, Master Fergana." Jiang Chen pretended to be extremely grateful. The Fergana stallion grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared in a swoosh. A disciple of the invincibility school wouldn't dare to deceive him. The Fergana stallion was completely defenseless against Jiang Chen. More importantly, the sect leader of the invincibility school had gone to Mount Luoxia, and he felt bored staying on the mountain alone. If he could obtain a miraculous pill, it might be able to help him break through to the combat emperor realm. That would be wonderful. Along the way, there was a faint smile on Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps only he knew the meaning behind this smile. The Fergana stallion had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, and there was no way it could survive. When Jiang Chen arrived at the valley with the Fergana stallion, the sky was already completely bright. Tyrant and Tan Lang were already lying in ambush in the formation. The illusion was controlled by Jiang Chen. Therefore, Tyrant and Tan Lang couldn't be discovered by the Fergana stallion at all. "Look, Master Fergana, it's here." Jiang Chen pointed at the valley in front of him. The Fergana stallion had already discovered the situation in the valley, especially when it saw the land full of spiritual qi. Its eyes immediately lit up. This place is lacking in spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, with desolation everywhere. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place here. It seems like it's really caused by those 2 pills. The Fergana stallion was overjoyed, thinking that Yuan Hao really didn't lie to him. In addition to the fact that he wasn't on guard against Jiang Chen, he immediately charged into the valley. In the blink of an eye, the Fergana stallion had entered the illusion. Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were hiding in the illusion, could clearly see the approaching Fergana stallion. Both of them held their breaths, not daring to release the slightest bit of their aura, for fear of startling the Fergana stallion. As a matter of fact, at this moment, the Fergana stallion's attention was completely focused on the two pills floating above the boulder. He could clearly feel the pure medicinal energy being emitted from the two pills. The attraction of the 9 solar holy water was irresistible to a beast like the Fergana stallion. There really are 2 pills. The Fergana stallion's eyes lit up. Master Fergana, there are seals placed on the outside of these 2 pills. I can't break them at all. Jiang Chen said. Let me have a look. The Fergana stallion reached out his hand toward the first pill, but he immediately felt a resistance. There is indeed a seal placed on it. It's very difficult for anyone below the 6th grade combat king to break it, but it's a piece of cake for me. The Fergana stallion exerted some force in his palm. With a cracking sound, the seal was broken, and a profound 9 solar pill fell into his palm. This pill was the pure pill. It was non-poisonous. After getting the pill, the Fergana stallion brought it under his nose and sniffed it. After that, he used his divine sense to examine it. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the pill, he said, "It really is a supreme grade pill. If I can get my hands on this pill, it will surely bring me great benefits. If that's the case, Master Fergana should just swallow it. This is Master Fergana's fortune and fortune." Jiang Chen hastily flattered the Fergana stallion. He knew that the Fergana stallion wouldn't be easy to deal with, and would definitely check the pill first. Therefore he purposely prepared 2 pills. One was a good pill, and the other contained a deadly poison. After swallowing the first pill, the Fergana stallion wouldn't be on guard against the second one. You're not bad, let me try the power of this pill first. Chapter 565. Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were hiding in the dark, saw everything that happened. They couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up again. Although the man in front of them didn't look like Jiang Chen, they knew that Jiang Chen had the ability to change his appearance. Now that they saw the Fergana stallion walking into Jiang Chen's trap step by step, they were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Especially after they saw the Fergana stallion swallow the real pill, they admired Jiang Chen even more. This guy could even predict that the Fergana stallion would suspect the pill, so he concocted 2 pills. If Jiang Chen had only concocted a poisonous pill, with the Fergana stallion's perceptive ability, he would definitely be able to sense it. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. However, it was different now. The Fergana stallion had already swallowed a perfectly fine pill. Even the smartest person wouldn't suspect that there was something wrong with another pill that looked exactly the same on the surface. It could only be said that Jiang Chen's thoughts were meticulous and his calculations were flawless. He had already reached the point of perfection. After the Fergana stallion swallowed the profound 9 suns pill, a whistling sound of wind came from his body. Golden light shone brightly, and his whole body seemed to be glowing with youth. The changes in the Fergana stallion could be clearly felt. The profound 9 suns pill concocted by the greatest saint in the world was mixed with a large amount of 9 solar holy water. Such a peerless pill would naturally have an incomparably terrifying effect. Even for a 9th grade demon king Fergana stallion, it was still extremely effective. The Fergana stallion took a deep breath and praised, "It is indeed a peerless pill. I can see that this milky white boulder is able to support the pill. I'm afraid it must be a treasure as well. I must bring this boulder back with me. Ruan Hao, you've made a great contribution this time. When we return, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits." The Fergana stallion patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his tone full of praise. After consuming the mysterious 9 suns pill, he felt that his physique had changed. He felt that this was a stroke of good fortune for him. Soon after, the Fergana stallion's gaze landed on the other pill, his eyes filled with greed. "Master Han Xue, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the peak of the 9th grade Demon King realm. If you consume the other pill as well, you might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Isn't that wonderful?" Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, the Fergana horse's face was clearly filled with joy. However, he still put on an embarrassed expression and said calmly, "That's not very good. I've already promised you that we'll each take 1 pill. If I consume all of them, wouldn't it seem like I'm bullying you?" Although the Fergana stallion said that, his gaze never left the pill. He was very pleased that this disciple in front of him was willing to let him have 2 pills to himself. Of course it's more important for Master Han Xue to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. If I were to obtain this pill, the effect it would bring would be far inferior to Master Han Xue's. I'm willing to gift this pill to Master Han Xue, as long as Master Han Xue can promote your disciples in the sect in the future. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably sincere tone. His sincerity had truly moved the Fergana stallion. The Fergana stallion patted Jiang Chen's shoulder again and said in a clear voice, "Good, Ruan Hao. This disciple of yours is very good. I'll remember your kindness today. From now on you're my man. If anyone dares to bully you in the sect, I'll be the first to not let them go. Also when I return, I'll immediately give you a certain status and cultivation resources. From now on, I'll let you soar to the sky in the invincibility school." The Fergana stallion repeatedly promised. He liked this disciple in front of him too much. This child was really too sensible and could understand people's thoughts too well. Originally, he was thinking that if he were to snatch the pill, it would be a loss of face. He didn't expect this disciple to be so sensible. It really touched him. "Thank you, Lord Fergana. This disciple is willing to be of service to Lord Fergana." Jiang Chen seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor and clasped his fists at the Fergana stallion. Seeing him like this, Tyrant and Tan Lang who were hiding in the dark laughed so hard that they almost cramped up. This fellow was really too good at acting. His acting skills were really superb. However, he was also extremely shameless. "Very good." The Fergana stallion nodded. Then he stretched out his palm again and directly broke the seal on the other pill. Holding the pill in his hand, he swallowed it in one gulp under the eager gaze of Jiang Chen. Boom! The pill turned into a surging medicinal power and instantly rushed into the Fergana stallion's limbs and bones. The Fergana stallion didn't doubt this pill at all and directly refined it. He originally wanted to use this pill to break through to the Demon Emperor realm, so the refinement was the most thorough. To put it bluntly, this method of refinement could refine the medicinal power into his bone marrow and blood. In other words, this kind of refinement would also cause the poison in the pill to flow directly into his bone marrow and blood. It would be impossible to expel it even if he wanted to. Jiang Chen smiled. A very happy smile. From the moment the Fergana stallion swallowed the pill, his plan had succeeded. Moreover, in the formation that he had meticulously set up, the Fergana stallion was like a turtle in a jar. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Before the Fergana stallion had time to be happy, his expression suddenly changed. A black mist appeared on his face and black threads spread out. "No, there's something wrong with this pill." The Fergana stallion turned pale with fright. The poison was now wandering in his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison from the fusion of the venomous nether toad and the nether python could be said to be the most powerful poison in the world. Only a powerful 9th-grade demon king like the Fergana stallion would be poisoned to death on the spot if it was an ordinary person. In fact, if the Fergana stallion had felt the poison the moment he swallowed the pill, with his ability, he would definitely be able to force the poison out. Even if he couldn't force it out, he could still suppress it for a short period of time. Unfortunately, he wasn't on guard against the pill at all. At this moment, the poison had already seeped into his blood and bone marrow, corroding his body and internal organs at all times. The damage caused to him was unimaginable. It was almost impossible to suppress the poison at this moment. Wah! What a poisonous poison! The Fergana stallion spat out another mouthful of blood. The severity of the poison was far more terrifying than Jiang Chen had expected. The Fergana stallion suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately understood what was going on. "It's you? Haha, that's right, it's me." Jiang Chen laughed out loud. At this moment, there was no need for him to hide anymore. His facial bones began to distort, and in the blink of an eye, he changed his face and returned to his original appearance. At the same time, the surrounding scenery also began to change. The beautiful scenery turned into a desolate valley, the pond turned into stagnant water, and the milky white boulder that the Fergana stallion was about to take away disappeared as well. Everything seemed like a dream. At the same time, 2 figures appeared, looking at the Fergana stallion with smiles on their faces. "Bastard! Who are you? How dare you set me up?" The Fergana stallion shouted angrily. At this moment, even an idiot would know that he had been tricked. Everything that happened today was arranged in advance, including the 2 pills. Needless to say, this scheme was too powerful. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still be tricked. I'm Jiang Chen, Fergana Stallion. The poison you've been poisoned is the combination of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. Just now, you were greedy and directly refined the pills. Now, the poison has penetrated deep into your blood and bone marrow. You're finished. Surrender yourself. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. With a swoosh, the heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. Although the Fergana Stallion was poisoned and his combat strength was severely damaged, he was still a 9th-grade demon king after all. He had no choice but to use his full strength to deal with him. Barf! The Fergana Stallion coughed out another mouthful of black blood. His condition was getting worse and worse, especially when he heard the names of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. His expression became extremely unsightly. Obviously, he knew that these 2 deadly poisons were the king of all poisons. With his current condition, if he immediately rushed to Mount Luoxia and asked the sect chief of the Invincibility School for help, he might be able to force the poison out of his body and survive. However, if he continued to delay, his condition would only get worse. So you're that Jiang Chen who triggered the heavenly tribulation? I never thought that you're still alive, and that you've set your eyes on me. How despicable! The Fergana Stallion said while gnashing his teeth. He had heard of Jiang Chen's name before. A monster who triggered the heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm and destroyed the Shura Temple's freezing hell jail. Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide, but the Fergana Stallion had no idea why this guy would set his eyes on him. However, it was useless to think about this now. The Fergana Stallion only knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. Cut the crap! Fergana Stallion, give me your life! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Then he swung the heavenly saint's sword toward the Fergana Stallion's head. Humph! With your strength as a 5th-grade combat king, even if I'm poisoned, you still won't be able to defeat me. However, I'm in a special situation today, so I'll spare your life for now. In the future, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces to avenge what you've done today. The Fergana Stallion dodged the heavenly saint's sword's attack with a sway of his body. After that, he tore open the void and stepped into it. He couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen and the other 2 fellows, but he knew that he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and find the sect chief of the Invincibility School. Bang! Chapter 566. What's going on? The Fergana Stallion was bounced back. Only then did it realize that the entire space was trapped by a formation. The formation was extremely profound, and it was obvious that it was created by an expert. Furthermore, the illusion from before was also extremely brilliant, so much so that it didn't notice it at all when it came in. In fact, a large part of the reason was because of Jiang Chen. The Fergana Stallion was certain that a disciple from the Invincibility School wouldn't dare to deceive it, so it didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. Fergana Stallion, you won't be able to escape today. Dang! Without another word, Jiang Chen slashed at the Fergana Stallion with the Heavenly Saint sword again. If the Fergana Stallion was in peak condition, it might still be able to break out of the entrapment formation that he had set up. However, it was too difficult for the Fergana Stallion to break out of the entrapment formation in its current state. Moreover, Jiang Chen wouldn't give it the chance to break out of the formation. Damn brat! I'll let you know today that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if I'm poisoned, I'm still no match for a small shrimp like you. The Fergana Stallion gnashed its teeth in hatred towards Jiang Chen. A stream of vigorous energy burst out from its body. It raised its palm, and an incomparably dazzling golden hoof covered with runes appeared, charging at Jiang Chen. Rumble! The collision between Jiang Chen and the Fergana Stallion caused him to retreat a few steps. Just as the Fergana Stallion had said, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Fergana Stallion was, after all, a peak level 9 demon king. Even though its combat strength was severely damaged, it was still not something an ordinary person could deal with. Barf! However, although the attack had forced Jiang Chen to retreat, the Fergana Stallion wasn't in a good condition either. It spat out a mouthful of black blood on the spot. Haha, Fergana Stallion, the poison has completely integrated into your body. The more you use your energy to fight, the faster the poison will circulate. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Although the Fergana Stallion still had a strong combat strength, as long as he wasn't given a chance to escape, the Fergana stallion would be finished today. There was no way he could escape. Swoosh! The Fergana horse let out a long roar that shook the surroundings, as if it was a tiger that had fallen to the plains and was being bullied by a dog. His entire body was filled with fury, which then turned into endless killing intent. His cold gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. The Fergana stallion could tell that if he wanted to leave this place today, he had to kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen standing in his way, he would not be able to escape at all. Monk, Tan Lang, activate the killing array to deal with this steed. Jiang Chen shouted at Tyrant and Tan Lang. Right now, the Fergana stallion was in the midst of a furious counterattack. A cornered beast would jump over a wall, and it absolutely could not be underestimated. This kind of situation was also within Jiang Chen's expectations. Therefore, he had laid down a great killing formation in advance, which could combine the combat strength of the three of them to deal with the Fergana stallion. All right. Both of their auras fluctuated wildly. With the talismans that Jiang Chen had given them, they could control the killing array at will. In the blink of an eye, the killing array was activated. The auras of the three of them were connected. Tyrant and Tan Lang's energy was completely instilled into Jiang Chen's body at the first instance, causing Jiang Chen's combat strength to skyrocket. Precious steed neigh! The Fergana stallion let out a roar. With a sway of his body, he immediately transformed into an incomparably mystical Fergana stallion. This stallion had a height of 3 feet and a length of 3 feet. It was extremely majestic, and the surface of its body was covered with blood-colored hair, which was dazzling. Accompanied by the furious roar of the Fergana stallion, sound waves were emitted from his mouth. Each sound wave was like a sickle. Not only were they extremely sharp, they could also penetrate the soul of a person to attack. This was the innate ability of the Fergana stallion. It was similar to the soul-devouring echo of the Dehuang dog, but when compared to the soul-devouring echo of the Dehuang dog, it was not just one level lower. Although the Fergana stallion was an unusual species among horses, there was still a huge gap between it and the legendary divine beast, the dragon horse. The layers of sound waves sliced the void into pieces, turning into a vast ocean that enveloped Jiang Chen. Slash! Facing such a powerful attack from the Fergana stallion, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. He just slashed out with his sword. With the terrifying Heavenly Saint's sword, there was nothing that it couldn't break. Even the sound waves of the opponent could be destroyed. Countless whistling sword chi erupted in the sky. Each of the sword chi turned into the shadow of a dragon, dancing wildly. Finally, they interweaved into a huge net of sword chi, colliding with the precious steed neigh of the Fergana stallion. Rumble! For a moment, the void was destroyed. The place where the sword chi and the sound waves collided created a large amount of sparks. In the end, a sea of fire was formed, which would make anyone who saw it shudder. One had to admit that the Fergana stallion was really terrifying. Even in its current state, the sound waves it unleashed still managed to push Jiang Chen back, and that was when Jiang Chen had used the great killing formation to gather the combat strength of Tyrant and Tan Lang. It wasn't hard to imagine that if the Fergana stallion was at its peak condition, Jiang Chen would have no chance of defeating it. Damn it! This kid is just a 5th-grade combat king. How could he have such a powerful combat strength? Too bad, I'm affected by the deadly poison, which prevents me from using my combat strength. Otherwise, I'll definitely tear this kid into 1,000 pieces. The Fergana stallion couldn't help but curse. He was currently in a terrible state. Every time he unleashed a powerful attack, the poison would intensify. If this situation continued, his combat strength would become weaker and weaker. In the end, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Jiang Chen, and might even end up being slaughtered by Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, a single misstep may cause everlasting sorrow. When you look back, you've already lost 100 years of your life. The Fergana stallion was cultivating in the invincibility school, but because of his greed, he fell into Jiang Chen's trap, and ended up in such a miserable state. Humph! 9 phantom wolves, I can't exhaust you to death. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, 9 Jiang Chens appeared at the same time, firmly surrounding the Fergana stallion. Tyrant and Tan Lang were controlling the formation, transferring combat strength to Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen unleashing another amazing movement skill, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Previously, Jiang Chen's dimensional shift was already very frightening, but they never expected him to have such an amazing movement skill. 9 phantoms appeared in an instant. Such an amazing movement skill was simply too frightening in a fight. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as invincible, especially when dealing with the Fergana stallion in front of them. If the Fergana stallion was in his peak condition, he might be able to tell which one was Jiang Chen's real body. However, the current Fergana stallion's mind was in a mess. For a moment, all he could see were 9 Jiang Chens, and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Roar! The Fergana stallion roared into the sky. Endless fury shot out from his body. He had no other choice. He couldn't find out which one was Jiang Chen's real body, so he could only launch an all-out attack, attacking all the phantoms indiscriminately. And this was exactly the effect Jiang Chen needed. The Fergana stallion's energy was scattered and couldn't pose any threat to him. A casual swing of the Heavenly Saint's sword was enough to destroy its attack. When the other phantoms were destroyed by the Fergana stallion, Jiang Chen would immediately unleash the movement skill again, creating 9 Jiang Chens to besiege the Fergana stallion. Roar! Roar! The Fergana stallion roared again and again. It couldn't wait to pounce on Jiang Chen and devour him. Unfortunately, his opponent was too cunning. From the moment the Fergana stallion fell into Jiang Chen's trap, his fate was basically sealed. All along, there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do if he tried his best. The Fergana stallion is finished. Little Chenzi is too sinister. Tyrant shook his head. He could already foresee the ending of the Fergana stallion. Everything is under his control, including the Fergana stallion's life. This plan has been flawless since the beginning. This is too frightening. Becoming an enemy of Jiang Chen is truly a tragedy. Tan Lang sighed. The longer he stayed in contact with Jiang Chen, the more he could feel how frightening Jiang Chen was. That kind of frightening feeling came from deep within his bones. He was like an emperor who could control everything at any time. Anyone who became his enemy would never have a good ending. The following battle was just as Jiang Chen had expected. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Jiang Chen used the 9 phantom wolves, forcing the Fergana stallion to use all his strength to attack from all directions. He had no choice but to do so, because he couldn't find Jiang Chen's real body. If he didn't attack from all directions, it was possible that Jiang Chen's real body would find a loophole and cause him a serious injury. After this battle, the Fergana stallion couldn't help but admit that this guy who looked like a 5th-grade combat king was much more terrifying than an ordinary man. In the last 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had become more and more courageous as he fought. However, the Fergana stallion couldn't hold on any longer. He was affected by the deadly poison, and his combat strength kept dropping. Haha, Fergana stallion, you're finished. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. All his phantoms had returned to his body. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The Fergana stallion couldn't hold on any longer, and now, it was time for him to strike back. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint's sword was raised high up in the air by Jiang Chen, producing a world-shaking sword cry. The entire sword was like a dragon that had come to life, tearing a huge hole in the air and slashing down toward the Fergana stallion's head. Roar! The Fergana stallion roared once again. He tried his best to defend himself, but unfortunately, with his current condition, he couldn't even unleash 1/10 of his combat strength. How could he still fight against Jiang Chen? Puchi! The Heavenly Saint's sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter, cutting through everything in its path. Half of the Fergana stallion's body was chopped off, and a small part of its head was chopped off. Blood splattered all over the place. This was a fatal injury. The Fergana stallion let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew that he was finished. Today would be the day of his death. When he thought about how he was killed by a puny 5th-grade combat king, he felt extremely wronged. Die! Chapter 567. To De Huang Dog, the origin blood essence of the Fergana stallion was much more important than a demon spirit. If he wanted to extract the origin blood essence of the Fergana stallion, he had to extract it right after the Fergana stallion was killed. If he was a little late, the origin blood essence would disappear along with the Fergana stallion's life. Extracting the Fergana stallion from a mutated beast wasn't an easy task. However, to Jiang Chen, it was a piece of cake. He was proficient in too many methods. Very quickly, a clump of blood essence was extracted by Jiang Chen. However, there were some black strands within the blood essence. Obviously, it was the highly toxic substance contained within the profound 9 solar pill. The toxic substance had already penetrated deep into the Fergana stallion's origin. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Naturally, if it wasn't for the critical effect of the toxic substance, it wouldn't have been an easy task for Jiang Chen to kill the Fergana stallion. Voila! With a wave of his hand, the array disappeared along with the wind. The entire valley had already been wrecked beyond recognition due to the earlier battle. The surrounding mountain peaks had all collapsed, emitting black smoke. The corpse of the Fergana stallion was not far away, but Jiang Chen didn't give it a second glance. Amazing! You're truly a sinister brat. A powerful Fergana stallion was actually killed by you just like that. Tyrant walked over and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's act of trapping and killing the Fergana stallion was truly done beautifully. Tyrant simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Jiang Chen. Not only is little Chenzi's combat prowess formidable, his aptitude is also heaven-defying. I've discovered that he's also a formidable schemer. If I hadn't personally experienced what happened today, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Tan Lang said with a smile. If Jiang Chen's method of trapping and killing the Fergana stallion were to be spread out, it would be enough to be recorded in the annals of history. A person's strength wasn't only determined by his methods and cultivation, but also his intelligence. A true god of war would never be a brute. De Huang has been dormant for too long. We have to wake him up. Jiang Chen said. When he thought about how De Huang dog ended up like this because he wanted to save him, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Waking up De Huang was an extremely important matter. However, little Chenzi, there's no problem with the demon spirit of the Fergana stallion. However, the blood essence is highly toxic. If we were to give it to De Huang, wouldn't he be killed? Tyrant said worriedly. He shuddered at the thought of how the Fergana stallion looked when it was poisoned. The poison was too strong. If the blood essence that contained the poison was given to De Huang dog, wouldn't it be the same as sending De Huang to his death? Little Chenzi must have a way to get rid of the poison. Tan Lang said. No, the only way to get rid of the poison is to refine it with the true thunderfire. However, the true thunderfire will definitely damage the blood essence and the effect will be greatly reduced. You should know that the blood essence and demon spirit of a 9th-grade demon king can transform De Huang into an incomparably terrifying state. Therefore, I will let De Huang consume the blood essence directly. Jiang Chen said. What? Tyrant and Tan Lang exclaimed at the same time. This was no different from murder. Don't worry. The poison can be used to deal with the Fergana stallion, but it won't have any effect on De Huang. He can automatically filter out the poison. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't worried about De Huang dog at all. He didn't forget the first time he met De Huang. When he used the poison of the nether python on De Huang dog only vomited and nothing happened to him. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. Tyrant and Tan Lang rolled their eyes. It seemed like Jiang Chen wasn't the only abnormal person. De Huang dog was also a super abnormal person. But no matter what, as long as it didn't cause any harm to De Huang, they believed that Jiang Chen would never do anything dangerous to De Huang. In that case, let's hurry up and let De Huang consume it. Tyrant said. No, we have to find a quiet place for De Huang. Moreover, what we need to do now is to leave this place as soon as possible. The death of the Fergana stallion will definitely be sensed by the sect master of the invincibility school immediately. We need to find a safe place now. Jiang Chen said. Exotic beasts like the Fergana stallion had their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be used as mounts by others. There was only one situation, and that was if the Fergana stallion had a very good relationship with the sect master of the invincibility school. Both of them had already established some kind of connection. It was very likely to be a symbiotic relationship. Under such a relationship, the sect master of the invincibility school would also suffer a certain degree of damage if the Fergana stallion died. There's a place that's absolutely safe. Tyrant smiled. Heaven Hawk Island. Jiang Chen and Tyrant spoke at the same time, saying the name of Heaven Hawk Island. That's right, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. No one would have thought that after we destroyed the Heaven Hawk Island and killed so many people from the Azura Palace, we would still be hiding in the Heaven Hawk Island when the Azura Palace is hunting us all over the world. Tan Lang had become smarter after following Jiang Chen and Tyrant for a long time. Therefore, after a round of discussion, the three audacious fellows departed for the chaotic ocean. Although Heaven Hawk Island had been destroyed, it wasn't difficult to find a place to hide. It was also because Heaven Hawk Island had turned into ruins that it wouldn't attract any attention. For Jiang Chen and the others, it was the safest place to hide. At the top of Mount Luoxia, there was a flat and spacious square. This was the place where the 4 geniuses of the state of Liang would duel. At this moment, the sky had just brightened. The combat emperors of the 4 major powers and the 4 geniuses had all appeared. The duel was ready. The leader of the invincibility school had a medium build. He was neither fat nor thin. He was wearing a clean light yellow robe. He looked to be in his 50s. Definitely not old. He didn't have any beard on his face. His thick hair was tied up in a high bun on top of his head. Between his eyebrows, there was a domineering aura. He was a combat emperor. As the leader of the invincibility school, his every movement carried the demeanor of a superior. His name was Invincible Nye, the current leader of the invincibility school. Beside Invincibility Nye stood an old man and a young man. The old man looked to be in his 70s, but his eyes were bright. He was the great elder of the invincibility school and another powerful combat emperor. The young man looked to be in his 30s. His cultivation level was similar to Xiao Nanfeng's. He had a sturdy build and was wearing a linen robe. On his back was a long spear that shone brightly under the sunlight. His face was full of arrogance because he had the right to be arrogant. His name was Chen Wenyu, the #1 genius of the invincibility school. His cultivation level was at the peak of 9th grade combat king. He wasn't weaker than the great tyrant of the Shura temple, Xiao Nanfeng. At this moment, Invincibility Nye's expression changed drastically. His body shook as if he had received a huge shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Who did this? Invincible Nye's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. He raised his head and roared at the sky. No one knew why he roared. The experts from the other 3 major powers looked at Invincible Nye in shock. They didn't know why this guy suddenly went crazy. But looking at his anger that was about to solidify, something must have happened that made him so angry. Master, what happened? Chen Wenyu asked. Who killed my majestic horse? Invincible Nye's eyes were spitting fire. What? The majestic horse is a 9th grade combat king. His combat power is terrifying. Now that all the combat emperors of Liang province are here, who could kill the majestic horse? The great elder was shocked. Chen Wenyu's expression changed drastically. They all knew the relationship between Fergana horse and Invincible Nye. To put it bluntly, Fergana horse was Invincible Nye's lifeblood. Now that his majestic horse was killed, how could he not be angry? It turns out that Brother Nye's majestic horse was killed. What a delightful thing. Maybe it will be stewed and eaten. A strange voice came from the opposite side. This person looked to be about the same age as Li Tianyang. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a black robe with a hideous devil king's head embroidered on his chest. He was the master of the heavenly devil palace, Dark Min Zi. The 4 major powers of Liang province had always been fighting with each other. Their relationship was not good, especially the heavenly devil palace and the other 3 major powers. Hearing that Invincible Nye's majestic horse was killed, Dark Min Zi was very happy. Dark Min Zi, what are you so proud of? Did you send someone to kill my majestic horse? Invincible Nye pointed his finger at Dark Min Zi. If you say so, then so what? Dark Min Zi didn't care about Invincible Nye's expression. Haha, Invincible Nye, the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly devil palace are here. Your majestic horse is a 9th level demon king. How many people in Liang province can kill it? Moreover, your majestic horse is still in the invincibility school. In my opinion, there must be something fishy going on. Li Tianyang said. Humph. No matter who killed my majestic horse, I will tear him to pieces. Invincible Nye was really angry. He turned to the great elder and Chen Wenyu and said, You 2 stay here and continue the competition. I will go back first. I want to see who has the guts to kill my majestic horse. After saying that, Invincible Nye disappeared without waiting for the great elder and Chen Wenyu's response. When Invincible Nye rushed back from Luoxia Mountain, Jiang Chen and the other 2 had already sneaked into Heaven Hawk Island. After the fierce battle last night, Heaven Hawk Island had become a deserted island. The people of the Shura temple had also left. There was no one around Heaven Hawk Island. The people of the Shura temple would never have thought that Jiang Chen would come back so soon. Chapter 568. Little Chenzi, De Huang's qi is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like the effect of the 9 solar less Ron pill isn't bad for him. Tyrant looked at the De Huang dog who was lying on the ground, full of vitality, and couldn't help but say that. However, he had consumed the 9 solar less Ron pill before, so he knew how terrifying it was. With the support of the Sarira and the 9 solar less Ron pill in his body, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 7th grade Combat King realm. One should know that there was a huge gap between the 6th grade Combat King realm and the 7th grade Combat King realm. It was equivalent to the gap between the mid-Combat King realm and the late Combat King realm. Naturally, the difficulty level would increase. Otherwise, with the help of the Sarira and the 9 solar less Rond pill, he would have already broken through to the 7th grade Combat King realm. That's right. All of De Huang's bodily functions have recovered, and his internal injuries have been completely healed. Now, he only needs to use the blood essence of the Fergana stallion and the demon soul to awaken his dragon horse bloodline. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Thinking that De Huang would be able to awaken in the near future, he felt extremely happy. I really didn't expect De Huang's true form to be the legendary dragon horse's body. However, a powerful dragon horse has the appearance of a dog. I'm really speechless. Tan Lang shook his head speechlessly. The divine beast dragon horse. How miraculous and mighty was that? Who would have thought that a dog would be a dragon horse that only existed in the legends? This was like a joke to him. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There must be something special about De Huang's current form. When he regains his dragon horse body, he will be even more powerful. Jiang Chen said. There were many things in this world that he couldn't understand. There were too many strange creatures, and Jiang Chen himself was one of them. Even until now, he still didn't fully understand the dragon transformation skill he was cultivating. He only knew that this skill wasn't just a skill, and there must be some huge secret hidden within it. There was a blood talisman hidden in Inferno Hell, and it had helped him kill the Earth Devil. When Jiang Chen touched that blood talisman, he would feel a sense of intimacy, and his blood would flow faster, and the dragon transformation skill would automatically circulate. Undoubtedly, this situation was very abnormal. Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot. He had lived 2 lives. His knowledge and experience were incomparable to ordinary people. He knew that the blood charm must be related to the dragon transformation skill. He knew that after he had successfully cultivated the dragon transformation skill, he would have to go back to Inferno Hell. That blood charm had always been affecting his hearts. The demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th grade demon king, plus the effect of the 9 suns less Rond pill. I wonder how powerful this guy will be after he wakes up. Tyrant sighed. De Huang dog had the body of a dragon horse. After he wakes up, his bloodline will definitely go through another transformation, just like Jiang Chen. It was like he had been reborn from the ashes. Adding the demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th grade demon king, it was impossible to estimate how powerful De Huang dog would be. If I'm not wrong, De Huang will at least reach the 6th grade demon king. Maybe even the 7th grade demon king, or even higher. Jiang Chen said. As a matter of fact, even he didn't dare to make a conclusion about how powerful De Huang would be after he wakes up. After all, he had the demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th grade demon king, the powerful 9 suns less Rond pill, and the even more terrifying transformation of the divine beast dragon horse bloodline. With these 4 factors added together, it was really hard to determine how powerful De Huang would be. No matter what, this was a great opportunity for De Huang. If he didn't die from the calamity, he would definitely be reborn. The wind was howling over the sea, but the entire Heaven Hawk Island was deathly silent. Ever since the fierce battle last night, the island had become completely silent. All the disciples of the Shura temple were buried here. No one dared to approach the island again. As a result, not a single person could be seen within a few dozen miles of the island. Even if there were people flying on the sea, they would take a detour when they passed by the Heaven Hawk Island. This kind of situation was the most advantageous to Jiang Chen and the others. No one would ever think that Jiang Chen, who was supposed to escape to a faraway place, would actually be hiding in the Heaven Hawk Island. In the spacious cave, Jiang Chen sent the blood essence and demon spirit of the Fergana stallion into De Huang dog's body. This was all he could do. The rest was entirely up to De Huang dog. Tyrant and Tan Lang were still a little worried. After all, the blood essence contained a highly toxic poison. Moreover, it was the combination of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. Even the 9th-level Demon King Fergana Stallion couldn't resist it. If there were any accidents, they were afraid that it would be very disadvantageous to the Huang dog. However, when they saw Jiang Chen's confident look, they were relieved. If even Jiang Chen wasn't worried, what would they be worried about? At the same time, the headmaster of the Invincibility School, Invincibility Nye, returned from Mount Luoxia. Relying on the connection between him and the Fergana Stallion, he quickly found the place where the Fergana Stallion died. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had already left, leaving behind only ruins and the corpse of the Fergana Stallion that was beaten into several pieces. Who did it? Who did it? Who the hell did it? Invincibility Nye was furious. The fury of the Battle Emperor floated in the sky above the valley. The area of a few hundred miles was engulfed by the fury of Invincibility Nye. The demonic beasts and human cultivators in this area were trembling in fear. They didn't know why the fury of the Battle Emperor suddenly appeared. Damn it, no matter who it is, I will definitely find you and tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Invincibility Nye's anger soared to the sky. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. The Fergana Stallion wasn't just his mount, it was also his friend. They had a symbiotic relationship. This kind of relationship was related to their bloodline. If the Fergana Stallion was killed, Invincibility Nye's body would also be damaged. If Invincibility Nye needed another year to break through to the 2nd-grade Combat Emperor, he would need at least 3 years to do so. The damage to the blood essence was the most difficult to recover. After his anger subsided, Invincibility Nye calmed down and began to think about the cause of this incident. To be able to become the Battle Emperor and lead the whole Invincibility School, it was enough to prove that Invincibility Nye was a very powerful person. The Fergana Stallion lives in the Invincibility Peak. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't leave the Invincibility School. Why would he appear in this desolate place? There's nothing attractive about this valley. Plus, with Fergana Stallion's cultivation, who could kill him in Liang Province? Even if I were to take action personally, he would still have the chance to escape. Invincibility Nye's thought was meticulous. He had figured out the key to the problem. Then, Invincibility Nye's body disappeared in a flash, walking towards the direction of the Invincibility School. At this moment, the Invincibility School was still the same. No one knew that the Fergana Stallion was dead. It wasn't until a wave of fury floated above the mountain range of the Invincibility School that everyone felt Invincibility Nye's aura of the Battle Emperor that they knew that something big had happened. What happened? Didn't Master bring Brother Qian Wen Yu to Luoxia Mountain? Why did he suddenly come back and look so angry? I don't know. I've been in the Invincibility School for so long, but this is the first time I've seen Master so angry. There must be a reason. Haven't you noticed? First Elder and Senior Brother Qian didn't return? Only the Sect Master returned. This means that the duel in Luoxia Mountain hasn't ended yet. For the Sect Master to give up on the duel and return alone, something big must have happened. Everyone was shocked. The disciples of the Invincibility School were shocked. They didn't know what happened. Did anyone see when Fergana Stallion left the Invincibility School? Invincibility Nye was floating in the air above the Invincibility School. His voice was loud and clear, resounding in the ears of every disciple and elder. Some of the weaker ones were shaken to the point that their ears were buzzing. At this time, a few Combat King elders flew to Invincibility Nye's side. Among these elders, the lowest level was an 8th-grade Combat King. Some of them were 9th-grade Combat Kings. Their status in the Invincibility School was imaginable. Even though they had been in the Invincibility School for so long, they had never seen Master so angry. Master, we didn't see Fergana Stallion leave. Did something happen? One of the 9th-grade Combat King elders said. Humph. The Fergana horse was killed in a valley. This matter is definitely not without reason. Someone must have done it on purpose. Invincibility Nye snorted coldly. As for the people of the Invincibility School, they didn't know when Fergana Stallion left the Invincibility School. He wasn't surprised. If Fergana Stallion didn't want to be found, these people wouldn't have found out. What? Fergana Stallion is dead? A few elders exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were full of disbelief. If these words didn't come from Invincibility Nye's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But these words came from Invincibility Nye's mouth. It was 100% true. Fergana Stallion was dead. No wonder Invincibility Nye was so angry. As a member of the Invincibility School, Everyone knew how important Fergana Stallion was to invincibility Nye. It can't be, Fergana Stallion was killed. No wonder Master was so angry. He didn't even care about Mount Luoxia and came back personally. Who did this? Isn't it too bold? How dare they have the guts to kill Fergana Stallion? What I'm confused about is that all the combat emperors of the 4 major sects have gone to Mount Luoxia. Who else in the entire Liang province could be a match for Fergana Stallion? Could it be that there are other combat emperors hiding in Liang province? Or could it be combat emperors from other provinces? But our invincibility school doesn't seem to have any grudges with other provinces. Chapter 569. Who was the disciple who guarded the mountain yesterday? Invincible Nye asked again. A few disciples flew toward Invincible Nye in fear and trepidation. They were just ordinary disciples who guarded the mountain. It was extremely difficult for them to even meet the sect master. It was their first time standing so close to the sect master. Plus, the sect master was in a state of anger. It would be a lie if they said they weren't nervous. Sect master, we were the ones who guarded the mountain yesterday, the leading disciple said with his head lowered. Did you see anyone suspicious entering the mountain gate? Actually, Invincible Nye's question was just a test. Think about it. An existence that could even kill a Fergana Stallion. It would be a piece of cake for him to sneak into the invincible sect without being noticed by a few combat soul disciples. Sect master, there was no suspicious person. After the disciple said that, he suddenly thought of something and continued. But last night, Senior Ruan Hao suddenly came back from his home. After he entered the mountain gate, he seemed to have gone to the invincible peak. It should be true. What? Ruan Hao? Invincible Nye's eyes lit up. He had some impression of this disciple. He was just a 3rd-grade combat king core disciple with a good potential. Now it seemed that Ruan Hao was the most suspicious one. He absolutely didn't believe that Ruan Hao could kill a Fergana Stallion. However, with Ruan Hao's identity, he wasn't qualified to enter the invincible peak. Where is Ruan Hao? Invincible Nye shouted. Sect master, Ruan Hao just returned to Chongling City yesterday. He hasn't come back yet. A disciple who was good friends with Ruan Hao said. After Ruan Hao went home, he didn't come back. It seems like there is something wrong with this Ruan Hao. I will go to Chongling City and have a look. After saying that, Invincible Nye disappeared in a flash. Everyone in the invincibility school was silent. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They couldn't think of any relationship between the death of the Fergana Stallion and Ruan Hao. Could it be that Ruan Hao killed the Fergana Stallion? What a joke. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to do so. As a disciple of the invincibility school, he wouldn't have such a thought. At this moment, Ruan Hao, his father, and his 2 elder brothers were sitting around a table in Chongling City's City Lord residence. To City Lord Wan Zhongshan, his 3rd son was his greatest pride. To be able to become a core disciple of the invincible sect was a great honor. Ruan Hao's return from the sect was a joyous occasion for the governor's mansion. At this moment, Ruan Hao and his 2 brothers were talking and laughing. Only Ruan Hao was sitting there with his head down. He didn't have the mood to chat. All his thoughts were on Jiang Chen last night. Especially the 2 questions Jiang Chen asked him. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Furthermore, he had learned everything that had happened in the chaotic ocean. Jiang Chen had returned alive, and the first thing he did was to massacre the entire stronghold of the Azura Palace. He had killed everyone, including the 2nd tycoon who was an 8th-grade combat king. This news was too shocking. At the same time, Ruan Hao felt lucky that he was still alive. Jiang Chen could kill an 8th-grade combat king, so if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. 3rd brother, why are you frowning? It's not easy for you to come home, but you look troubled. A young man said. He was Ruan Hao's big brother. It's nothing, big brother. Ruan Hao smiled and didn't tell them what happened last night. Swoosh. Suddenly, the space in the hall trembled and rippled. A figure suddenly appeared in the hall. As this figure appeared, the temperature in the entire hall plummeted. Ruan Hao and his son looked at the newcomer at the same time. When they saw the person's appearance clearly, their expressions instantly changed. Greetings, master. Wan Zhongshan and his sons quickly left their seats and bowed deeply to Invincibility Nye. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Other than Ruan Hao, the three of them had met Invincibility Nye before. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with this giant of the Liang province. At least they weren't unfamiliar with his appearance. Ruan Hao's forehead was full of sweat. If it was before, it would be a great honor for the Invincible Sect's patriarch to personally come to the Castellan mansion. But today was different. Invincible Nye should be in Luoxia Mountain at this time. But he gave up on such a big matter and returned from Luoxia Mountain. Something big must have happened. Now that he came to the Castellan mansion, Ruan Hao had a very bad feeling. Invincibility Nye ignored Ruan Zhongshan and his sons. His eyes fell on Ruan Hao. Ruan Hao, let me ask you, the death of the Fergana stallion, is it related to you? What? The Fergana stallion is dead? Ruan Hao exclaimed. He could guess that something big had happened, but he didn't expect it to be the death of the Fergana stallion. No wonder Invincibility Nye didn't hesitate to leave behind the incident at Luoxia Mountain. As a disciple of the Invincibility School, he knew all too well what the Fergana stallion meant to Invincibility Nye. I absolutely don't believe that you have the ability to kill the Fergana stallion. But let me ask you, you returned to the sect last night and went to Invincibility Peak. Is this correct? Invincibility Nye asked. He found Ruan Hao just to find out who the murderer was. He absolutely didn't believe that Ruan Hao had the ability to kill the Fergana stallion. That's impossible, Master. I was in the Castellan's mansion yesterday. I didn't return to the sect at all. Ruan Hao's face changed. His face was covered in sweat, but he was confused. He was in the Castellan's mansion and didn't go anywhere. Moreover, he was knocked out by Zhang Chen. He couldn't return to the sect even if he wanted to. But Invincibility Nye said that he went back last night and went to Invincibility Peak. How could this be possible? Invincibility Peak was the most important place of the Invincibility School. He had been in the Invincibility School for so long, but he only knew the location of the Invincibility School. He had never entered it and didn't have the guts to do so. Humph. If you dare lie to me, I will crush you and your son into ashes with a flick of my finger. Invincibility Nye was furious. A cold aura burst out from his body and an invisible whirlwind was set off in the hall. The sturdy tables and chairs were turned into dust. The father and son of the Ruan family were so scared that they knelt on the ground, trembling. The person in front of them was the master of the Invincibility School, a combat emperor. If he really wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. I dare not. I didn't lie. Ruan Hao was terrified. Master, please calm down. There must be a mistake. My son was in the mansion yesterday. Plus, as a disciple of the Invincibility School, he wouldn't dare to have any bad intentions. Moreover, the Fergana stallion is a 9th grade demon king. My son is not an idiot. Ruan Zhongshan quickly said. Invincible Nye frowned. With his eyesight, he could tell that Ruan Hao wasn't lying. It was impossible for a young 3rd grade combat king to lie in front of him. It seemed that Ruan Hao was in the mansion yesterday, but the disciple who was guarding the gate saw Ruan Hao go back. What was going on? The disciple dared not lie to himself. There must be something fishy going on. Ruan Hao's expression changed. He thought of Zhang Chen and said, Master, I know who is related to this matter. Say it. Invincible Nye's eyes lit up. Zhang Chen. Ruan Hao said. Zhang Chen? Which Zhang Chen? Invincible Nye was stunned. It's the Zhang Chen who triggered the heavenly tribulation a few months ago, the one who destroyed the freezing hell jail of the Azura Palace. He didn't die, and he's back. Last night, he came looking for me, asking about the Fergana stallion. After that, he knocked himself out, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Ruan Hao said. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Invincible Nye everything that happened last night. This kid didn't die. But even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the Fergana stallion. Invincible Nye frowned. Master, before Zhang Chen came to me last night, he went to the chaotic ocean and killed more than 30 disciples of the Shura Temple on Heavenhawk Island. Among them was the 2nd tycoon who was an 8th grade combat king. Ruan Hao said. What? This kid disappeared for a few months. How could he grow to such an extent? He could even kill an 8th grade combat king. It seems that there is something special about someone who can trigger the tribulation. But last night, the disciple who was guarding the mountains saw you returning to the sect. How do you explain that? Invincible Nye asked. Master, I don't know what happened to this disciple. I guess that Jiang Chen is proficient in the bone-changing technique. He changed his appearance and entered the sect. Ruan Hao's guess was right. He must try his best to prove his innocence. He knew that Invincible Nye suspected that he had an affair with Jiang Chen. If he was misunderstood, not only would he be finished, but his family would also be finished. I don't think you dare to lie to me. Considering that you are a disciple of the Invincibility School, I will not pursue this matter. You and your father will stay in the mayor's mansion for the time being. You are not allowed to go anywhere. I will see if you are innocent after I catch Jiang Chen. Invincible Nye said. Thank you, master. The father and son of the Ruan family were scared out of their wits. They kowtowed repeatedly. Invincible Nye disappeared again. With his combat emperor cultivation, he searched for traces of Jiang Chen all over the world. After a day, there was still no trace of Jiang Chen. During this day, the Shura temple kept searching for traces of Jiang Chen. Their hatred for Jiang Chen was no less than Invincible Nye's. Even the Peerless Sword School sent people to search for him. Jiang Chen had killed many disciples of the Peerless Sword School, especially the monk. This debt must be settled. One day later, Invincible Nye had no choice but to issue the ultimate kill order to hunt down Jiang Chen. Anyone who could provide clues about Jiang Chen's whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely by the Invincible sect. If anyone could provide clues that could help Invincible Nye capture Jiang Chen, he would personally take the person as his disciple and imbue him with wisdom. Chapter 570. This is too cruel. The Fergana stallion is dead. I can't believe it. Invincible Nye personally issued the ultimate kill order. This is the first time in the history of the Invincibility School. Does that Jiang Chen really have such a powerful combat ability? How could he kill the Fergana stallion? It's impossible, isn't it? I think there might be some hidden reasons behind the death of the Fergana stallion. Although Jiang Chen could kill an 8th grade combat king, he was only a 5th grade combat king. It would be very difficult for him to kill a 9th grade demon king. This is too cruel. 2 nights ago in the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen was like a devil king on a killing spree. He killed all the disciples of the Shura temple on the Heaven Hawk Island. It was a chaotic scene. The commotion in the Liang province this time is even more intense than the last time. This Jiang Chen is simply a devil incarnate. He has disappeared for a few months, but as soon as he reappeared, he has already set off a storm in the Liang province. It seems like the following days won't be peaceful anymore. Everyone was shocked. The whole Liang province was in a state of shock. The devil cult was still calm, but the 3 major powers were looking for traces of Jiang Chen and Tyrant everywhere. Invincible Nye even issued the ultimate kill order. This was the first time in the history of the Invincibility School. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen and the other 2 were hiding in the ruins of Heaven Hawk Island while the outside world was in turmoil? At this moment, in the cave of Heaven Hawk Island, Jiang Chen and the other 2 didn't know what was happening outside. All their attention was on De Huang Dog. The majestic De Huang Dog was lying quietly on the ground. There was a huge golden cocoon around his body. It looked very mystical. On the surface of the cocoon, there were mysterious runes that even Jiang Chen couldn't understand. During this period of time, De Huang Dog's state was constantly changing. Endless vitality floated out of his body, and the neat golden fur on the surface of his body was emitting a dazzling light. His head was also emitting a golden light, as if he was going to come back to life at any moment. What was even more miraculous was that black threads kept emerging from De Huang Dog's body. Both the monk and Tan Lang recognized these black threads as the toxic substances contained within the Fergana horse's blood essence. When these toxic substances entered De Huang Dog's body, they were extremely worried at first, but now there was only shock in their eyes. The toxins that emerged from De Huang Dog's body were automatically expelled by De Huang's constitution and then disappeared. This is amazing. De Huang's constitution is really amazing. He can actually expel the toxins directly. With such a monstrous constitution, I'm afraid he's an anomaly even among the dragon horses. The monk was amazed. He admired De Huang from the bottom of his heart. The toxins of the venomous nether toad were feared by most people. Once they came into contact with it, they would try their best to get rid of it. However, when it came to De Huang Dog, he could automatically expel it even in his sleep. It was really abnormal. Little Chenzi, you and the monk stay here and watch over De Huang. I'll go out and find out the situation. Tan Lang opened his mouth and said, Fergana Stallion was killed. I'm afraid Invincible Nye will be furious. We don't know if the battle in Luoxia Mountain has ended. Also, the Shura Temple is probably looking for us everywhere. It's better for us to get some information. You have to stay here and watch over De Huang. The monk is too obvious a target. I'll be fine if I go out and be careful. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and the monk nodded. They felt that what Tan Lang said made sense. They were staying on this deserted island and had no idea what was going on outside. It would be great to let Tan Lang go out and find out the situation. For the three of them, Tan Lang was undoubtedly the most suitable person to go out. Firstly, Jiang Chen couldn't go out. De Huang Dog had reached the most critical moment. He had to stay by his side. The monk was too big of a target. If he went out, he would be recognized. However, Tan Lang was different. He was very familiar with Liang Zhou and knew how to hide himself. That's fine. But you have to be careful. If you encounter any danger, inform me immediately. Jiang Chen took out a message talisman that he crafted and handed it to Tan Lang. If Tan Lang encountered any danger, he could inform Jiang Chen immediately through the talisman. All right. Tan Lang took the talisman and walked out of the cave. He looked around and left Heaven Hawk Island, entering the inner part of the chaotic ocean. Not long after Tan Lang left, De Huang Dog changed again. Layers of halos suddenly trembled. De Huang Dog's body also began to tremble. This movement surprised Jiang Chen and the monk. It looks like he's about to wake up, the monk said. It's about time for him to wake up. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. With De Huang Dog's ability, it was about time for him to wake up. Beth! The halos surrounding De Huang Dog's body started to tremble violently again. The trembling became more and more intense, and lasted for a few minutes. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously as cracks started to appear on the surface of the golden cocoon. Bang! When the cracks reached a certain degree, a sudden bang was heard, and the cocoon was shattered. At the same time, Big Yellow suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, and they were extremely sharp. In the next moment, De Huang Dog sat up from the ground. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with endless energy, like a vast ocean. He needed to find an outlet to vent it. Roar! De Huang Dog raised his proud head and roared crazily. Layers of sound waves rippled from his mouth, causing the whole cave to shake violently. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had anticipated this situation and made preparations in advance. He had sealed the whole cave. Otherwise, this roar of De Huang Dog would have completely exposed their whereabouts. Not only that, the cave would have been crushed by the power of De Huang Dog's roar. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. He thought that Jiang Chen had the foresight to predict that De Huang Dog would definitely erupt after waking up. The roar of De Huang Dog was just an instinctive roar. If he had used the soul-crunching melody, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen knew how terrifying the sound waves were. Dong dong dong. De Huang Dog had woken up, but he was still in that wonderful state. His body was emitting thumping sounds, like the sound of war drums. That was the impact of energy and the effect of the transformation of his bloodline. Under the impact of the energy and the effect of the bloodline, De Huang Dog's chi began to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base had reached the 3rd grade Demon King. And this was just the beginning. Under the horrified gaze of Jiang Chen and Tyrant, De Huang Dog's cultivation base continued to rise. In just a minute, he had reached the peak of 3rd grade Demon King from 3rd grade Demon King. After that, a cracking sound was heard. He had broken through to 4th grade Demon King. Ka! 5th grade Demon King. Ka! 6th grade Demon King. Ka! 7th grade Demon King. In just half an hour, De Huang Dog had advanced all the way to the 7th grade Demon King. At this point, the impact finally stopped, but it didn't stop completely. Tyrant let out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered with sweat. This was the scariest way of advancing one's cultivation base that he had ever seen. Advancing from 3rd grade Demon King to 7th grade Demon King in such a short period of time was simply a fantasy story. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Fortunately, De Huang Dog's advancement speed had slowed down. If he continued to advance all the way to the 8th grade Demon King, perhaps Tyrant would have fainted on the spot. Back in the western region, when Jiang Chen woke up, He had broken through from 1st grade Combat King to 4th grade Demon King, which was already unbearable for him. He had never thought that De Huang Dog's advancement would be even more ridiculous. In the end, De Huang Dog didn't break through to the 8th grade Demon King. His cultivation base stopped at the peak of the 7th grade Demon King, and he was only one step away from the 8th grade Demon King. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 8th grade Demon King. Undoubtedly, this kind of advancement was extremely terrifying, but also reasonable. The blood essence and demon soul of a 9th grade Demon King, the 9 solar less Rond pill, and the transformation of his bloodline. If all of these couldn't help De Huang Dog break through to the 7th grade Demon King, it could only mean that De Huang Dog was too weak. Under De Huang Dog's control, the energy that came out from De Huang Dog's body entered into his body again. De Huang Dog converged his aura and returned to his original appearance. The cave returned to its original state. De Huang Dog didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the dragon horns on his head had become more obvious. That was the symbol of a dragon horse. However, there was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even if De Huang Dog had advanced to the 7th grade Demon King, even if he had the most important symbol of a dragon horse, he still looked like a dog on the surface. De Huang Dog opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Jiang Chen and Tyrant. His big mouth immediately cracked open. Wakaka! You two bastards are still alive. Of course, it has nothing to do with me whether you are dead or not. The key is that I am still alive. Haha, De Huang Dog laughed out loud. His words were as annoying as always. However, when Jiang Chen heard De Huang Dog's voice again, he felt that it was incomparably intimate. This dog benefactor's words aren't pleasant to hear. Tyrant said in a serious manner. Fuck off. Stupid monk. You still dare to pretend to be serious in front of me? Do you believe that I won't make your butt blossom? I am now a 7th grade Demon King. De Huang Dog said. His big mouth was already moving towards Tyrant's butt. Fuck. You damn dog is still so annoying. Tyrant scolded. He didn't want to fight with De Huang Dog. This guy was a peak 7th grade Demon King. With De Huang Dog's monstrous strength, it was enough for him to deal with a 9th grade Combat King. Tyrant wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. When he saw De Huang Dog and Tyrant having fun, he couldn't help but think of Han Yen and Nangong Wentian. When they were in the Eastern Continent, they were so happy when they were together. However, after they arrived at the Divine Continent, they hadn't seen each other since the spatial passageway was broken. Also, Wu Ningzhu's whereabouts were unknown. Wu Ningzhu came to the Divine Continent for her mother, but she didn't know how chaotic and powerful the Divine Continent was. In addition, Wu Ningzhu was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and state. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.